Alright, everybody, it looks like we are live. Skoback has already joined us. That was quick. I think that's a new land speed record, Skoback, for logging into one of our streams. Welcome, everyone, to another episode of HK Ops. I am joined today by almost a full crew. We've got Jenn, we've got Rasmus, we've got Brun, and we've got Dennis. So, everyone, if I can get a 2-second sound test from everybody, please. Let's see, getting faster at finding the button on the follow channels. Cool, because when we have sound, it is hard to tell volume, though. What do you think, Skoback? Yeah, Skoback, so do we sound okay? And that includes especially other people on the chat. So Dennis or Jenn or... There we go. Skoback, do the other people on the stream sound okay, Skoback? I can only hear you. Okay, hold on a second, guys. Might have a slight problem. Alrighty. What's going on here? Why is this not working? Why is this not working? Okay, yeah, so they can hear, so far Skoback can only hear me and a fan. The fan I can't help. Alright guys, so can we get another sound test to see how that sounds? I made some changes.
Yes,
Testing
hello.
2, 3, 4.
Hello.
Templar checking in.
Alrighty, Skoback, did that sound
Hey,
good?
Jack's here.
Can you hear other people in the chat besides me now, Skoback? Cool, awesome.
And we have the average,
the average miniature
Lord.
painter.
the average miniature painter.
The average miniature painter. He's actually, sorry, miniature painter, you're missing a T in your miniature, but that's okay. It almost says the average manure painter. I'm not trying to make... No, I'm just kidding. I'm just playing around. But yes, we have the average miniature painter. Hello there, Mr. Jim. Hello there, Mr. Average Miniature Painter. How you doing? Alright, guys. So, thanks very much, Skoback, for the sound test. Looks like we're ready to start. So we're back after a little bit of a hiatus for episode 5 of HK Ops. Cool. So, like I said, we've already had our orders posted on Tabletop. They also went out, on Tabletop. Actually, they also went out on Discord. So everyone's, been able to see, what the mission is this time and what we're up to. We've already talked about most of our experience and how we're going to spend our experience that we've either had in previous games or accrued through character development and writing that people have done for their characters in the interim. It's been, like I said, a couple of weeks since we've had a good game. So with that, we're ready to start. Does anyone have any questions before we get started, or?
The other thing I asked us to have access to was a drone with both regular camera and night camera.
Okay.
I didn't know if we would get access to that or not. If we could, I would request one. If not, I'll make do.
Okay, so you know what? Let's go ahead and we will address those issues as we get started. Hello, because Sitrep, thanks very much for stopping by. Yeah, because I'm sorry, Sitrep podcast. That is, did I say because Sitrep? Did I actually say that?
Yes.
Noijatat. Okay, hey, what's going on, sir? Yeah, cool. So we got some people on the stream now. We've got Gaz and we've got Gianna. Yeah, Gianna was debating the idea of jumping in today's game. She's been wanting to play HK Ops with us for a while, but things come up. So no worries. And yeah, thanks for stopping by, Gaz. We're gonna go ahead and get started here. So again, we've got 4 people on our team. Well, actually, we've got 3 people. Dennis is not going to be able to stay with us for too long because he's got some other stuff that's come up. So Templar won't really be on the mission, at least not at first. So yeah, or at least I should say, at least not today. But he just wanted to hang out with us for a couple hours. So thanks very much for all the support again for people that are playing and people that are hanging out with us. Super appreciate it. All right, so as we said in our orders, let me find out where the actual script begins here. Why is that not here? I'm spending my XP. Yeah, I got that. Oh, I got more preamble. Okay, cool. So we are starting off at Mosul Air Force Base. All right, or whatever the name of the Air Force Base is whatever the name of the Air Force Base is in Mosul. So Mosul, for those who might not know, is in northern Iraq. For people in the stream who might not know what's going on, okay, what we've got here are some members of a fictional private military contracting company called Phalanx Multinational Consultants. Okay, if people could increase just their volume a little bit, please. Oh, my volume is too low. Okay, I can fix that, I believe. I'm not too loud?
No.
Not to me. You're not. You're good.
Okay, in fact, some people in the chat are saying that I'm too soft.
Wow, that doesn't happen often.
I know, right?
That's like saying I'm quiet.
Well, sometimes you are. And sometimes you're not. Alright, cool. Alright, so like I was saying, we've got... Cool, no worries. No, I'll also try to move the mic a little bit closer. I just don't want to puff in the mic and cause a spike in the audio. Alright, so like I was saying, we've got several members of a fictional private military contracting company called Phalanx Multinational Corporation. Okay, these are their character sheets for a little game that we have kind of slapped together. Heavily influenced by the classic 1991 White Wolf series, 1991 through 1995. Yeah, so we got basic realistic light military contracting characters that go out on ops. So again, it's a role-playing game, so there's a little bit of player character advantage or whatever, but at the same time, this is a very bullet plus skull equals death kind of a world. There's no health packs, there's no resurrection spells, there's no healing potions. This is not your typical. I won't say typical, but it's definitely not your like a fantasy role-playing game. This tries to be a little bit more realistic. That said, it is still a role-playing game. So we work for Phalanx, like I said, multinational corporation. They're headquartered there in Alexandria, Washington, D.C. They also have offices in Edinburgh, Scotland, and they are working on opening up offices for APAC region over there in Sydney, Australia. So we'll see how that goes in the future. The company's on the rise. Okay, these are our corporate headquarters. These are some of our bosses that we work for. That we've met in previous episodes. I won't take up too much time with this because again we do want to kind of get started here. Nothing in photos. Okay, so here is the map of today's op. Yes, we are going to Syria, so hold on to your butts. This is the situation in Syria approximately. I did fudge a little bit for artistic license, but 99.5%, this is the situation in Syria as we speak. This is the latest, or at least within February 2020. This is what's going on in Syria at the moment. Okay, so Syria, as people might know, has been one of the world's worst civil wars since 2012 or so. Okay, what makes Syria worse, even worse than most civil wars, is that unlike most wars start off with a whole bunch of factions, but usually what happens is those factions collapse and condense into two coalitions very quickly. That has not happened in Syria, and that's part of what makes Syria such a terrible case, and also why this war is just not going to end anytime soon, is because not only are these 6 factions or so, it's not like an Axis and Allies where they form up into 2 teams of 3 and eventually one team loses and one team wins. Every single one of these factions is fighting virtually every other faction on some level or another. This is a true multi-factional, everyone's fighting everybody kind of a thing.
Proper shitstorm.
It is. It really, really is. And then you've got, factions, and this is what we're going to talk about because this does impact our game today, is some factions are enemies at one level and allies at the other level. And I'll zero in and talk about only the part that affects us today. So again, we are just off the map right now in northern Iraq at an Air Force base, a old U.S. Air Force base There might be some Air Force. There's some U.S. Air Force personnel still there, but again, the United States has largely pulled out of Iraq. We're not completely out of Iraq, but we're mostly pulled out of Iraq by this point. Above board, I don't know whether or not we have an Air Force base in Mosul, but for purposes of this story, this was the easiest way to get where I wanted us to go. So we're flying out of Mosul. This little yellow line here is going to show our approximate flight path, and we're going to end up at a former U.S. Air Force forward operations center, and I'll talk about that in a second. And I gave the grid coordinates in the orders. It's a little bit northeast of that tiny little town El Kabur. That's along the banks of the Euphrates River. Okay, so obviously we're operating in the blue area there in Syria. This is what's being called roughly the Federation of Northern Syria, or Rojava, controlled by the Syrian Democratic Forces. These are largely Kurds and some other factions that are generally friendly to the United States. The United States used to have a pretty big presence here. Earlier in 2019, the Americans largely pulled out of this area. We kind of gave up our support of the Kurds, and that's a very politically controversial decision. Everyone's kind of jumping on our presidential administration for it because reasons. It's being seen as a second betrayal of the Kurds. We kind of sold the Kurds down the river already once after the first Gulf War in 1991. This latest withdrawal is kind of being seen as the same thing. Now, it's one thing to sit back here safely in the U.S. and make certain judgment calls about what we should do and what we shouldn't do. Here, the situation is actually a little more complicated, and this does impact today's game. So this green area up here is the Syria Interim Government, or SIG. These are supported by Turkey. Okay? The problem here is that the U.S. and Turkey are pretty tight allies. Turkey is one of the most loyal pro-American groups or pro-American nations in NATO. Whenever the Germans, the French have only recently rejoined NATO. Whenever the Germans, the British, and most recently the French kind of line up against the United States and NATO, Turkey's always got our back. Again, the current government in Turkey might not be the best. Again, I'm not trying to make any kind of political hay out of this or anything, but the U.S. and Turkey are, within the constraints of NATO, actually pretty tight allies. The problem is the Kurds that we were supporting there in northeastern Syria don't just claim that blue area. Kurdistan, if they ever manage to get it formed, is going to include a big chunk of Iraq and a big chunk of Turkey. A lot of Kurds live in Turkey. Needless to say, the Turks and the Kurds do not get along. So when we support the Kurds, we're kind of making enemies of the Turks, and that's not good vis-a-vis NATO. The tighter we are with Turkey, we alienate the Kurds, and that's not good for our interests vis-a-vis the Middle East, or in Syria in particular. So it really is a problem, and that the game as pertains to today's game, that's this red area. This is shared control between the Federation of Northern Syria. In other words, this is the area that is legally shared between the green and the blue. So green is pro-Turkey, blue is Kurds and what used to be pro-US, and red is supposedly shared. So you have troops of both factions like co-manning checkpoints, and kind of trying not to point their guns at each other as they do so. There's no actual combat in here, but it's very, very tense. These two factions are allied only because their big brothers say to be. If it wasn't for the U.S., these two factions would probably be at war. Now that the U.S. has pulled out to kind of, smooth things over with Turkey, the idea that there might be a war in this red faction is a lot more likely. Needless to say, we're going right in here, so we're going to be operating in this general area. We have to watch out for that red area to the north. This general tan-colored area, or cream-colored area, the main bulk of Syria. Here there be dragons. Okay, this is the Syrian Arab army. That's the Assad regime. Those are definite bad guys. Okay, they are supported by Russia, Iran, and Hezbollah. All the top people on our Christmas card list. That's the official government of Syria that everybody else rose up against. That's how the war started. Chances of running into Russians are almost non-existent. Almost all Russians are way over here by Latakia. This is their big Air Force base that they set over here, Navy and Air Force base. Most of the fighting is over here. This yellow is former al-Nusra Front. This is pretty much what Al-Qaeda has turned into in more recent years. They're fighting with the SIG. This is a whole thing. This is Aleppo. This is the part of the war you always see in the news. Fortunately, I'll breeze past this because this is the part we're not going to really deal with in today's game. So we're not getting a complete look at the entire Syrian civil war, but the part we got to worry about is, again, blue is supposedly friendly, although all our friends have now left. The only people left here now are Kurds, who they're not our enemies, but they're mad at the U.S. for leaving, with good reason. Well, that depends on your views, but yeah, they're not happy with the U.S. right now. Green are supposedly our allies, but they're enemies with our friends. So draw your own conclusions there. We got to watch out for tan. That's the main Syrian army. They are definitely not friends. They're definitely enemies. Even worse are these little gray pockets. These are the remnants of ISIS, and I assume they don't need any introduction. These are the people who are literally decapitating people on the internet. These are the worst of the worst. They're so bad that the Syrian Arab Republic is fighting them very hard. The Russians are bombing them. Hezbollah is fighting them. Everyone hates these guys for very good reason. Also, ISIS is mostly Sunni Arab, Sunni Muslim, and Hezbollah is mostly Shiite. In other words, based out of Iran. So we have two polarities of the Arab world here. Basically, everyone hates ISIS. They're so bad, other bad guys hate them. They're not immediately in our neighborhood, but they are close, and we may run into them. So, fair warning there. All right, so that is, that's our area. So we start off in, like I said, that Air Force base in Mosul, northern Iraq, which I know I just said the word Iraq, but believe it or not, here it's pretty peaceful. Most of the remaining problems in Iraq are further in the south. Mosul is pretty. Also, you're aboard a U.S. You're on a U.S. Air Force base, so. You're pretty much in what you think a U.S. Air Force base would look like. Lots of Quonset huts, lots of hangars, helicopters and jets taking off and landing. You guys are in a big hangar with the other members of your team, and of course the other two teams that are going along on this mission. And again, I won't go through all the orders again because we've already, that was the reason of going through the orders ahead of time, so we wouldn't waste time on them again. So, what do you guys think? Do you have any questions? I think, Jen, you said something about some equipment. I think Rasmus also had some questions about equipment.
If our primary goal
guided missiles, rockets, and claymore mines.
Okay, and then what was that, Jen? I'm sorry.
I was going to say, if our primary role is defense of multiple territories, I was going to see if they had a spare drone lying around we could have the use of.
Well, they will give you a drone, like a small, almost like a suitcase drone. They're not going to give you like a Predator drone that launches Hellfire anti-tank missiles or, satellite linked to live feed video back to God knows where. You know what I mean? There are drones. There are drones the size of small aircraft, and there are drones that you can launch like off your desk.
That's cool. I basically want it for recon.
Yeah. I mean, they'll have the cameras on them that you requested or whatever. I mean, yeah, it'll be bigger than the drone you buy at Sharper Image, but it won't be like that Predator drone that you see on the news that literally, launches anti-tank missiles at people.
That's okay. I'll work up to one of those.
Okay.
And if I find one lying around, finders keepers.
All right. So yeah, like I was saying, you guys are in a large. Everyone's there except for Ash, of course, who can't join us, and except for Donovan. People notice that Donovan's not there. He was slated on this mission. Donovan is not there. He was not able to make it for this mission. You can ask questions about it, once we start with the game. But for now, people notice that he's not there. The typical scene: folding tables, loaded up with all kinds of weapons, gear, equipment, or whatever. There's at least 15 or 20 people here. Again, there's 3 PMC teams going along on this mission, not just one. The person in charge is our old friend Gabrielle Knight. She is coming along, and she's actually going to be in charge of. She's actually going to have operational control of all 3 teams. So again, that is
Joy.
Yeah, Jen's favorite. Marcus Bryant is also here. If anyone wants to talk to him, he's the actual boss of bosses. He's the actual case director. And then the 2 people that work for him are Gabrielle Knight and Scott Dellum. So Scott Dellum's going to be sitting back here at Mosul. He's the guy to ask for any kind of requisition questions, equipment, personnel, things like that. He's the personnel and logistics officer. And then we have intelligence and operations. That's Gabrielle Knight. She's coming along with us for field control. Needless to say, Mr. Executive here ain't going anywhere near the combat zone. He's staying back here in his 5-star Hilton suite, somewhere in the safest part of Mosul. Probably got a couple bodyguards on him. But he's there in the hangar if anyone wants to talk to him or ask him questions. And then other people in the hangar include, in my NPC tab here, I don't have pictures for all 15 of them, so I'm not going to go into it. But these are everyone that's in the hangar, again, except for Templar, who is actually not with us at the moment. So Templar is not there, and of course Alex is not going to be able to join us at all today. So other than those two, we've got these people. So we've got, this is X-Team Sigma. Alright, that's our boy Michael Easton. You all know who he is. Okay, and then we got the 3 people that are working for him. And then we have the X-Team 220. So I'm just curious, has anyone noticed what the what this team's deal is as far as like what their mission is, what kind of PMCs these guys might be? Has anyone read into that?
Well, I know their job is support, right?
Okay, and then was that what were you saying, Brun?
Oh no, I was just saying that since they have a similar designation to us, they must be on either the same level or they don't have a name yet, just a number.
Yeah, they have a number, but what's their number? And what does it sit? What does X-Team 619 mean? That name is
sixth X-Team from 2009
the sixth team founded in fiscal year 2019. So 220 is the second team founded in fiscal year 2020. Long
New boys.
Story short, here be noobs. Okay,
Clink.
here be cherries. These guys are green as grass, rookie, boot, noob, whatever you want to use for them. You guys are probably going to be bailing these guys out of. This is their first mission. This is their first op. Let's just put it that way. You're watching them clustering around one of these tables, and they're like, lacing up their boots like the wrong way, and they're carrying way too much equipment, and they're all loaded down. They're like, oh wait, they don't know what they're going to need, so they assume they need everything.
Yeah. I want to try to requisite a big box of Claymore mines, as big as I can get it.
Yeah, sure. They come in cases. I think they come in cases of 6. So yeah, they'll. Actually, I don't even know what kind of cases they come in. I should know that as a former supply guy. It's been so long. Yeah. So 20.
If they come in cases of 6, I'll take 2.
I was gonna say 3. We'll just make it an even 20 mines. You'll be surprised how fast those get used up.
And
a Claymore mine is smaller than a laptop. I mean, a Claymore mine is it's bigger than a cell phone, smaller than a laptop. They're not very big. They're, I don't know, probably, I got them in my hand right now. I know you guys can't see it. Probably 11 inches across at the most, 10 inches across. 6
You have
inches.
a Claymore in your hand right now?
No, yeah, right, I do. If you guys hear a really loud noise on the stream, I apologize.
Can I relocate?
Jim, a Claymore would be the size of about an approximate iPad 5.
Oh, okay, there you go. Yeah, so they're not really big. So yeah, 20 of them could easily fit. Now after that, you've got the detonators, you've got the cords or whatever, but that adds a little bit of space to them. But yeah, they're not that big. So yeah, 20 would not be unreasonable. 20 of them would fit in your average, trunk.
And any kind of heavy weapons, I'm thinking rocket launchers or shoulder-carried guided missiles.
Okay, so you can carry, I'll give you guys 3 options. You guys can carry 1 javelin. Well, not carry, you take with you. 1 javelin, 3 SMAWs or AT-4s, whatever you want, like that general type of weapon, or like 5 law rockets. So, are you guys familiar with these systems, or?
That's all you guys. I'm taking a look at vehicles. I know not much about it. Except one end makes things go boom. And not to fire them inside like they show happening in movies. That's about what I know.
So, all right, a javelin is a very, very large guided. It's almost what's replacing the tow. Or it's definitely what's replacing the dragon. It replaced the dragon, I think, back in 2006. You set it up on a little tripod. You fire it off. If you're firing a javelin, or if you're carrying a javelin in combat, like on your back, that's pretty much all you're carrying. It's a huge system, and it's way more than like 10 or 15. I don't even have weight points for it, but it would be way more. No matter what, when you're carrying this, you're overweight. As far as so your job, the rest of this fire team or the rest of the squad protects you as you set this thing up and fires it off at somebody. It's got a range of like 3,000 meters. It always hits. Anything it hits, it destroys. It goes through reactive armor. It goes through laminate armor. It goes through anything the Soviets have put out or anything the Russians have put out recently. It's a very, very heavy anti-tank guided weapon. It's a missile. Then you have weapons like the small or the AT4 B300. There's a bunch of different names for that general kind of weapon. It's like roughly 84 millimeters. You fire it. It might take out a tank if you hit it in the side or the engine. It'll probably take out most light APCs. It's not guided. You fire it once and you forget about it. Pretty much all these weapons, you fire them once and you forget about it. It'll definitely make a mess out of just about any building. Then you've got the law. Everyone's seen a law. Law is everything that, Rambo fires, Chuck Norris fires. It's like a light version of the RPG. Not guided, range maybe 2,000 meters. Almost, I know they call it a light anti-tank weapon. That's a dumb name. It can't take out a tank. But it'll almost anything unarmored.
Light anti-vehicle.
Yeah, that would be a better name for it.
Ajax, what do you think?
Those are your three choices.
I was gonna say, serious, that since we're such a small team, that we take the most firepower with us. But it's your call, Chief. You're the boss.
Well, they're roughly the same. All three choices are roughly the same general amount of firepower. But do you want one really big shot, 3 medium shots, or 5 like small shots? Altogether, it adds up to the same overall quotient of firepower.
I think we'll go for the mediums.
Cool. So 3, we'll just call them smalls. Shoulder-mounted anti-tank weapon, I think it stands for. If I'm wrong about that, someone correct me. Cool. They will not sink a freighter ship, no matter what we see in the A-team. But that's the missile. They're not nearly as powerful as that movie makes it look like. Trust me, otherwise you would just take that and win all wars. That thing just kept exploding 30 minutes after the initial impact. Alright. Cool. So, any more questions?
That's my extra kit sorted out.
Okay, so yeah, you guys, again, you're in there with like 15 people or so. Byron is in there. Not Byron, I'm sorry, Marcus Bryant is in there. Scott Dillon, well, we already know Scott Dillon's in there. That's who Rasmus was just talking to. Scott Dillon will also sort you out, talking about your drone. And,
okay.
Let's see what else is going on here. Oh, Mr. Ajax, someone taps you on the shoulder.
I turn.
Yeah, it's your boy, Michael Easton.
Uh-huh.
That's my response. Uh-huh.
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 Oh, Jenn, you're not there, so stop.
No, but I mean, that's a fitting response.
Okay.
You tap me on the shoulder, turn around. Yeah?
Yeah, he's already standing uncomfortably close. He's already got a little bit of an aggressive posture. And he opens up with, like, I don't know, something like, look, I just want you to hear this from me. All right, I submitted an official request to have you removed from this mission. In case you find out about it later. Now you've heard it from me first.
On what grounds?
Well, I just feel that with what's going on between Miss Knight and I, plus, her history with you, I think it could be a distraction.
Make no mistake, there's no distractions.
Just stay out of my way. I'd hate for you to get shot by mistake.
What?
He taps you on the shoulder and he walks away. Unless you say anything else.
Nope.
All right. Anyone else?
I'll let my squad captain deal with that.
I was gonna say, Rasmus, you kind of overheard part of that if you wanted.
Faking
Well,
kids.
because he's the squad captain, so what am I going to say to him? I mean, start decking another squad captain in the middle of that would just end in chaos.
This is not the military, you know.
True, but Ajax's mindset is military, so.
And to be fair to Brun, if Ajax does that, he literally just proved Michael's point.
Exactly.
Yeah. He just proved him right.
Faking kids and the faking.
Aren't you glad you're in charge, Rasmus? You have all like this middle school team, like who's going to take me to the dance drama going on right before an op in Syria?
What is this, games of our lives?
Okay, Sitrep podcast. Use a 40mm grenade launcher. Actually, nobody has a 40mm grenade launcher in Sitrep podcast, but that would be part of your personal kit that you could take with you. A law for anti-tank APC, unless you have vehicles. We have, according to the orders, we excuse me. We will have some vehicles staged at the what did we call it? We call it a forward operating base Eagle Nest. Long story short, some vehicles will be waiting for us. Nothing serious. There'll be one JTLV there. There'll be some. Oh God, what the hell was the name of it? I can't think of it off the top of my head. I don't want to show the map right now. Light desert vehicles, Humvees with 50 cals, JTLVs, and there's one more British vehicle that I can't think off the top of my head. Is it here in the orders? Yes, we do have some vehicles waiting for us. Okay, here we go. M1044 Humvees, M1240 MRAP tactical trucks, one M1083 heavy lift truck. That's basically a really big civilian vehicle painted green. Don't get excited. And a couple Spartan 4x4s. That's the name I couldn't think of. Spartans 4x4s. So we'll have like some light vehicles to drag this stuff around, but we don't have any like APCs or tanks or anything like that. I don't even have the rules for that stuff built yet.
And I think the smalls sound better than the laws.
Yeah, the laws are practically useless.
So,
a law hitting like an enemy Humvee or Jeep or something like that would definitely, destroy it. Once you get up into like the BMP range or even like the better BTRs, maybe, and forget it with tanks.
And for the light vehicles, I'll rely on all reliable that I'm carrying.
There you go. That'll definitely do
Jim?
anything unarmored. I'm sorry, go ahead, Brun.
I'm just wondering, are we getting a rundown on, what these other two teams bring to the table as far as skill sets?
We can go around, start talking to them, start asking them. Like I said, they're all right there. Yeah, this is like the gear up scene, like the beginning of the mission before we get going here.
Well, Sigma is ahead of us, so I think it would be rather arrogant of us to go, what are you going to do for us? I mean,
these are their general weapons. I mean, they basically each have a submachine gun person, a light machine gunner, and then a couple assault rifle guys. And then same with the other one. I think the main difference here is skill level.
And their Sigma's basic mission is to go out and destroy bad guy places. Our mission is to keep good guy places safe, and 220's mission is to support whoever needs it, right?
Yeah, okay, so traditionally, and this
Tactical reserve.
Yeah, this will be like the end of the briefing, so this will be like what Gabrielle's telling us, because we're getting ready to head out. She'll say traditionally, control of the skies has a tremendous impact on war on the ground, obviously. Whoever controls the sky controls the ground. Okay, that's the way it normally works in warfare. Syria is not normal. Okay, in modern operations, because there's so rarely a front line, insurgent forces can hit air operation infrastructure on the ground. So if you're fighting an enemy that doesn't have an air force, that's okay. They can sneak behind your non-existent front lines. There is no front line. They can sneak up to your air base, and they can blow up your air base on the ground, thereby taking your air force out of the war. So, like we said in the orders, the American Air Force has pulled out of this area officially. because they've been ordered to by Congress, by presidential, the United States is officially out of here. They're not really out of here. They want to definitely project influence into this region, and they want to definitely keep an eye on what's going on in this region. Therefore, they're hiring PMCs. So your job is to the overall mission of Operation Eagle Nest is, even though it's a ground mission, the objective of the point of this mission is control of Syrian airspace. So X-Team Sigma is going to attack enemy ground targets that are shooting down our drones and that are maybe even harassing our aircraft that are flying combat air patrol over the border, the Iraqi border, maybe even engaging Turkish aircraft. Okay? These assholes are launching SAMs and God knows what else, into the skies and making things tough for friendly air, forces in the area. So that's Sigma's team. Your job is to protect our air defense sites from enemy ground ops. So ISIS is expanding its drone program. ISIS has learned how to use drones, and they're attaching bombs and missiles and all kinds of shit to drones, never mind surveillance. And they're starting to actually, have like a limited air offensive of all things. God help us. Okay? The Syrian Arab army is definitely got all kinds of helicopters, Mi-8 Hips, Mi-24 Hinds, God knows what else, Gazelle anti-tank helicopters, old Soviet aircraft, and they're getting a lot more ballsy over this area of Syria since the Americans have pulled out, and our air defenses are under threat by enemy forces on the ground. So again, if you can't defeat the enemy air force in the air, if you can get troops to their infrastructure that puts their air force in the air and destroy that infrastructure, you can take their air force out of the war anyway. So that's the overall mission. You're on defense, Sigma's on offense, and 220 is backup. Alright.
And I seem to be the only one that bring a sniper rifle to the party.
Looks like it, yes. Because, again,
maybe
Sigma's going to be mostly offense, so they're going to be mostly doing assault. I guess they could still use a sniper on Overwatch, but yeah, I didn't make a sniper piece for him. And again, technically, Don Wilson has what looks like a sniper rifle. He's got a folded up bipod.
Oh, yeah, then.
Don Wilson?
Don Wilson. He
Love the
runs
name.
Iowa's largest wilderness preserve. You know it, Jenn. You caught it. I should give you extra XP for that. Don Wilson.
Does he have a magnetron?
He has no magnetron. He does have a sniper rifle, however. Speaking of Don Wilson, while Rasmus is sitting there wondering what to do about that threat that Michael Easton just threw over at Ajax, Don Wilson approaches Ajax. He says, hey, are you, oh, I'm sorry, not Ajax, my bad. John Wilson approaches Rasmus. I'm sorry.
Serious, yep.
So, yeah, you're Frederick, right? You're in charge of 619?
Yes.
Hey, look,
yes.
I hear that you talked to personnel about the payday on this op.
I did, yeah.
What do they tell you, if you don't mind my asking?
That it's about twice the going rate, so depending on your negotiation with them.
I get it. Confidential, right? That's what they always say. Corporate culture, right? What are you going to do? So, look, I'm not trying to pry or anything, but do you think it's enough? I mean, you seem like a very practical person, from what I hear around the hallways, around the water coolers.
It's never enough, is it?
No. Listen, yeah, I was wondering if maybe you and he gets very quiet. He kind of looks over your shoulder, make sure no one else is in earshot. I wonder if maybe you and I can work together to, maximize our return on this mission. What do you think?
How were you thinking?
Well, I'm split whatever we find between us. Keep it off the books. He's looking over at his boss, Eric Mathis. He's like, there's no reason for Mathis to know. There's definitely no reason for Knight to know, or her little toady Dellum over there. Fuck that guy. Really anybody else.
The scrounge. I'm not there. Sorry.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he made sure that you were not in earshot.
Wait, am I in earshot?
Nope. He said he made sure nobody was in earshot. Now you guys can see him talking, and you guys might even be able to pick up the fact that he's trying not to be overheard, but he's trying not to be overheard. So no, you're not actually getting the words. You're not wearing your throat mics yet.
We are dealing with a official war zone.
Yeah.
I would be careful with that.
The main reason for war is to make money. I mean, everyone knows that, right? Anyway, hey, no worries if not. I just want you to maybe think about it on the chopper ride over. What do you know? We'll talk again later.
I'll think about it.
All right, cool, awesome. All right. Oh, here's one more other thing that happens. A little bit of a blast from the past. Kyle Nader approaches. Does anyone remember who he is? Kyle Nader will approach Ajax. So, Mr. Ajax, what do you say?
Yo,
I'm
Kyle,
trying
what's
to
up?
remember.
Kyle
So am I.
Nader.
The
Yeah,
name
Kyle.
is very familiar.
He's very familiar. You can't quite place him. Maybe it's because he doesn't look the same. His nose is a little crooked from when Ajax broke it in that Mexican warehouse.
Oh.
There you go.
Oh, this is just one bad day after another.
Wait, what's he doing here?
What's he doing here? He works for Phalanx now. He's like, oh, chuckle. You didn't see that on the company billboard? Yeah, I was looking for Donovan. Yeah, he asked you, Ajax. You know where Donovan's at?
Not here.
Well, I saw him on the roster. He's supposed to be on this op. What happened?
I wasn't given any specifics, but he's not here.
Okay, look, if you see him, just, tell him no hard feelings. I know that he might still be a little, irate or whatever. I tried to, the hard sell to Templar back when I was still with Ares Security Group. So, yeah, just, let him know if you see him that I'm here now, and it's all water under the bridge as far as I'm concerned, and I hope he feels the same way.
Actually, it might be the time to approach Miss Knight about why Templar ain't here.
Okay.
Or even go to the boss.
Okay, cool. So, yeah, so that's what Kyle tells you, Ajax. Any response to that, or?
Business is business.
Yeah, and he says, look, speaking of no hard feelings, he kind of scratches his nose. No hard feelings here either, right?
Oh, you mean when we shot him?
You keep butting into people's conversations. You're not there. Well, you're there, but you're not in the conversation. If you want to walk up and join the conversation.
So you're moving pretty spry. I'm glad to see there's no lasting injuries.
Oh,
Ajax will
go ahead.
Ajax will just rub his hand and go, yeah, no hard feelings.
And as far as that bullet goes, it takes more than that to put me down. Don't worry about it, Taki. All right, so
my concern is not really us and him. My concern is Team Sigma, which is the team he organized the assault on. How they're reacting to having him here.
You can go and talk to him if you want. I mean, are you asking him that, or are you just asking like in general?
No, I'm just curious. I'm using my new one dot in Social Observe.
Oh, Social Observe.
Jim, does he look like he's an operator, or is he just falling back for intel and?
Yeah, he's wearing khakis and a polo shirt.
Tempo.
Yeah, so it doesn't. He's not looking toward that Black Hawk with any kind of. He doesn't look like he's getting on a chopper anytime soon. He looks like more of an administrator than an operator. Good question.
Let's see. I will, just to be the girl, go and talk to the only two other non-known bitches here.
Okay, we'll get to that as soon as we get through Rasmus talking to... Rasmus, did you want to talk to Knight, or did you want to talk to someone else?
I'll go for Bryant himself.
Okay, so Marcus Bryant, he is there. He's sitting on a laptop at one of the folding tables. He's going through some files. He acknowledges you as you walk up.
Do you know why I'm missing one of my team members?
One of your team members. He says, this might be a question for. Hold on a second. He taps through his computer screen. Oh, you're talking about Donovan, right? Call sign Templar.
Yes. Yes.
I'm not at liberty to say. I'm not going to lie to you. I literally just can't tell you. I believe in being honest with my employees, but at the same time, there are some things we just can't talk to you about. He gets very serious. He's not threatening you in any way. He definitely knows. No. He admits that he knows, but he can't tell you. But whatever it is, it's actually kind of a big deal. And as far as how much Donovan wants, or I should say Templar wants to tell you, this is something that's going on off the table. Templar or Dennis might want to tell you about this a little bit later on in the session. But for now, Marcus Bryan is not at liberty to say.
Ooh.
Yeah, ooh. Here's the thing.
Secret agents.
Well, thank you for looking it up. And then I'll head off.
It's a good question, and I do apologize, but again, there are things that we can't always talk about.
Need to know basis.
All right, so you're talking, Jen, with Samantha and Claudine? Or
there are essentially...
Did you include Knight in your known non-bitches?
Known non-bitch? No. That's hence the known non-bitch statement.
No, she's only a bitch at work, not outside of work.
Oh, yeah. Ajax, let's just leave it as I'm pretty sure that your experience with Gabrielle has been different than other people's. All right, let's just leave. If you want to compare notes, go talk to your boy Michael Easton. Other than that,
well, I should probably stay away from Michael because that would end poorly for the both of us.
Lovers triangles are always more fun when everyone has an assault rifle. It's a known fact,
Hey, I said that the mission takes priority, and I'm sticking by it.
There you go. What's going on, Mr. Ralph? Welcome to the stream, sir. Cool. All right,
apparently,
guys.
G wants to play Ralph Nader.
Wants to play Ralph Nader. Yeah, that'd be a tough character. All right, Jen. So, as you're talking, okay, so Jen, you walk up to, in all seriousness, you're walking up to Samantha or Claudine?
Yep.
Okay.
I'll go to Samantha first.
Samantha is, if we zoom in here a little bit, we got Knight who has, blonde hair. You've got brown hair. We've got Samantha who's got black hair. Ramos, she's obviously Latina. And then we have Claudine Treveau,
redhead.
French Canadian, yeah. Samantha is pretty quiet. She's breaking down an M4 carbine kind of a platform or whatever, like one of the more M778 or whatever the hell it is. Again, high grade team. They're a tier 2 team. You guys are a tier 3 team. She is. When you walk up to her, you just get that feeling that her boots are worn down but broken in. Her tacticals are faded but not ratty yet. Her weapons are all perfectly clean but not shiny. You know what I mean? She's fucking elite.
She's lived in.
Yeah, she's not that it should always be judged this way, but she's fit but not exactly hot. She's fit. She's a badass, but she's got some scars. A bona fide badass, pretty much.
Well, like I said, not to play the girl card, but this is a relatively male-dominated industry.
Well, yeah, she'll commiserate with you about that for sure.
So I just, wanted to introduce myself.
So, you're she's pointing a little half a cigarette at you. South African, right?
Yeah.
I heard about that.
Most of the time.
I heard about that op you guys pulled up down in Venezuela.
Oh, yeah, that was interesting. We made some interesting discoveries down there.
I was going to say, you guys really rolled with the punch. I mean, just what I've read. I mean, I don't know what's not been classified or whatever, but from what I read, i.e., not classified, you guys really rolled with the punches on that one. That one threw you a couple curveballs.
We did. There was some fast talking. Somehow we ended up becoming pirates. That kind of was an interesting twist.
You guys were literally Pirates of the Caribbean for a second there, and it was great.
Yes, literally.
You guys were literally Pirates of the Caribbean. It was great. No Kraken, though. Oh, that's just because I didn't have the piece made up for it. If I had a Kraken piece ready, we easily would have fought the Kraken.
Giant Pacific octopus.
Here you go. Yeah, so what you're picking up is obviously a South American accent. So she may be interested in the mission from Venezuela. She may be from Venezuela. I mean, it doesn't come up in conversation, but yeah.
Like I said, I didn't have a specific, I want to get this piece of information.
Right.
Just sort of, make context, makes myself known, know somebody in another team to talk to if something should come up.
Definitely no nonsense. Not unfriendly, but no fucking nonsense. If there's anything going on, she's not happy with Michael Easton.
Oh, yeah. Well, neither am I. And if I pick up on that, I'll roll my eyes, too.
You pick up on it for sure. Now, do you want to make any roll on that? You consider... I'm trying to speed the game up here, so if you want to make a quick roll on that, your social observer
Hey, yeah, I spent the money on it. Might as well use it.
All right, go ahead.
Let's see. 2 successes.
Okay, you guys remember, or the rest of the team's not there, but you suddenly remember, Michael Easton is not the original boss of Team Sigma.
Oh, that's right. He's not, actually.
No, he's not. His name was Dale Harris.
Yeah.
And yes, I did just say that. His name was Dale Harris.
Dale Harris. Aha.
So it's connected to that.
Easton got a promotion?
Somebody got a promotion, so something happened to Dale Harris. She may be unhappy about that. And as far as when Dale Harris was killed, who took over the team?
The person sleeping with Knight.
Could be.
I just want to preface everything that I'm not after Sirius's job. Just want to preface that.
Hey, one of the people sleeping with Knight.
That's why he's carrying the sniper rifle. If anyone on this team is carrying a sniper rifle,
just want to preface that.
Not to put too fine a point on things, but it's kind of everywhere, isn't it? We can't really get around it.
You can always, you know what? It seems that even sometimes the glass ceiling is bulletproof.
I go, we're gonna be doing our own thing, but
hey, that just
if I can do anything to help.
Hey, that just means we need bigger bullets.
Well, you have the bullets. My bullets tend to have 6 to 10 wheels and a gas pedal.
Yeah, there you go. Drive through that son of a bitch. So anyway, it was good to meet you when she gets back to work on her weapons.
Okay. I give her the number for my communication thing. If you need me, I don't know what I'd be able to do, but I'm another person you can call.
So Sitrep Podcast says, so do we think they will all bite it? They can't keep their hands to themselves. Yes, Sitrep Podcast, this group is one part World War III, Tactical Ops, one part, Days of Our Lives. There's a lot of that.
Dramatic reference here. Dramatic, not Days of Our Lives.
Oh, it's not Days of Our Lives. What is it?
More like what is it? 90210.
Oh, there.
Oh God.
Oh God.
No. Melrose Place.
Melrose Place is good too.
Cool.
I have to say, the funny thing is,
I must say, I haven't watched any of those shows, so.
It's kind of the same thing. Yeah, sometimes this game does turn into Melrose Place with assault rifles. Yeah.
Well, the funny thing is usually it's my characters in role-playing games that are the social, the this, the that. So that's why I'm trying to make it a point to have, Anika have nothing to do with anything to do with that.
And poor Sirius just has bubblegum, so, you know.
Somebody has to play the face
Oh
man.
yeah.
Poor bubblegum.
I'm here to chew bubblegum and kick ass.
Yeah, just don't chew on that bubblegum. That bubblegum chews back, so be careful.
Yep.
So, okay, next gen, as Taki goes over to Claudine, okay, so if there could possibly be an opposite, I should say, between Samantha and Claudine, if there could be a stronger opposite, you haven't seen it. Yeah, she's terrified.
Shiny, clean.
And terrified.
Yeah.
Green as spring grass, yep. So as she's getting ready, as you guys start talking, she'll kind of like glance over your shoulder there a little bit, and she'll be like, so, like, what are you going to do?
Excuse me?
Oh, I thought maybe you hadn't noticed. I thought maybe you noticed. She's like glancing over your shoulder here. She's like, don't look or don't be obvious, but yeah, look over there at Jason.
Okay.
Jason Kinnings, junior man on Team Sigma.
Uh-huh.
You seriously haven't noticed? She says. Claudine says.
I try not to notice other human beings. They just disappoint me.
Well, get ready to be disappointed because Jason has not had his eyes off of you since you walked into this hangar.
Let's just say I might be interested after the mission, but I'm not going to play General Hospital like certain members of my team are.
What is going on with that, by the way? Now, this is part role-playing, just drama for sake of the story, and this is also part of how Claudine is coping with her pre-mission jitters.
Talk about everything but the mission.
She's literally distracting herself. So she's acting a little childish right now, totally, but there's a reason for it.
I know. Well, what's going on is they're not
paying. She is doing the shameless 8th grade right before the dance fucking gossip. Absolutely. And
Taki will look at her and go, what's going on?
Yeah, between Michael, a Knight, and Ajax.
What's going on is they're paying attention to shit that they shouldn't be paying attention to, and it's going to get one or the other of them killed. And I'm sure as shit going to make sure it ain't anybody else, which is what you need to be paying attention to. And I take a look at her kit and see if there's anything I need to, like that needs to be hooked up there. Why are you carrying that piece of shit? That should be stowed in the car.
Yeah, just the opening line of Sergeant Elias from Platoon. He's like, you're humping too much shit, troop. You don't need half this stuff. And he starts taking stuff off of his gear. He's just, don't carry that. You don't need this. You don't relax. You don't need that. All
That's pretty much what I start doing to her.
So, unless anyone else has anything else, we are ready to fly out. I know in the mission I said it was going to be a charter jet. It's going to be a UH-60 Blackhawk. Now, Gianna's on the stream, so I apologize if I have too many people in this Blackhawk. Gianna, how many people can a Blackhawk actually carry? Can a Blackhawk carry this many people? 1, 2, 3, 4, 12 people plus some gear. Is that too many people for a Blackhawk? So we'll wait and see if she says anything. If she says anything, then we'll take 2 Blackhawks. I'm pretty sure that many people will fit in a Blackhawk. I actually don't know. 12?
It's 12 about a platoon.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so again...
Jim?
Yep. Go ahead.
Ajax would run up to Sirius real quick and ask him if Knight was planning on supplementing our team since we're down 2 people.
Why don't you ask her?
Well, hold on. He's going through the chain of command. He's actually doing the right thing. So it's up to Sirius.
Uh-huh.
I guess we'll go over and ask
mission
him.
First.
Uh-huh.
Jen's suspicious.
That's your patented
go
answer.
And ask her.
All right, well, the rotors of the bird is already turning. Thank you very much, Jenna. So the rotors on the bird are already turning. So, and when you walk up to, Sirius, are you going to go talk to Knight about that?
Just going to fire her the quick question. If we're getting any replacements from Donovan that seem to have gone on unknown business.
She's again, she gets borderline nervous when you mention his name. And it's like, look, I can't talk about where he's at right now. And as far as whether or not we're getting a replacement, well, it's a little late because literally the rotors on the bird are now turning. So I can't tell you anything right now. Okay, we can talk about this again very shortly, is all she can really say at the moment. She slides on some mirror shades, pulls out that black tactical hat down over her eyes, and she's like, they're playing our song, and she kind of tilts her head toward the helicopter.
Mount up.
Yes, sir.
So Sitrep Podcast says, I have a character that can be used as an NPC that can convert to a PC ex-SAS who's now MI6 special branch who is in country to eliminate risky participants. Jenn really wants in this game. If we had a character and we weren't like already late. All right. So we get on the helicopter and.
Is she trying to put herself forward as the person who can replace Donovan?
Maybe. It's hard to say because it's like when I'm looking at chat, it's like one half of a conversation.
Yeah.
There's a little bit of a latency in the stream.
Now it looks like she said 12. Gee, is that 12 plus a 4-man crew, or does that 12 include the 4-man crew? Because if it's 12 plus, we're good. If it's 12 including, we need a second bird.
Well, if you know what, we'll just have one chopper for now, and if it's too many people, hey, Knight will sit in Ajax's lab, and it'll be fine.
And then I'll have to boot Eastman out of the helicopter. That's fine.
I can't win with you guys today. I can't win.
You did it to yourself, man. Come on.
You did it.
I'm loving it. I'm loving it.
Brun, all the times my characters start social drama, it's fun for me to be ragging on somebody else's character for starting social drama.
And
I can take it.
In all seriousness, there might be a second one because Jason is still gawking pretty heavily over at Taki. Jason made sure he was behind Taki as Taki climbed into the helicopter. Let's just put it that way. He wanted to get the full 360 on that one.
And I meant what I said. We lived through this. I might pay him some mind, but right now I got other shit on my mind.
I might pay him some mind. Nice. All right, so let's finally get started here. Thank you, everyone, for your patience. So again, we fly from Mosul in the Black Hawk to this little set of coordinates that I had marked outside of El Kabar. Okay, so
if you were cool, you'd have that music playing.
If I didn't want to get copyright infringed or whatever.
I read.
Yeah, right. So here is forward operation base Eagle Nest. Here comes our Black Hawk. Lands in a big storm of dust. Lands all over the place. All right. So
I always forget how big they are.
Helicopters are big, yeah. So yeah, you guys get out of the
scale to the vehicles.
Oh yeah, everything. This is one of my maps. Everything's to scale. Yes.
Okay.
All right. So
yeah.
That's going to be our home for at least the next 4 weeks. Now, this used to be a U.S. Air Force installation, or I should say temporary installation. As you're landing, you do see 3 people in U.S. Army tacticals. They'll be standing right in front of this Humvee. You mark it on the map. They'll be standing right in front of this Humvee or so. Hold on. 1, 2, 3. And they're kind of like crouched, like their hands to their eyes as the helicopter lands, kicking up all this desert sand everywhere. And then the helicopter gets ready to leave after you guys unload. And unless anybody has anything else to say, the helicopter will go ahead and take off and leave you here with all your gear, including the extra stuff that you guys asked for. Jenn, you do have your drones. You do have your 5 smalls, or I'm sorry, your 3 smalls, and you do have your box of 20 claymores.
Now they're just dropping us off, right?
Yep.
20 and Sigma are going somewhere else.
No. This is the forward base. That's why I wanted to see if 12 people would fit in this helicopter. Everyone is in this helicopter.
All right.
This is live for the next month.
Yeah, this has satellite uplink, so you're in like I said in the order, 6-hour comms checks with Pelham, or I should say Delham, back in Mosul. So you'll be in constant contact. There are options for if you guys really do get the shit shot out of you, they can pull you out within 4 weeks or whatever. Or if you need to, there are things. They just can't have more than 3 teams in country at the same time. So there are replacements available, but not reinforcements, if that makes any sense.
Yep. So I hop out and head straight to the 2 vehicles directly in front just to do a quick walk around before I drop my gear. I want to know what kind of toys I got.
Well, like it said in the orders, we have a Humvee with a 50 caliber on it. We have a Spartan. We have the this here is the JTLV, and then we have the MRAP. Mine resistant armored personnel carrier. I can't remember. Yeah. So a heavy military truck. I should say a heavy military truck, a very heavy military truck, although this one is the one that has the actual guns on it. A light military truck with a gun on it, and then a basic, Spartan, 4-wheeled all-terrain vehicle. Everything has at least some armor on it. The only things that are really armored is that, again, that Spartan. The MRAP is very heavily armored. MRAP says for mine resistant. It's very, heavily armored on the bottom, especially. And that JTLV has got some plating on it. Probably the lightest vehicle is this Humvee. Everyone's seen Black Hawk Down. That tells you exactly how armored a Humvee is. I.e., not at all.
Jim,
Yep.
Is that another vehicle on the back side of the building?
Yes, it is.
I'm assuming it belongs to the Army guys.
Okay, so the helicopter will go ahead and zoom off. Goodbye. We'll be back later. All right. So, you're going over to those vehicles, Taki?
Yep.
All right. Awesome. And, okay, as you're heading over to those vehicles, these 3 Army guys will start to approach you. What's everybody else doing?
I'll ask Knight which of the vehicles are assigned to my team.
Okay, so I'm sorry, I was reading the chat. You're asking who that?
Knight.
Okay.
What's he going with us?
Okay, so Knight will go to approach the 3 Army personnel, and as she's approaching them, you can go to her shoulder and ask her. As she's still walking towards the Army personnel, she'll kind of shrug her shoulders to your question and be like, well, I'm sure we can talk about that once we see what vehicles we have. She's pretty much here to break ties, for lack of a better word. In other words, you guys remember at Night. She's in charge from the company perspective, but she's not really very tactical. She can handle herself in a fight, but as far as a military commander goes, she's here to make sure the 3 teams play nice together. So if it comes down to a dispute, she'll make a ruling, but other than that, she's ready to let you guys agree with the other 2 teams about who gets what vehicles.
She's here to make sure the teams get along.
What did I say? Yes.
Does anybody besides me find her the not choice for that?
There's a certain amount of corporate irony in that choice, yes. And don't get mad at
never
me.
Mind.
My job as a storyteller is to provide drama and make sure you guys have fun by putting you in difficult and challenging situations. No, it does not make sense. Welcome to corporate America.
Which is why I did not walk towards humans. I walked towards vehicles. Vehicles make sense. Humans are weird.
When a vehicle breaks down...
Well, I'll follow her over to the military guys.
Okay, so you quickly meet Staff Sergeant Wilcox and 2 PFCs from 10th Mountain Division. They shake Knight's hand. If you're right there, she'll shake your hand. He'll shake your hand afterwards. Easton will also be there, and so will the third. Well, the third guy's kind of hanging back. He doesn't really. Literally can't remember his name right now. Noob number 1, Eric Mathis.
Dead meat.
Oh my god.
Red shirt, dead meat.
Yeah, all their shirts are green. The only thing red is Claudine's hair. But other than that.
I'll shake his hand and fire off a quick salute.
Oh, cool. Hey. Hey, don't salute me. I'm a staff sergeant. I work for a living. I'm not an officer. But hey, he shakes it off. He laughs. Don't worry about it. If you guys are here, we'll go ahead and take our leave. Our mission was pretty much, again, the Army and Air Force pulled out of this sector months ago. We've been here on a 48-hour rotation. We've basically been keeping our eye on the site, make sure these fucking people don't walk in and steal all this shit. He's obviously not very happy about being here. So, again, he points to these 4 vehicles. You guys get these 4 vehicles. Again, the JTLV, Joint Tactical Light Vehicle, or whatever. That's probably the best single vehicle the guys have. This is the largest and heaviest. It has the most carrying capacity, but it's completely unarmed. You've got a general. It's probably your fastest vehicle. Your 4x4 Sultan, and then you've got your old leftover from the Somalia days. Your Humvee 1044 variant with the 50 caliber on the roof. So you also, I think it's a 50 caliber on this thing too. I honestly can't remember what do I have in there on the graphics. I don't remember. Yeah, that's a 50 cal. This 50 cal is in an enclosed turret, as you can tell. That's light armor, but at least it does give you all-around protection. This thing is in an open mantlet. Again, check out Somalia. Check out
Black Hawk Down.
Black Hawk Down, the first guy killed, because he's standing there in an open hatch behind that 50 cal. So, word to the wise. So you got 4 different
Be safe out there, Cap. Or be safe out there, Sergeant.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. So we're going to get in this Humvee that Brun noticed earlier, and we're going to drive off. It's actually the worst vehicle, but, don't worry about it. We're leaving. We're heading back to, I think it's El Shadida. El Shaddadi, I should say. That's the closest thing the U.S. Military has to a base remaining here. Again, earlier in 2019, check out the news, the Americans have largely pulled out of this part of Syria. Again, I do honestly, above board and full disclosure, I do see both sides of the issue as far as whether or not that was a good decision or not. Yes, it fucked over the Kurds. Yes, I have a hard time agreeing with almost anything Trump does. At the same time, it does make sense. And that's the closest you'll ever hear me coming to defend Trump. Is the one thing the Russians would like better than anything is for us and the Turks to really come to blows over what happens in Kurdistan. Because that's a huge crack in NATO. And if Putin hates anything in life, it's NATO.
Oh, yes.
So anything that keeps us friends with Turkey, I know Turkey's government right now is not had the best human rights record or whatever, but those are the unpleasant friends that we kind of need to have at the moment. So anyway, that's where he's heading. He's driving back to El Shaddadi. Staff Sergeant Wilcox and his 2 friends. Also, Jen, I kind of forgot to go over this while we were back at the airbase. Your laptop had these locations in it. These locations were not showing. Like it says in the orders, these locations were encrypted until you're on base.
Okay.
As soon as you get to this base, you open up your laptop and you jack into the satellite Wi-Fi that is in one of those buildings or whatever.
Okay.
These sites unlock. So we can go over these in just a little bit.
Okay, Eagle's Nest is where we are, yep.
Yeah, you guys are at FOB Eagle's Nest, Forward Operation Base Eagle Nest. You guys are right in the middle of that.
And we're defending green, and red is our target, and red is Sigma's targets.
Red is Sigma's target. So there's the Balika River. That's kind of the edge of your op site. This is in yellow because it's uncertain. So we have red for enemy, green for friendly, yellow is uncertain. Yellow is part of that shared area I was talking about between the Turks and the Kurds. That shared jurisdiction area. It would probably just be a generally good idea to stay out of there. Because even if you run into friends, you might cause diplomatic problems. But yeah, we'll go over this map in detail. There's a scale there on the bottom in a little bit.
Okay.
All right. So, Brun, are you doing anything now that you're on the deck?
Stowing gear.
All right, so you're stowing gear. Well, where are you going to go to stow the gear? You got a whole bunch of buildings and tents and so on.
Needless to say, Taki was happy to see those air conditioning vents.
Well, right now everything's, they're leaving. Those 3 Air Force or 3 Army guys, they were the only ones here, and they're leaving. These buildings have largely been unoccupied for months. They were probably staying in like one room of these buildings. So, and as far as like what, there's a generator that gives you power, and they're leaving. Oh, one more thing Wilcox says before we go. Here in the main building, the main part of the building, you'll find a laptop. That laptop is hooked into the ground motion sensors and cameras at those 5 defensive sites: Victor, Whiskey, X-Ray, Yankee, and Zulu.
Okay.
So there is a network. It's not great, he confesses. He's like, we've been doing the best we can, but there's only 3 of us here. But over the last several weeks, we've been setting up ground sensors, ground motion sensors, and cameras, small webcams or whatever, around those 5 sites to provide some kind of security. So at least if somebody goes to attack one of those sites, we at least know about it. Again, some of them are 50 kilometers away. We might not be able to reach it in time, but we can. Again, we're literally 3 people here. That's why you guys are here. 15 is better than 3.
Sure.
All right, it's open. There's a little post-it note on the side with all the passwords on it. No worries.
Thank you, sir.
All right, so back to you, Brun. I'm sorry. Which way were you going to stow weapons?
Probably the main complex.
Okay. Cool. You walk into the main complex. You see the laptop that he was talking about. It's pretty much just an early warning system to let you guys know if anything might be going on at those 3 sites. It's not great, but it's at least a somewhat of an eye on those 5 places.
Well, that'll be on Taki's to-do list. I'll be right back.
Okay. Okay, so Jen's gone. Brun's busy. Brun, you doing anything else after you stole those weapons?
Just try to get a lay of the land, see, where we might be laying our heads and, tactically how this place is set up.
Okay, so you're looking around the buildings, like within the perimeter, outside the perimeter, or like...
Within the perimeter.
Okay, cool. All right, so I'll tell you what I will do. I will make this simple. I will roll dice. All right, so red dice for Brun and blue dice for Rasmus, because Jenn is not here at the moment. Blue dice for Rasmus. Rasmus gets an 8. Okay, Rasmus, as you're talking to Staff Sergeant Wilcox and his 2 PFCs are kind of walking around this building. They're going to get in their Humvee and they're going to head off on this road leading to the northeast. You're kind of turning around and you're now looking to the south. And maybe it was your battlefield instincts, but hey, you guys have been here a grand total of 60 seconds, and there's already somebody approaching the perimeter. It's a little bit of a dust cloud off on the horizon.
So looks like a vehicle coming in.
Okay, it's still at least half a kilometer out, so do you have like any kind of binoculars or...
A scope?
There you go. Perfect. I forgot about the scope. Okay, so you head off on you pick up the rifle scope and you zoom in. Okay, now, Dennis, are you still with us? Or has he got tired of waiting for us?
No.
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh,
Okay.
Yeah, sure.
Dennis, as you and the people that you described in your email are heading towards this base, you see like it's like, well, as you can see, it's on like a little bit of a rise. You're approaching from the south, so you're like way off this bottom part of the map at the moment. But you do see the glint of the sun kind of bouncing off of what looks like either a pair of binoculars or a rifle scope, something glass. So it looks like you've been spotted. So, Dennis, did you want to describe your approach, or did you want me to do it?
Go ahead.
All right, I will do my best. Looks like, guys, Dennis is joining the group after all.
Yay.
Okay, so yeah, Rasmus, as you look through your rifle scope, with your rifle scope being powerful enough, and they're not really trying to hide, but you do see about half a dozen riders on camels approaching.
Camels.
Yep.
Awesome.
I'll sound the alarm.
Okay.
We got incoming. Then
All right, Eastman comes
no
over.
need to
right
fire,
off the bat.
but
Easton's like already got his rifle off his shoulder. He's like, "What the hell's going on already? Jesus Christ, we just got here. They must have seen the helicopter coming in. God damn it! I told you we should have come in at night."
hold your fire.
Hey,
We don't know if they're
Holdenson,
friendly or unfriendly yet.
Let's not cut off on the wrong foot here, okay? Don't tell me to cool it or hold to my fire. I'm the senior team here. We're in charge. Okay, you're just here to help us out. You and those 220 noobs over there, okay? So you hold your fire. All right? How about that? And he starts looking. He pulls up a
I
pair of
look down at
binoculars.
him and raise an eyebrow.
You do the Rock. You raise an eyebrow at him. You're about to go one-on-one with the Great One.
I won't have to do anything.
You're pissing off the group sniper. You probably don't want to do that, Easton. Okay. Okay, so here's what we see. He comes up to within about maybe a couple hundred meters of the position. Donovan, you can see clearly that they're now watching you. Are you doing anything to signal your non-belligerence, or? Because as you look to the top of that little cliff there, here, I'm pointing at the screen like you can see me. I'm sorry. You see like half a dozen people kind of like here on this ridge as you're approaching from the south, and they clearly are now. By once you get within like 500 yards, they clearly see you. They're all very well armed. Just curious if you're doing anything to signal your non-belligerence.
I put a hand up in the air, an open hand.
Okay. Well, Easton will say to Gabrielle, "Is like, well, they're clearly not trying to hide. If they're hostile, they're the dumbest hostiles I've ever seen. So I don't think they're hostile." So Rasmus has overheard that, and Brun, if you want to be there, you've overheard that. Yeah, whoever wants to be there can be there.
Well, as soon as Sirius sounded the
I'll
alarm, I
nod
came
to
out
that
of the room.
assessment.
Oh, sorry, what was that, Brun?
Oh, no, just as soon as Sirius sounded the alarm, I came out.
Okay, cool. All right, now go ahead, Rasmus. Rasmus, go ahead.
I'll nod to that assessment. Even a stop clock is right 2 times a day.
There you go. All right, it's turning into a weird stream. We have Oriskany defending Trump, and we have Rasmus defending Easton. So it's going to be a weird one today, guys. Okay. All right, you're about 500 yards away now, or maybe even a little bit less. All right, so what we see here is, again, like I said, about half a dozen riders. Okay, they approach. So one of the guys, he's actually on a white camel. Okay, he dismounts along with 3 of the others. So I'm assuming that 2 of them stay mounted. Okay, so 2 of the figures, they're obviously men at this point. 2 men shake hands with the third. You don't know who it is yet because he's still a little too far away. And then they embrace and they back away as a third person approaches. Now this you will notice. The third person approaches the first person that dismounted, unwraps the little headscarf or whatever. He's out in the middle of the desert, and shows long flowing black hair. Clearly a woman. And again, they're kind of far away, but you can definitely tell what's going on. The woman and the first person that dismounted, spoiler alert, it's Donovan. Let me see here. I lost my place. Okay, they looks into Donovan's eyes. She gives him a deep, meaningful kiss, and then they share a look, and then letting go, and wraps back up, and then gets back on the camel, and gets ready to watches as now the first person is covering the rest of the distance to the ridge there.
Good God.
I didn't know he had it in him.
Uh-oh. All right, so the only question I would like to add, the only question I've got at the moment is, Donovan, are you bringing the camel with you, or does the camel go back with the other riders?
It's going back with the other riders.
Okay, cool. Just want to make sure. All right, so Donovan comes up this slope to join the rest of the crew. This slope is difficult, but by no means impossible. It's not a cliff. These elevation lines are not stacked up on each other. It's maybe 30 feet. It's a little bit of a tough climb, but it's not like a big deal, especially for characters like ours. And he joins the rest of the group. He's like he's got one hand up, open. He's like, "Hey, don't shoot." And I'll let him take over his character.
Templar.
I approach Sirius.
Templar, I presume.
I approach Sirius and I stick my hand out to shake it, and shalom.
Shalom or hello. Fancy meeting you around here.
Well, I was in the neighborhood, so I thought I'd come help out.
Jenn, are you back yet?
Good to see you, man.
Yes, I am.
Okay, cool. So, Gabrielle will kind of interject as she's leaving. She'll kind of like turn around to leave, and she'll kind of like say over her shoulder a little bit. She'll be like, nobody ask, because I can't tell you. And then she walks back toward the main building.
Uh-huh.
And she'll make sure that she makes eye contact with you, Rasmus, as she says that.
I'll just roll my eyes, but yeah. So let's get things started, and we got work to do tomorrow. If not today, what time of day is it?
Mid-afternoon.
Ajax likes to welcome Templar back.
All right, yeah, you guys, by all means, you don't have to talk to me to interact with each other,
Hey, buddy, what's going on?
Living the dream, sir. Living the dream.
You staying out of trouble these days?
He's not been with the group for a while, has he?
Meanwhile, from underneath one of the vehicles, you hear, "Ha!"
You know me, brother. I'm always in the middle of trouble.
Well, that's about par for the course.
Yeah, Templar Easton gives Ajax a pretty nasty glance as he says that. And then he goes off to, say something to Gabrielle.
So we're no, I was gonna say something tacky, but I'm not. I'm gonna go back to stowing the gear.
Alrighty.
I can give you a hand with that.
Stowing the gear and wait for a command meeting to assign the shared resources here, and
cool. Yeah, whatever you guys
then
want to
let's get on with the job at hand.
Well, there isn't going to be a command meeting to assign resources. She said we've got to work that out, but I'm not there. In all seriousness, I am seriously doing a quick inspection on all the vehicles, because just as we have them doesn't mean we're going to want them. This is the best vehicle, but if half of everything is shot, then
Right. The vehicles are all in pretty good shape. I mean, they're all actually in really good shape. I mean, they're used, but they're military maintained, so they've got they're full. They're not. These aren't captured Syrian vehicles or anything.
Okay, good. Like
They
I said,
have
I
been
just
sitting
like
in
to.
the desert for about 3 months, but like I said, this team was here, keeping an eye on them and maintaining them.
Okay, cool. Like I said, I just wanted to check. I don't want us to rely on this to get us where we need to go and have it break down
They are
100 yards out.
high-quality pre-owned vehicles.
So while the rest of the team is storing the gear, after I check the vehicles, I'm going to take a look at that laptop.
Okay. Yeah, like I said, the laptop just pretty much lets you know when someone might be approaching one of those 5 sites. Again, our actual operational area is here. Again, we are at Forward Operating Base Eagle Nest. That's our location. Sites Victor, Whiskey, Yankee, X-Ray, and Zulu are the former U.S. Air Force air defense sites. Most of them are automated now. They're pretty much just big, little hidden radar stations or whatever. There's no big, SAM sites or anything there. But the Americans can't keep an eye on things here if these GPS beacons, radar installations, and so on, are compromised by enemy ground forces. So these 5 sites in green have to be protected. Of course, Forward Operation Base Eagle Nest also has to be well protected. That's your job, specifically X-Team 619. X-Team Sigma is going to attack. Stay away from that town. That's a hostile city. That's a neutral city. Probably stay away from that as well. These, I did say that there were 3, and now I have 5 on the map. I should probably get rid of these other 2. Boy. These are the 3 confirmed sites for enemy air defense sites that need to be taken out. So you have to make sure that friendly air defense sites are protected so that enemy aircraft, including ISIS drones, don't operate freely over this area. Meanwhile, Sigma has to take out these 3 to make sure that our aircraft can operate over this area. And between those 2, if you guys accomplish both missions, the situation on the ground facilitates control of the air. I know we're kind of trained to believe that the opposite is the case, but in modern warfare where there's no front line, control of the ground can usually influence control of the air just as easily as vice versa. And again, the reason for that for those sensors is this is the scale. So again, some of these sites are upwards of not quite 50 kilometers away from you. Probably the furthest one is 50 kilometers away from you. It looks like Victor's the furthest one.
I'm not so worried about Yankee
it's
and
pretty much 50 almost exactly.
Victor.
Yep.
I'm not so worried about Yankee and Victor. Those appear to be the farthest away from quote-unquote the bad guys. But our front three, Zulu, X-Ray, and Whiskey, those look like those are going to be the ones we're going to have to keep our closest eye on.
Yeah, possibly. As a storyteller, I cannot comment.
Well, we're going to have to keep an eye on all of them, but those three are like probably going to be the hottest spots.
They're the three most obvious targets, but that also makes them the three most predictable targets. If the enemy wants to get cunning about it, they might try an end run. But yeah, you have at least some basic surveillance. Because honestly, you're a now you're a four-man team. A four-man team or four-person team cannot watch these 5 sites, especially not all at once, especially when they're at the most 200 kilometers away from each other, or 150 kilometers away from each other. That's like 100 miles between Zulu and Victor. I mean, this is a big map.
Yes.
All right, so
do we have any intel on current troop movements in the area?
Well, we kind of went over that a little bit back here as far as the kind of, where the most, dangerous areas are going to be. Behind you, I should say to the west, is neutral. And when I say neutral, I mean dangerously neutral. These are people that aren't your enemies, but they're enemies of people that think they're your friends. And those friends don't like you very much either. So, yeah, red area is pretty scary. So on this map, what's that town? Medan. So back here, yeah, there's Medan. So pretty much anything east of this river, or west of this river, again, it's marked in yellow, is, I wouldn't go there if I were you. The enemy is not going to approach from that area, because that's hostile to the enemy as well as to you. It's neutral ground. Everybody stay the hell out. Down here at El Raqqa on the south side of the Euphrates River, this is the Euphrates River, obviously. The Euphrates River is pretty much the demarcation line. Syrian Arab army controls southwest of this. Rojava controls to the northwest. That's supposed to be friendly. Troop movements, this is the Syrian civil war. There's no like brigades, divisions. This is a total guerrilla war. No front line. Anybody can really pretty much be anywhere. But in general, friendly-ish in green area, and down here in the red is, there be dragons.
So basically, as Rasmus said earlier, a shitstorm.
It's a shitstorm, yeah. Now, there are enemies down here in Al Raqqa who are fighting each other. So, I don't have them marked on the map, but Syrian Arab army, in other words, the Syrian, basically, the Assad regime, the official Syrian army is fighting ISIS down there. They hate each other just as much as they hate us. So if you first of all, I don't know why you would go down there. That's Sigma's area. But if you do go down there, you might hear gunfire and, explosions going off or whatever. That might be 2 enemy factions going at it down there as well. So not everyone down. Once you get south of that river, you have no friends. That is almost positive. However, even the enemies down there tend to fight each other. Because, again, there's two enemy factions down there, and those enemy factions are enemies with each other. It's not a coalitional war by any stretch of the imagination.
Okay, so I checked the vehicles. I'm in checking the setup for the surveillance. Yep. I am going to want a contact on 20 to also understand this surveillance. So in my ever so diplomatic way, I'm going to give a shout to 20 and say, hey, anybody on 20 know how to do anything with a computer other than sync their iPhone?
That's so appropriate.
20, let's see here. Oh, Don Wilson will volunteer for that mission.
Don Wilson?
Yep. You said anybody on 20.
Who knows anything about computers?
He knows everything about computers, especially how much they're worth. Yeah, he's looking at all this expensive technology going, yeah, I could definitely keep an eye on all this stuff. He keeps a very, very good eye on stuff. He's already turning over some of the equipment looking for serial numbers.
Are you serious?
Yes, I'm serious.
Can I ask you, Mr. Wilson,
Yep.
what you're looking for?
I'm just looking at the specs of this equipment so I know I'm familiar with it.
Uh-huh.
That's your new line, huh? Uh-huh.
Do you have a computer database in your head of serial numbers?
There's more than just the serial numbers on these plates. I'm also looking at specs. Particularly, I'm looking at the wattage. I want to make sure there's not too much juice running through this net that's going to burn out some of these processors. I don't know if you've noticed, but the electrical grid in this so-called base is not the best.
Touche.
Any other
How
questions?
badly are my bullshit detectors going off right now?
How badly are my bullshit detectors? I don't know. You tell me. Social observe plus perception.
9 tens. No, hold on just a second.
All right, while you're doing that, let me keep the game going. Is anybody? I don't want to leave anybody out of the conversation. What's anybody else doing?
How about perception plus deception?
Meanwhile, what's anybody else doing?
I'll ask Michael which vehicle he wants.
Okay, Easton definitely wants to lay claim to the JTLV.
Of course he does. That's the one I was going to say we wanted.
Well, we have to move the furthest, and we're going to run to the heaviest opposition.
That's okay.
That sounds fair. Well,
so
go ahead. So he lay claim to them. We got the next claim or claims. We'll ask Taki which one do we want?
Okay, so Taki's in the building looking at the laptops. Who else was speaking a second ago? I'm sorry, was that Brun?
No, I'm good. I
Okay.
wasn't speaking.
Dennis, what is Donovan doing at the moment?
Checking equipment that was brought along to see what he's got to work with.
Okay, so all the equipment that we have, on your character sheet, plus the equipment that everyone else has or whatever, like basic, backpack equipment, weapons. On top of that, the characters made sure to bring a drone. They also made sure to bring a box of claymores. They have 20 claymore mines in it with, detonators, both radio and hardwired detonators. And what else was there? Oh, 3 84mm smalls. Yeah, medium anti-tank rockets. As far as other equipment that is in the base, nothing that wasn't covered in the order. So the base has all the basics. This was pre-staged. It's got the vehicles, it's got medical supplies, a generator for power, that kind of stuff. Food, there's going to be a water distillery, or a water purifier. Refrigeration, the basic stuff.
Okay.
Everything short of HBO.
I'll wander over to the Humvee that's got the gun mounted up on top and check it out, see if it's good operational.
Yeah, she's looked through all the vehicles, but you're looking at the gun itself. Yeah, the gun looks great.
Right.
Quality pre-owned U.S. Army. Not new, not new by any stretch of the imagination, but these guys were maintaining it before they left, and Staff Sergeant Wilcox and his guys. So yeah, it's good.
Okay.
As far as ammo goes, plenty of ammo for both 50s. Looks like there's going to be a 50 here in this M1044. There's going to be a 50 over here on that JTLV, and we'll say that there's another 50 on a tripod. You guys can mount it wherever you want in this building, and then wherever you guys want to mount it, you can set up a stationary 50 so you're on the base to help with defense. Tons of ammo for it. As far as ammo for your personal weapons, you've got that. Other equipment here on the station that you were asking about, there's going to be a satellite uplink that goes back to Mosul. where the rest of the team, or where the team's command structure is kind of waiting and monitoring other operations in Syria at the moment. We've got
any bags for sandbags or anything like that.
No, not really.
Oh,
The fences are there are 2 stone walls here that are like, so we have 4 basic points of defense. Not a fortified building, but a stone building here, a stone building here. That's northeast, southwest, and then for northwest, again, we have the stone wall and a little, pre-made gun. Now there's no gun in it. The map shows exactly what's there. So apparently, when the army pulled out, they pulled out most of their equipment, as far as their heavy weapons go. But there is a position there as far as fortification goes.
Yes.
And back to Templar's thing. The only other thing that I can think of off the top of my head is, like I said, the satellite uplink, and that comes with Wi-Fi. So any kind of internet stuff that you guys want to do, in other words, if you guys want to bring that laptop that shows the surveillance net with you, it's only going to go about 200 meters or so. So you can't take that laptop with you to other stations and still watch the other 4 stations, because it's jacked into this Wi-Fi here, and that Wi-Fi pipes via satellite back to Mosul.
Right.
So it's kind of limited. I mean, this is a nice little home base, but outside of this home base, things are going to get a little bit more dicey. Other than that, it looks like you've got some fresh water. Again, you've got fresh water already stored on site, plus a distillery, but you've got 2 streams that seem to lead underneath the ridge in a weird kind of configuration here. And what your character might find a little interesting is it looks like there are some ruins over here to the northeast.
Ah.
We are in northern Syria.
Mm-hmm.
Whether or not that's just there for decoration or whatever. Again, those are the vehicles, basic equipment on the base. Other than that, first aid kits. Somewhere in there's a TV and a Xbox One or something. Who knows? There's like basic stuff here. Sleeping cots.
Jim, what are in the green tents?
The green tents, maybe some sleeping bags, some sleeping mats. Nothing really. I mean, nothing besides like basic stuff. There's no chests of gold or anti-tank missile launchers in there.
No, I just was wondering if the tents were where we were sleeping or if everybody was sleeping in the main building.
Well, there's only 12 people here now. I think there's 13 of us now. Yeah, we're now the Dirty 13. We have 3 full teams of 4, plus a CO, so to speak. So we got 13 people. And, again, the vehicles are to scale. Now the people are to scale. Oh, you know what I forgot? Bubblegum's with us too, isn't he, Rasmus?
Yeah.
You did say that in your email. I forgot about that. So now maybe we did need a second Black Hawk, because now we needed 13 people plus, or 12 people plus a Husky. Oh God, it's gonna take forever.
I mean, I'm not gonna go away for a month and leave Bubblegum alone.
No, you've left him out of the last 2 ops?
Last couple, yeah.
Well,
So,
I will
as
say
far
this,
as,
he's going to be great early warning for the base.
Yep. So again, the buildings are to scale, the vehicles are to scale. So as far to answer Brun's question about where we're sleeping, I think there's enough room in here for 13 people within the buildings, but that's up to you guys. I don't know if you want to be that clumped together.
Air conditioning would be nice.
Yeah, these buildings do have HVAC units on there. I did draw them, or include them. So I can't say that the buildings don't have them. There's even a prayer rug if you want to use that. No, but in all seriousness, I try to draw these maps to what is there is there. So scale-wise, as far as what you see is what you get.
The other building, the other building, did that have a AC as well? Or?
Doesn't look like it. That looks like an old, crappy building. So this was probably the building that was here before the army moved in, and this was the building that the army probably built, or had put up while they were stationed here during previous years.
Yes, so well, each of the teams take a room over there if there's a room for it?
Yeah, so we have internal structure, internal structure, internal structure. That's an outdoor parking lot. Obviously, there's like a little blacktop there and a little chain link fence. So there's 1, 2, 3. If we wanted to put 1, 2, 3 rooms, you know.
Yep. I think that'll take care of the sleeping arrangements, and nobody will end up fighting.
Cool.
Okay. So I got 4 dots on my roll with Don Wilson.
Oh, okay. Savvy plus deception. And you roll that against the 6?
Yes, I did, sir.
1, 2, 3 only successes on him. So he did not quite fool you. He got
Cop
3,
father.
you got 4. Cock father? What'd you say?
Cop father.
Oh, your cop. I couldn't hear what it sounded weird. I won't lie. Yeah, he's got that pawn shop itch going in his eye. It looks like.
Okay. Listen, Wilson, let me break it down for you. These equipment
You're talking to Don
that you're
Wilson.
eyeing, yep. This equipment that you're eyeing for what it's going to buy you, I could give a shit when the mission's over. But right now, this is the only thing keeping us from succeeding and failing. And FYI, in case you missed it in the mission briefing, mission fails, we don't get paid. And I don't care what money you think you're going to get from what you're going to scrounge. It's not the same as the paycheck we can earn. So keep your sticky little fingers to your sticky little fucking self until the mission's over.
Are you South African or Italian? Did you just go into like
a little bit of Jenn coming through.
All right. He's like, I can't possibly know what you're talking about right now. But he kind of holds.
If that's true, not only are you a thief, you're an idiot.
Hey, whatever you say. You know, I'm just here to do a job, like everyone else.
Well, to be blunt, I need someone to read this equipment. So I go ahead and show him everything.
All right. Ugh, I hope that doesn't sound too loud, guys. I'll turn on the fan because I'm dying of heat in here. All right. Cool. If that fan
I think we're all the way up in the 50s up here today.
Oh man.
Maybe 40s.
The weather here
we have a lovely day.
Absolutely gorgeous. I really should be at the beach right now. But
72 and sunny.
When I'm streaming, I keep the door closed for background noise and everything else, and it starts to get a little hot in there. But that, and I get like 3 computers going right now. Alrighty. So, cool. Alrighty. So I think that's it for, you know, unless there's anything else anyone wants to do for until tomorrow.
Yeah, Taki, which if the big one is ruled out, which one do we want?
Well, since we've got a large area to cover, I'm going to say our little Sultan is going to be our fast one, and it's going to get us from location to location as quick as possible.
Okay, so you guys are going to claim these 2 vehicles? That's cool.
The Humvee and the Sultan? Yeah.
And they'll take this one. 619. I'm sorry. Sigma will take this one.
Sigma.
They don't really need a second one because they're only going to be in one place at one time. And then we'll leave this big one here to carry a lot of the equipment and supplies. That's kind of the support team's job. That'll be 220.
Makes sense to me.
All right. Cool. Alrighty. So not Rasmus. Ajax was over here looking at the tents. Make sure I get the right guy here. Ajax over here looking at the tents.
He's moving something on the map.
He's moving something on the map. Yeah, you can see where there used to be something here, as far as like you can see divots in the dirt or whatever. Again, the army pulled out most of their all their heavy weapons really when they had to leave the area. So yeah, you guys got those two vehicles. I'm just trying to make sure everyone's set up here. Bubblegum's just pretty much running around going herp. Templar, you were in here looking at the buildings. After that, are you gonna check anything out or?
No, just hanging loose to see what we need to do next.
All right, Sirius. You were looking at the vehicles. Anything after that?
No, I think I'm good.
All right, and Taki was inside the building talking to Don Wilson about pawn shops. All right.
No, it's never good for the guy that separates himself from the rest of the group.
Okay, well you come back. I'm just trying to see like what you guys I've actually like checked out here.
Oh, okay. I thought you were about to start combat or something. I'm like, oh crap, I'm over by myself again.
No. Well, there is a map. I didn't draw the map so that we couldn't have combat here, but it probably won't happen yet. But no, this is like our forward base. I always say like the last couple of missions, our forward base or whatever has not had a map. I just had to describe it in general terms. So I was like, you know what? I'm gonna draw a map of the actual whatchamacallit base this time. There are things on the map. There are things to find. But if we're cool for now, we can come back to it later. The sun goes down, and then the sun comes up the next morning. Unless anyone else wants to do any drama, any more setup, any more interaction with the other teams. If not, no worries. We can go ahead and just hit the forward wind button. It's up to you guys. Going once.
We'll let the 220 keep and guard at night.
Yeah, that makes sense if they're... Well, okay, so...
We do not want them doing it on their own.
Alright, well, you guys tell me what you want to do with 220. And then tell me who you talk to about that, because you're going to get 3 different answers depending on who you talk to. About what 220 is doing, specifically. I mean, their overall mission is not in doubt. That's already been covered. But as far as what they're doing tonight and at any particular moment in the game, that's going to be a discussion.
I'll go to Mattis and basically tell him that I expect that as the support team, the night watch will be covered by his people.
Okay. Do me a favor. Give me a... Let's actually get some dice rolling in our role-playing game. How about that?
Ooh.
Why do I have... Oh, because he's still showing. Okay, let me go ahead and hide that tab. Just for now. Okay, that's going to be a wit sensibility, because you're not trying to be charming. You're actually trying to, give a directive. Plus, please tell me there's a leadership in here somewhere.
Yep, I got 2 in
There
it.
it is. Alright, yes, looks like 5 dice.
For 4 successes.
Okay, yeah, he has no problem with that. He's like, yeah, certainly. There's 4 of us. We'll do it in 2-hour shifts. I'll go ahead and put my newest person on first shift because, that's always the easiest one. That's probably going to be Claudine. I think she's, I don't know. I don't know if she's cut out for this job. It's probably, the best way that he can put that. So I'll put her on. I'll give her first watch. That's almost always the easiest one. You're already awake, so she'll take first watch, and after that we'll take 2-hour watches after that. Does that sound good?
Sound good to me.
Outstanding. No worries. He goes off and he goes to talk to his team members. All right, cool. Is anyone else doing anything as the day closes? I'm gonna keep asking just to make sure I don't leave anybody behind. I don't ever want to leave anyone.
Has anybody checked out that older building?
No one's actually walked in there yet. No.
Ajax
I think
will.
Rasmus looked at it to see if it had air conditioning, so I'm assuming that he looked at it. There was no HVAC unit on the roof, so I don't think anyone's actually walked in there yet. All right, so he's walking towards that. That's going to be Ajax is walking towards it. Is anyone going with him?
Yeah, why not?
All right, well, you're talking with You're talking with, with Mathis.
I'll head over there with him.
Alrighty. So that's going to be Templar and Mr. Sirius.
No, Mr. Ajax.
Oh, sorry, Mr. Ajax. You are correct. All right, cool. So, cool. They walk in there. All right, roll dexterity plus dodge, target number 10, or you're dead. Just kidding. I'm just kidding. I know people get nervous when I start moving miniatures around the table. Or not miniature, playing pieces. Okay, so yeah, you guys walk in the building, and yeah, it's definitely old. This is definitely the building that was here before. This was not built by the Americans or the Corps of Engineers or anything like that. This is an old, like, mud brick kind of a building here. Let me see what's going on here. Mr. Templar. Yeah, so are you taking a look at the building here? What do we got here? We got here. Looking at your character sheet here. I see.
I'm going to use my...
You got structural engineer, but there's no engineers on here, but that's my fault, not your fault. That's the game only has so many skills.
All right.
What can we use to approximate that with?
The education?
Well, yeah, education totally starts, but the way the game normally works is an attribute plus a skill. So yes, education plus something. We don't really have it on here, but again, that's on me. So how about we just roll education twice?
Okay.
Yeah, education.
Or education and demolition.
Education plus demolition. Or craft repair. Yeah, that's too small. You know what? Education plus 3. Here, you know what? Don't worry about it. Just education plus 3. So 7 dice, please. 6s or better on d10s.
I got 3.
All right.
Oh, 4. 4. I got 4.
All right, cool. So basically, you get to ask 4 questions about this building. Once I find it. So what you see is pretty much, what is obvious, at first glance. It's got a ladder and a staircase, an external ladder that leads to the roof, and a ladder that leads upstairs to a roof or whatever, obviously. And up there on the roof, there's going to be, the wall around the outside of the building that provides partial cover. No weapons up there, but it makes for a good defensive point. Yeah, and that's it for now. And then again, you got 4 successes, so you've got 4 questions to ask about the building.
How structurally sound are the walls? How much punishment can they take before they're going to crumble or allow bullets to come flying through?
Okay, so they're easily like 18 inches thick of either mud brick or stone. As far as how much damage they can take, this southern face has already taken a couple RPG hits. And there, you see like automatic weapons fire has hit the building before and it stood up fine.
Okay.
So it'll take anything up to an RPG for sure. It's an old school building. It would take quite a bit of, it would take a pretty heavy weapon to actually. Now I'm sure if you continue to pound on it with RPGs for a while, you'd eventually get through. But incidental RPG fire, like 1 missile, 1 rocket, 2 rockets, 3 rockets, 3 or 4 rockets all hitting in the exact same spot would eventually get through the wall. But no, this building has actually been hit by weapons fire before and is still here.
Okay.
The Army kept it here for a reason, I guess. All right.
I was just going to ask, do I see any signs that the Army had used it for anything specific?
Yeah, there's actually some cots here or whatever. Yeah, so they were using it as they kept it here because it covers the southwest approaches. So okay. It's part of the perimeter. So, it's not exactly the Alamo as far as it's the, holy crap, how far did I zoom out? Way too much. It's not exactly the Alamo. Yeah, you suddenly get satellite imagery of the place. But you've got a basic 4-point defense plan, and this is one of the 4 points. That's kind of why the Army was using it. Northwest, okay. Southwest, southeast is probably the weakest, and then northwest is the road, which is already back in the day being patrolled, and then again the biggest building is there as well.
Okay. Do I see any signs of a possible trapdoor going through the floor into what might be a hidden tunnel underneath or whatnot?
Oh my God! I can't believe you actually asked that question.
I'm glad he did.
Yes. You find a trap door and a ladder that leads down into a subterranean chamber.
Okay. We need to check that out.
Yep.
All right, and you find yourself. This is pretty much what you see at the moment. That's the shadow of the building. You can see it there, outlined in light gray, and you kind of drop back down. In fact, I should probably get your character in there. Come on, scroll up already. All right, and you find yourself in that little chamber. And that's what you see so far.
I assume we have a personal flashlight on us.
Oh yeah, yeah, like basic 782 gear. Yeah, I don't. Oh, do you have 20 feet of rope or 30 feet of rope? No, we don't get into that. Yeah.
Eat some spikes to spike the door.
You have socks. You have, batteries for your flashlight. The basic stuff.
Okay.
Jim, I'll follow him down there.
All right, cool. Are you letting anyone else know that you're heading down there?
Yeah, we probably ought to radio. Radio to the team, let them know what we found.
Well, we've got our comms on now, so.
All right, so
at least our team will know what's going on.
That's true. There are 2 other teams that may not be on your.
They don't need to be.
Oh my God.
Yep.
So what was Sirius doing? Was he talking to somebody?
At this moment, he's probably getting ready to get done with that now. But at the moment, Sirius was talking with the other team about who was going to take watch.
We're commanding around the other team.
Well,
so let me get this straight, Ajax and Templar.
It's not going to be challenged by Eric, by Mathis. It's going to be challenged by other people. But we'll get to that in just a second. No,
we're in the middle of the desert.
Yep.
Keep going. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was going to say, let me get this straight, Ajax and Templar. We're in the middle of a desert, and you guys are going to explore an underground tunnel. Shall we name the movies this did not work out well in?
There's plenty, but tactically this could be a major advantage for us.
I'll be all right as long as I got Short Round with me.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's no accident that all of these little blackout areas are shaped like gigantic rolling balls. So actually, that was a jungle. That wouldn't apply. Sorry, bad reference.
Okay, guys, do me a favor. Every 15 minutes, check in.
Sounds reasonable.
All right, we're gonna start poking around.
Okay, well, here's the map. You guys head. Looks like there's a door this way. And there's a door to the south, or there's part of the room you can't see right now. Literally, what you see right now is what you see, except for maybe this corner. You probably can't see that. But.
Well, we should see the rest of this room before we exit the room.
Yep.
So we'll move south, or I'll move south. Oh, looks like we have another doorway.
You got the bigger gun. Let me open the door.
Okay.
Yeah, and honestly, I'll leave it up to you guys how much of this dungeon delving you want to do right now, because it's big. It's literally goes under. There's a complex under here that goes underneath this entire forward operation base.
Well, we're gonna have to check that out because we don't want to get hit by a boogeyman in the middle of the night.
You can go back to other characters, Jim, while we search if you want.
Okay, yeah, we won't do the whole thing, and they might want to join this when they get done with their other options or whatever. But no worries. All right, so for now, you were going to check out that room to the west, Brun, first?
Yeah, I'll knock the door open so Templar has full view with the
Yeah, I cover him.
with a cannon.
Oh my god, if he fires that saw underground, I hope you guys are wearing hearing protection.
Oh, I'm hoping that if we're not wearing ear protection by now. We put it in.
Stop, put the earplugs in. Alright.
Exactly.
Oh my crap, yeah. If he fires that saw over your shoulder, underground, that's gonna be a moment. Alright,
better start learning sign language, right?
Mr. Ajax, let's get ready with some dice here. Well, we're definitely going to be working a lot with perception. Perception plus tactics, really. Yeah, perception plus tactics or urban terrain, because technically this is a man-made structure. So urban terrain might actually be... No, urban terrain is... Yeah, it's up to you guys. You have more dice in urban terrain, so...
Three successes.
Alright, if there was anybody in here... okay, cool. Alright, so he's in. I'm pretty sure that's the end of the building, right? Oh, nope, there is another thing after that. Alright, so Ajax calls out clear.
Okay, I'll follow in.
Alright.
Is there anything in this room at all, or is it completely empty?
These are mostly just empty caverns. Now, these rooms that are more square or rectangular are more recent excavations.
Okay.
So what? Well, I don't want to give too much away already. So, if you want to see what's going on here, yeah, perception plus, because you're in the dark, and you got only flashlights. You have no idea what the hell's in front of you, and it's pitch black down here. It's going to be perception plus urban terrain, target number 9. And whoever wants to make that roll can make that roll. Obviously, you're both down there. You can both make the roll if you want. Donovan, or I should say Templar, do you have your character sheet, or do you want me to display yours?
Yeah, I've got it up.
Okay. So you can roll 2. You don't have anything in urban terrain. You can roll wilderness instead. Or you know what? We're giving you your 3 dots in engineering. So you can roll.
Okay.
It's no longer education. Now it's going to be perception. Perception plus your 3 dots in engineering.
Okay.
It'll be 5 dice, but again, you're rolling against a 9.
Okay. Oh. I did not get any successes.
All right, Ajax, did you get any?
1 success.
Yeah, you do see some pretty recent footprints.
Are there any torches, anything on the walls that we can see that we could possibly light?
There are no torches. There are no.
Well, sometimes in these underground caverns, they've got
there
no
there are no
medieval
goblins.
Times.
There are no bats.
No, I know that sounded bad.
Hey, it's not. I'm not gonna blame you. I'm the one that put an actual dungeon in my supposedly modern RPG game.
Well, even in modern times, sometimes they have torches underground, like to light the way.
Yeah, but like in the corner, there might be like a lantern somebody left behind, like an electric lantern or a gas-powered lantern or something.
There's not a giant pounded out gold reflective mirror to shine light from the roof down the length of the passage.
No Brendan Fraser. There's none of that bullshit in here.
Although, Gaz has got to go. Bye, Gaz. Thank you for joining us.
Take it easy, Gaz. Take it easy. But if you guys find Rachel Weisz down here, I call her because it's my game. I get first shot at that.
So there's no door ahead of us. It's just an open cavern.
Yeah, these aren't these doors. Well, unless you find one that actually has a door. If there's a door, it'll be drawn in there. Right now, it's just like a gap in a stone. These are hollowed out right out of the rock.
Just a doorway.
Yeah, it's a portal.
It appears that those passageways are big enough or wide enough for both of us to go down. So
yeah, it's a good 6 feet across.
Well, shall we go forward?
Yep. Let's go forward.
I'll be looking around before we go through any entranceway, just in case there's some tripwires.
All right.
Oh, okay, that's a good call. So that's going to be tactics. So it's going to be perception plus tactics. Again, target number 9. It's going to be target number 9 for the duration because it's so dark down here.
Wow, 2 successes.
Okay, Templar, did you get any?
I got 1.
Okay, so Templar checks for tripwires, doesn't see any. Ajax also notices there's no tripwires. He also feels a draft. Coming out of the west.
We head down the passageway, carefully.
It's either an air shaft or an entrance.
Oh, that's an entrance. And again, you're finding more footprints. People have used this tunnel somewhat recently.
We report that back probably immediately.
All right. Yeah.
That's a breach in defense.
There are holes down here. There is a fifth direction from which you might be attacked. North, south, east, west, and below.
So with a little bit of explosives in my demolition skill, I should be able to set a charge to close this end up, shouldn't I?
Yeah, if you want to detonate it, you should be able to close out the tunnel, collapse it.
If boss wants to do that, and you might want to save this as a get out of dodge fast, quick.
The other one were to leave a couple of claymores.
Yeah, we do have 20 claymores.
Not everybody might check for the tripwires like you did.
Especially if they're used to using this tunnel. Yeah, you're looking around. Yeah, people are using this tunnel. I mean, when I say recently, I don't mean like, today. But, because no rain gets in here. Who knows how old these footprints are? No rain or no wind ever gets in here. They could be a month old. But less than a year, that's for damn sure.
Yeah, because even dust settles eventually.
Yeah.
Tracks will get covered.
And you're looking down. These aren't like boot prints. These aren't like U.S. Army.
I was just going to ask if they're sandals or bare feet.
They're not bare feet, but they're definitely not boots. They're either sandals or sneakers. So yeah, he's channeling his inner Billy from Predator. 12 men wearing U.S. issued army boots. They picked up the trail and headed off after the guerrillas.
They were heavily overloaded.
They were all carrying javelins. All right,
I mean, if nothing else, we report this back and then let command decide what they want to do.
Awesome.
Exactly.
Cool. So, obviously, there's a lot to go through here. We can definitely finish it up as we go. But for now, you're heading back to the surface. The sun is now going down. And Rasmus, you got a call, and of course, Jenn, you're also going to hear this on the net, that there is a tunnel complex, or at least a partial tunnel complex, beneath that southwestern building that leads outside the perimeter. And they're asking about the possibility of maybe setting up.
So we need a man on that.
Meanwhile, Easton comes up to you and he says. Meanwhile, Easton comes up to you, Rasmus, and he's like, "What's this? We hear about Team 220 taking over all the night watch."
Unless you want to do it.
Well, I was going to split it between the 3 teams. Because I'm going to need Team 220 tomorrow. I'm taking Team 220 with me on our first round of strikes, and I can't have them all be tired because they were setting up all night doing all the watches.
You're seriously taking the greenhorns into the field?
Yes. Hey, I got news for you. The greenhorns are already in the field. Look around. We're in the shit, number 1. Number 2, we are going to get our first. We don't even know if the enemy. It's doubtful that the enemy knows that we're here yet. So tomorrow's going to be our big chance to put the biggest dent in the strike. They're not going to come after the defense base. They're not going to come after your mission tomorrow. It's our chance to get that first swing in. I want to maximize it as much as we can. Oh, by the way, before you think about talking tonight about this, going over my head, I already talked tonight about this, number 1. Number 2, she already turned me down because I wanted all 3 of us to go out and hit enemy bases tomorrow. So we are already at the compromise. She gave me one team, not two. All right, he claps you on the shoulder just so you know what's up. All right, good working with you. And he heads back to talk to his team.
Fair enough.
Fuck no, it ain't.
Yeah,
It's
Dennis,
not
Dennis,
a fight that
Dennis, I see your.
I want to take.
I see your note, and I agree with you. But again, just drama for the drama for the story.
No problem.
Yeah.
I'm just chiming in without trying to cut in.
You are absolutely not incorrect.
Well, no, that is what I was going to say. Fuck no, they are not supposed to go out and attack son of a bitches. There's specific orders where absolute support in the rear. Their asses stay in this spot until either we need them or Sigma needs them because the shit has already hit the fan.
That's what I got, but I'm not in command. Which is probably a good thing, because Sirius is much more even-keeled than I am.
Deploy as an operational reserve, quote, ready to commit support to either X-Team Sigma or 619 as mission demand or tactical situations require.
And he could say that tactical situations require it, because he's bitten off more than he can chew.
It's vague orders.
Yeah.
Which he is exploiting. No, I'm playing devil's advocate. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm saying what he's going to use as justification. He has a copy of the orders in his hand, and he's kind of doing like the whole barracks room lawyer, as far as how those orders will be interpreted.
Not to mention Rasmus. No, not to mention Rasmus. He just basically told you have to now do night watch.
No, he said he's going to split night watch between all
He
three
said shared between all three teams. He didn't say that we were doing it by ourselves.
I know that, but he came to you and told you what you have to do.
He is the senior team leader on site.
That's true.
I'm just playing devil's advocate. I'm telling you guys that you're wrong or what to do, but
he's too concerned with whose dick is where. I don't trust him.
There it is.
He may be senior team leader, but he's not in command.
No, he's not. That comes down to Gabrielle, technically. Miss Knight. She is the case officer on site. Meanwhile, I almost feel while all this drama is taking up topside, we have Brun and Dennis down in a tunnel going, we really have other things to be talking about right now than, dick measuring contests. We just found a tunnel.
Yeah, who knows what we're going to stumble into next.
My immediate suggestion is to set up a couple of claymores for now on any tunnel that's going to lead into us until we decide further. That way we don't have to waste a man.
The problem is, Taki, we haven't even...
Well, if we set a claymore on top of the trapdoor, so you can't open the trapdoor without firing off the claymore.
Yeah, but we don't know how many other tunnels lead into the camp.
There might be resources down here we could use, too.
Exactly.
But for the night...
These tunnels that are infiltration routes can also be escape routes. If things really go sideways. I mean...
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
There's probably one that goes up into the main building. We're pretty close to it.
So we better go check the main building for any... I'm more concerned about our perimeter defense than I am about who stays awake at which point during the night.
I would agree with that assessment.
All right, cool. So...
And the good thing is we can talk about this all on our comms.
Oh, yeah. I mean, there's a little bit of interference because you're underground, but yeah, I'm not going to, cause a problem. All right, so give me 2 seconds away from keyboard. I'll be back in just a second. And then, all right, so Rasmus, were you going to go ahead and search the main building for trapdoors? Taki, were you going to go with them? Okay, cool. I'll be right back in 2 seconds.
I'm going to go grab some tea, guys. I'll be right back.
Serious?
Yes?
I just want to apologize for putting you in a terrible situation. It is 100% my fault.
Ways of the heart, yada yada.
Hey, but I'm just letting you know that the mission is the priority.
Always appreciated.
Look, I'm in the tunnels. I'm getting my hands dirty. What's that prick doing? Nothing. Over there, they're scouting off orders to people.
Swinging that prick is what he's doing. Whatever. If he wants to leave the base completely undefended tomorrow when we're out inspecting the locations we're supposed to be defending, cool.
Well, here's the other thing. If we leave 2 people here or 1 person here, we're splitting our resources up. So it's like...
Which is the point. 20 is supposed to stay here while we go out and defend, and Sigma goes out and attacks.
I agree with you 100%, Tagi.
But if I bring that up to Miss Bitch Knight herself, she's going to get in the female equivalent of a dick swing contest. Because for some reason other strong women intimidate her.
Yeah, we can't win that one.
Pick your battles.
Yep.
All right. On that note, I will take
Yeah,
another shot. Let me
my
go to
battle
temperature.
is the fuck. My battle is the fact that Team 619 can't do their orders because Sigma has taken away the base support.
Yeah, you guys cannot defend
That's my problem.
teams, I should say locations Victor through Zulu, if you have to stay here and protect the forward operation base.
So I'm
she brings
sorry.
up a good point there.
Someone needs to go tonight and lay that out to her. If after she is presented with that fact that 619 cannot accomplish their mission if we have to stay here and protect this place, and she still says send them out, cool, she is the boss. Dumbass choice, but it's hers. But I want it in writing.
We'll go talk to her, and we'll even take it in writing if need to be.
I want it in writing that the base support was sent out, so 619 could not go out and do what they were supposed to do.
All right, so are you guys doing that first before going down into the tunnels?
Yeah.
All right, so I'm going to go back to Brun and Templar for a while, and they'll do some more if they want to. They want to come back out of the tunnels? Because right now they're down there alone.
I think that was the order. We were coming back up.
Okay, cool.
I might be wrong.
Whatever you guys
Dennis,
want.
we were coming back up, right?
That's completely up to you how much of it you actually want to explore. I don't expect you to engage any hostiles down there, but I don't expect there to be any hostiles sitting on us. But the more we know about it, the better off we are.
I remember you gave a command to come back up and put a claymore on the hatch door, so I wasn't know if that was an order or if that was just
no, that was my suggestion for once we have know what's down there, a claymore on top of it, and we know that the door is kind of closed.
Yeah.
At least it'll...
Go ahead, yeah. The only thing is that claymore, right now the claymores are topside, so if we want to put a claymore on that tunnel entrance, somebody either has to bring it down to them or somebody down there has to come up and get it.
Well, I was just going to place a claymore on top of the trapdoor. So when you open the trapdoor, you spring the claymor into your face. We'll know you're coming up at that point.
The trouble is that there could be more tunnels that they could bypass that trapdoor.
And that also
they don't have to come up in that building.
That will also probably blow up that building. Claymores are mostly directional, so you can aim the claymore down in the tunnel. That's where 80% of the explosion will go. 20% of the explosion still goes back. There's a backblast area to a claymore. If you're cool with that, no worries. But it will kind of blow up that building.
I will bring them the claymore, since if I show up in front of Knight, stuff's going to go haywire. I'll bring the claymore over, you go talk to Knight. And like I said, if she still insists after we lay it out, that fact, that if she sends 20 with Sigma, then 619 sitting with our thumb in our ass the next day, cool, but I want it in writing. I'm going to bring them the claymore, and above board, I'm going to go make myself a drink.
Okay, cool. So while Taki is heading towards you with the claymore, did you guys want to do some more exploration down in the tunnels?
I would.
Okay.
Oh yeah, I'm with you.
Who doesn't like a good old-fashioned dungeon crawl? I don't care what genre it is, you're going to do a little bit of dungeon crawl. All right. So, no rolls required to go through areas you've already got explored. And once it's cleared, it's cleared.
Jim, you wanna switch me and Templar?
Okay.
I'll take point. If I go down, he's got the bigger gun.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I did update your playing piece, Templar, where it's a little more obvious you've got a saw. So
I see that.
You barely see the box of ammo in the bipod. So,
Yeah.
I mean, before it was basically just, it's an assault rifle, but we'll pretend it's a saw. Now it's the real dizzle. All right. So, Ajax and Templar. I mean, yes, Ajax is on point, but Templar is right behind him, so you guys can both make that same roll. Again, it's just to make sure that you don't hit any traps or anything, or anything else that's super crazy. Yeah, we were going to say, what was it, perception plus either perception plus urban terrain or perception plus engineering, target number 9.
Is there any chance I could use reconnaissance?
Yes, that would even be better. Good call, good catch.
Thank you. One success.
All right, and how about you, Mr. Templar?
No 9s.
All right. Uh-oh, 2 10s. If there's anybody in there, they're shooting at you first. Alright, you come up to what looks like the tunnel / passageway really starts to open up in front of you. So, yeah, this is where it gets a little dicey. There's a lot of angles in there. So do we want to do one more? Do you guys want to go left, right, or just go straight ahead?
Do you have any flashbangs with you?
I do not.
I know I don't.
Yeah, alright, so I think you have any, well, I don't know if you want to set off a regular grenade down here, but yeah.
Night vision goggles?
I don't think so.
I have night vision.
Would night vision work underground? So, as I understand it, night vision works by ambient light. In other words, starlight, moonlight, or whatever.
Exactly.
Lights. Yeah, this is actual blackness. I don't know if night vision goggles would work underground. Or at least not work very well. Also, your own flashlights would probably blind you if you were using...
True.
You kind of... I mean, hopefully I'm not too off on that. No one is really
No,
checking
we would need some kind of thermal vision.
Yeah.
That's something we should have thought of.
I guess it depends on exactly what kind of night vision goggles we had, but yeah, that's what you guys see for now. You guys want to break either left, right, or right down the center, because it looks like you're entering a rather large chamber.
We should probably stay along one of the walls. Yeah.
One thing that you'll notice, Templar, is that from here on out, the walls don't look terribly square. It's either much older or it's a natural cavern.
Okay.
I say we break right.
I concur.
All right. So, to the right, kind of sliding your back against the wall. All right, go ahead and make that roll again, guys.
I got 1.
One success.
Okay, you're seeing early Christian symbols on the wall, Templar. Is what you're discovering. This looks like one of the old hidden churches from early Christian / Roman Catholic. Well, not really Roman Catholic yet. This looks like it might be like an actual archaeological site. So looking back at these tunnels that we were going through before with the square chambers, okay, there are some caverns down here that were pre-existing. That could be as much as 1,500 years old. Actually, they'd be more than that. 1,700 years old, maybe even 1,800 years old. Now, they've been kind of picked over by various, archaeological expeditions going back God knows how long, the last 50 years or so. But what somebody has done is come down here and expanded those pre-existing, structures into, a more modern structure. So again, you've got a mixture of older, rounder, more rough kind of cut, older. They're still man-made, but they're just like literally over 1,000 years old. Connected with stuff that was cut in the last couple years or so. 5 years tops.
Are we seeing like forms of engineering, like holding some of these walls and ceilings up?
No, there's no braces, bar joists, any beams, any kind of stuff like that. There's no internal structure, no wooden, steel, or anything like that. It's just that some of it is just much more sharply cut. Like there's literally square chambers and square tunnels, and then the more rounded off stuff is much older.
So it's mostly natural caverns just expanded upon, correct?
I would say older caverns that have been expanded upon. Nothing down here is strictly natural.
Okay.
It's just some of it was cut so long ago it might as well be natural. Some of it was cut literally 1,800 years ago. Like, Peter and Paul era, early Christianity, hiding from the Romans. Underground churches, stuff like that. So no, you won't find any catacombs down here, or if there are any catacombs, they'll be emptied out. They've removed any of the remains. There's nothing like Indiana Jones down here. There'll be no chests of gold or pits of snakes or whatever. But some of it is early Christian era, the more rounded off stuff that you see here, but then connecting with these more sharply cut tunnels to these much more recently cut areas that we see here that are more rectangular or square. So if you're looking at straight lines, it's or relatively straight lines, it's new, as in like 5 to 10 years tops, and the more rounded off stuff could be as much as 1,800 years old. But clearly somebody found a series of older, I won't say caverns because they're not natural, but older spaces dug under the rock, and used that as a basis and expanded it outwards from there.
Right.
If that makes any sense.
We banking right again, Dennis?
That works for me.
All right, so you guys have done 2 actions down here. While that's been going on, Taki's been walking over here with a couple claymores.
Yep.
So she kind of catches up to you guys in the timeline. She finds the thing. She comes down and she's like, "Oh my God, there's like some Indiana Jones level shit going on down here. What the deuce?" It's pitch black down here. I mean, for us, it's new. I mean, for us, it's old. We've already explored it, but for your character, it's brand new. It's like, oh shit. So you're kind of like picking your way. You're like, where are you guys? Like, your voices are echoing from like all directions at once. Go ahead, Brun.
Jim, would we in standard tactical gear carry like flares?
Flares or glow sticks or something. I don't know.
Could we drop a glow stick like behind us to let Taki know where we're at?
Well, right now you're close enough. Again, the map's to scale with the playing pieces. That's why the map unfortunately has to be so big and Excel is running slowly. So she drops down there. She's going to be confused at first, but she'll call out and then you'll call back. And after a little bit of disorientation, she'll be like, "Okay, you guys are really only like 40 feet apart."
Yeah, we didn't move too far in.
Yeah, you guys entered right about here.
Yeah.
So she'll come up from behind you like that. Okay. Meanwhile, Mr. Rasmus, topside, what are we doing up there at the command deck?
Since apparently we'll need to do the deck measuring competition, so we'll have to find Miss Knight and.
All right, Miss Knight is in that main control room. That's pretty much that main area of the of the main building. She's looking at all those monitors. And she's, hey, Odinson, what can I do for you?
Well, what's this I hear about 220 going out with the Sigma tomorrow?
Yeah, Easton was talking to me about that. It seems to make sense. Sounds like you might have a different opinion.
What's the plan with the base at that point? You're going to defend it by yourself?
Oh, okay. If you have another opinion, we can talk about it. All right, just.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, her reasoning was, and what she says is, we have this surveillance and ground sensor network. So I was assuming, and again, correct me if I'm wrong, that at least the bulk of your team could stay here and monitor this site, or monitor all those other sites using this network, and then if something goes wrong, we can address it then. But at the same time, Easton makes a pretty good point that his team, in my view, has the more dangerous mission. That's why he got it. So I was going to provide him with the most possible resources, at least at the opening. I wouldn't suggest we keep doing this past the second or third day, or I should say past the first day. But for that first big strike, I was going to give him the most firepower that I could. Trust me, he asked for all three teams. He wanted to leave this place with pretty much one person here looking at these monitors. And I told him I thought that was crazy.
With you that far, that's crazy. What we would want is we would want to have the sites, aside from being remotely monitored, we would want to know what they look like. We would want to have them surveyed. We would not want to be caught sitting here and having to drive 100 kilometers full speed to react to something.
Unless you guys split
Not
up
to mention, if something does happen, the base will be undefended.
Jenn, you're not there. You're not in
Sorry,
the tunnels.
I'm not there.
You're not in the tunnels.
I'm not there.
All right. So Gabrielle says, okay, so she pulls up this map and she's like, all right, well, I mean, I hear what you're saying, Frederick, but at the same time, no matter where your team is, okay, if you want to like start driving around to all these different sites, no matter what site your team is at, 4 other sites are unprotected. You can't be at all 4 sites simultaneously, or all 5 sites simultaneously. So I don't know if you were gonna send one person to each site, or we don't have enough vehicles for that. I'm just trying to understand your perspective
here. My perspective is I would like to know what I'm defending, so we can set up contingency plans for each side getting under threat. So we can have claymores in a place that we can fire off remotely.
Okay, so your plan for tomorrow wasn't. She's literally just asking. She's not challenging.
Yeah.
Your plan for tomorrow was to drive from Eagle's Nest to each of the sites, like in turn, and either just take a look at it or.
Take a look at it, see what kind of static defense we can put in place, which is why we are bringing mines and that sort of thing.
Okay, what's this I hear about tunnels underneath this complex?
Ajax and Temple have found some tunnels under the complex with an entrance over at the old building over there.
She laughs and shakes. Well, she unpleasantly laughs and shakes her head. She's like, well, that's something that was totally in our mission brief. And by that, I mean totally was not in our mission brief. That's just fucking great. Okay, well, I'm okay. Both you and Easton are making good points here. So I'm trying to split this down the middle as best I can. So if you want to drive around to all 5 of these sites, are you going to need your whole team to do that?
Yes.
Okay, well, I don't know if that's going to work. Because I do hear what you're saying, that Eagle's Nest needs to be defended.
Even if it takes just leaving one of the or 2 of the 220s with you.
Okay, yeah, I was going to say, how about this for a compromise? We send 2 of your people, or we keep 2 of your people and 2 of 220's people here. tomorrow. That way you and one other person, half of your team, can make these rounds. Because it's just reconnaissance from what you're telling me. Reconnaissance and surveying. And that way we have 4 people here to defend our main base. And that way I can still at least give 2 people as reinforcements to Sigma for his initial round of strikes. He wants to go after at least 2 targets tomorrow. Because we're going to be here for 4 weeks, but as far as... So we can be doing strikes for 4 weeks, but we're only going to get 1 round of surprise strikes, is his reasoning. After that, they're going to know we're here for sure.
Yep.
So he wanted 3 teams. Then I cut him down to 2 teams. I can cut him down to a team and a half, but that's really as far as I'm going to go, because I do agree somewhat with what he's saying. And trust me, he's already not going to be happy with that.
I think we might be...
That I'm going to need 2 of your people here and 2 of 220's people here tomorrow. That leaves you with 2 people to make your rounds tomorrow.
So that'll be me and Taki going out. Let's put this on paper just in case.
You want this? Well, she's looking around her desk. They didn't really leave me much in the way of stationery here. But if you want, she can type up an email and send you out.
That'll do.
All right, cool. No worries. Hey, there's no reason. There's nothing against it. Hey, trust me. I know my reputation around here. I know I'm. People talk about me behind my back. They think I'm Miss Corporate. So I have no problem with a little bit of a paper trail. Paper trails are my friend.
Hey, I'm just as corporate as you.
Well, no, you're not. But you're getting there. Stick around and you'll keep learning, young Padawan. She laughs, gives you a little wink. All right, so that seems to be mostly resolved, or at least that's the problem with compromises. No one's going to be happy. I know Rasmus isn't happy. You damn well
I'm not happy, but on the other hand, I'm leaving Ajax with Knight.
Yep. There you go.
I know he's really gonna love that one.
Speaking of Ajax, all right. So now you leave that meeting. So
you're enjoying that far too much. They're serious.
You don't have to worry about Ajax. He's busy with a different hole in the ground.
Oh no! Oh no! We went there. Okay, so back underground. We'll do one more. You know what? Before I go back downstairs. Okay, so now that you're done with that meeting, Rasmus, what are you doing topside? Pretty much your whole team is now down below ground, except for you.
I'll pick up a bubble gum.
Okay.
And then
we'll make... Your whole team was not downstairs. I keep forgetting about Bubblegum. He's a part of the team.
And we'll make our way over there. I'll actually go lightly and not bring a assault rifle on the ground.
Alright, so you're just going to take the revolver?
Just going to take the revolver and bubblegum.
Okay. And you're heading over to the old building? And then you're going to head down that way?
Yes.
That's the one confirmed entrance we have so far. Okay, cool. Alright, so that's going to take at least one action. Meanwhile, we'll go underground, and then we'll come back up.
And before leaving Night, I'll tell her that we're going to go explore the underground cave-ins. Yeah, so if somebody's knocking on the floor somewhere, please don't shoot us.
I'll let everyone else know. Alright, cool. So, Taki has caught up with the 2 guys already downstairs. What are you guys doing from here?
I would assume continuing right.
I think that was our call.
Okay, yep. That's right. You guys did say that. Okay, Ajax, you're on point. Templar, you're on point. Or not on point. You're right behind. Taki, where are you going? Are you just gonna follow them along, or? All right, Jen, we can't hear you because you're on mute again. I can hear her talking in the living room, but not through the mic.
Sorry.
No worries.
Now I'm curious, but I'm wondering if I need more claymores. Like one for, I noticed that there were 2 tunnels into that building, one at each entrance to that building.
Oh yeah, I guess I should ask that. Who's actually going to set up that claymore? Because that's going to require a roll.
Well, I do. I
It ain't
have the
gonna be me.
demolition.
Okay. So
I've got 3 in demolitions.
that sounds like it would be you. I don't think anyone else has 3 in demolitions.
So I suggest we plant the one I brought with me with the tunnel that's heading directly out.
Yes, that was the whole point. But I was just asking who was going to make that roll, and then to go ahead and make that roll. So that's going to be a education plus demolitions check.
Okay.
All right, and however many successes you get against a 6, a regular 6, just let me know, and I'll kind of record that off to the side. And if anybody has to go into that tunnel, they have to beat perception plus tactics. And get at least as many successes as you got on your initial placement check.
I got 3.
All right, cool. So I will make a note of that. Tunnel entrance east, or actually that's west. Dyslexic tonight. Tunnel entrance west, 3. Cool. So anybody going in there has to make that roll. They have to make a perception plus either tactics or reconnaissance, and beat 3 successes. If they don't, they didn't see the claymore before it goes off. They're gonna walk right into it. And then if they see it, then they have to get 3 successes again on a second roll to disarm it successfully. So basically, what your roll just sort of determined, Dennis, was how well hidden and how well placed, how well set up. That are you doing it by tripwire or by contact manual trigger or radio trigger? I'm assuming tripwire.
I assume tripwires as well.
Cool. All right. I just want to make sure. I never want to assume, because then we find out that I was assumed wrong. All right, so while you guys were doing that, Rasmus was heading over. So that was a little bit of a pause, because you guys had to go back to the east and set up that claymore.
Right.
I do not think Taki or Ajax wanted to go further down these tunnels by themselves. That didn't, I would not suggest too much of that. Now, where is that alien counter? Oh, wait. Coming out of the goddamn walls, man! Oh boy, where the hell is this? Come on, Mr. Sirius and Mr. Bubblegum. 2.
Mental note for next time: thermal imaging.
Got it.
All right,
Thermal detonator.
Yeah, Bubblegum is very nervous going down to these tunnels. From what I understand, Huskies like big, wide open spaces. This is anything but that.
Yeah.
Alright, so now that Claymore's been set up over there on the West Tunnel, set up with a success rating of 3. Sirius has joined us. We now have a dog with us. A little battle dog. Alright, and we're ready to... That's not the right scale here. Hold on. Alright, we're ready to continue. Alright, so, yeah, however much you guys want to go down into this tunnel complex, it's if you guys are happy spending the next couple, a while crawling around these tunnels, that's fine. I've got them prepared, but there is a lot down here, so it's up to you guys. I'm working for you, so to speak.
Well, we can split up into 2 teams.
Yeah,
At least we want to move as far as roughly where we guess the main building would be. So
okay.
yeah, but
okay. So meanwhile, Templar and Ajax, you guys are on point, or at the front. You guys are making the same rolls before as you're leading the way. Are you guys going to continue down this? Let me mark this here. Are you guys going to continue down this wall here, or are you guys going to duck into this chamber this way?
I believe Sirius was more interested in taking a path towards the main building.
well, you're on point. You decide the direction. I just said that we want to make sure that we cover to roughly that point. We want to make sure that the main building don't get surprised from beneath.
10-4. I'm gonna bank right.
Okay, so option 1 or option 2? We're going to go option 2?
Option 2.
Option
I don't
2,
want to leave.
yeah.
I don't want to leave anything behind us that we haven't checked.
Exactly.
Cool. All right, cool. So go ahead and make that roll. Like I said, a perception plus either recon or engineering.
And I'll be paying more attention to bubblegum than reckoning myself.
Bubblegum is fucking about ready to shit himself. No, I mean, for real. He is very, very anxious. Tails down, muzzles down. He is, he's been happier.
1 success.
No success.
So, Ajax got 1 success. Dice. Target number 8. Cool. There's the roll. You guys see it. So Ajax, as you're going through the room, you do spot a trap. There's a little bit of a false floor there, and through the false floor is a bunch of. It's basically a Middle Eastern version of a punji trap.
Mm.
Primitive traps, sir. Primitive traps.
Very primitive. Yeah, that's true. You were saying that. Don't make fun of my primitive defenses. We just avoided one. Yeah, so, yeah, call it out. Don't step on this little piece of dirt right there. There's actually no dirt there. It's.
I'll mark it with a glow stick.
It's like, I don't know, I don't want to say a shoebox, a little bigger than a shoebox. Probably a couple shoeboxes put together. Kind of a sized hole in the ground, and at the bottom of the ground is like a bunch of rebar that's been cut jaggedly. So if you stepped on it without knowing it, you would fall down into it. Maybe about 12 inches, 18 inches. Not enough to break an ankle, but you would impale yourself on one of those pieces of rebar. So yeah, somebody.
Appreciate you finding it.
Somebody doesn't want you down here.
Exactly what I wanted to see.
Make sure that I'm not revealing too much here. Is that another? Okay, there we go.
Hey, boss. It looks like we got another potential entrance or exit.
Does bubblegum react to that as if he's sniffing fresh air, or?
Perception plus animal handling. Is that a skill on my stupid game that I should know the damn things?
I do have an animal handling. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I figured my question was more like if it was it in the game, because I don't remember my own rules. So yeah, perception plus animal handling.
And I think I got 3 in animal handling. Yeah.
Yep.
Yes.
And 4, so it's a pretty big roll. You and Bubblegum are kind of on the same page.
4 successes.
Okay. And we'll do a general 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Difficulty, or whatever the word is, difficulty roll. Hold on a second. I'm going to go ahead and minimize OBS, so if it does pop up, it won't show. All right. That very annoying thing that happens to me in all my wargame streams, I think I found a way to, if not beat that, minimize it. So anyway, okay, yeah, you got it. No worries. No, he is not reacting to anything on the other side of that room. Bubblegum is much more concerned with something to the northeast. He goes about that far and stops. Until you step in front of him or literally drag him past that point, he will not go past that point. But he is definitely, his attention is definitely fixed to the northeast.
Boss, do you want me to check out this entrance?
Have a quick look down there. Somebody stay with me. We'll cover the northeast. 2 men in there, 2 men to the cover the northeast.
All right, so at the moment
I got your back.
Yeah, at the moment I have. Okay, so Templar, you're gonna back out of the room. I put you in the room because you made that roll. If you want, you can back.
No, I wanted to say that I have his back. I'm sorry.
Okay.
That's what I was. Ajax.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah. Okay. So Taki, are you cool with staying outside with Sirius? Because Sirius would like someone to stay with him. Okay, cool. Yeah, 2 people in a chamber is not too scary. 1 person in this dark is because there might be something down here. Besides you guys.
Just a question for the general group. Am I the only one that holds my neck when I'm talking in the mics?
Hold your. Alrighty.
I missed it.
Force a habit. Sorry.
All right, we got Ajax. Okay, so Ajax was asked to go look at that possible that southern gateway there.
Ajax volunteered to go look at it.
All right, so that's gonna be another roll just like the other ones for Templar and Ajax.
If this was real White Wolf, I'd be screwed right now.
Oh no, a lot of ones.
2 ones, only 1 success.
I got 1 success.
All right, cool. I honestly don't remember what I have down here. Yes, it is another gateway.
We call that back to Sirius.
And it is an egress point used by the people who use these tunnels so that it is not trapped.
So yeah, we will need another mine once we have it checked out the northeast. I don't like the northeast. Bubblegum is reacting to it.
Jeez.
Yeah, but
and sure enough, there's another doorway.
I was about to say we're now seeing another doorway to the south end of this.
Yep.
This place is a fucking maze. I'm here to tell you. Surprisingly easy to draw. Just grab the layer from the base of the ridge on the other map, drop it on here, blot it out to a single color, and then just erase little tunnels in it. I literally dug my way through it with the eraser tool.
Well, to gather up here again, and then we'll push towards the northeast.
You want me to go ahead and set a claymore at this entrance?
We don't have one. We only brought one down.
We would need to go topside and get one.
Okay.
We might have to come back and booby trap this place.
Yes. Or find the entrance from the outside and booby trap it from the outside. I mean, now we know roughly where it is.
So we're regrouping.
There are multiple outside entrances.
Yep, there's at least 2.
We just found the second one.
Yep.
That part is right now we know that there's nobody in these rooms, but if we leave these rooms and explore the rest of it and then come back to booby trap it, we have to go through the same cautionary walking through to make sure nobody's snuck in on us behind us.
So do we have general comms for the base? We could get somebody from 220 to bring us a claymore.
That would be nice.
Oh yeah, we can do that. All right. So Frederick, you making that call?
I'll make the call. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Cool. Who are they sending down here? Underground caverns loaded with dwarf gold. Here comes Don Wilson.
Oh,
you better bring more than one.
No, the one person that they're definitely not sending down here is poor Miss Claudette or Claudine. She's no. Trust me, he knows better than that. Who would they send? That's a good question. Mathis isn't doing it. He's too busy. Claudine, hell no. Either the machine gunner or Don
All
Wilson.
someone has to do is bring us a box.
Yeah, down into a booby-trapped underground tunnel loaded up with God knows who. Al-Qaeda, fucking ISIS, God knows who else.
Send Jason. Jason will bring it.
Who the hell's Jason? Josiah Wolf?
Jason Kiddings.
Oh. That's on Sigma team. He ain't coming down here.
He'll volunteer. Taki's down here. He'll volunteer.
Taki in the dark?
Taki's down here in the dark.
Oh no. Alright, so...
As sands through the hourglass, so are the days of our lives.
Down comes Don Wilson.
Good old Don.
Good old Don.
He brings down a magnetron. All right, so Don Wilson comes down the hole. I won't put him on the map because he's not going to be here for very long. Trust me. He's like, holy shit, this place is scary. He comes down. He brought basically a backpack full of claymores with the detonators and so on and so forth, the wires, the fuses, and so on. He brought down 5 quote-unquote units of claymore. So 5 charges, 5 detonators, 5 sets of wire, the whole 9 yards.
Yes.
So now you have a total of 6. 1 that's already been set up and 5 new ones.
And I'll take that because I'm not really carrying anything, as I'm only armed with a revolver.
Yep. Alright, cool. So, meanwhile, you guys have come back up here, if I understand it correctly.
Well, yeah, we'll have to get the claymore so Templar can set it.
Alright, Templar,
Yeah,
let's get
before we leave this area.
Right, let's get another roll on that one, a Templar, to set it. That's going to be education plus demolition.
Another 3.
Epic. Let me write that down. Not that anyone's ever going to come through these tunnels or anything. Just in case somebody does, I've got the number requiring it. Oh, that was actually Templar that went down there. So Templar went down there, set up the charge, and now he comes back up. Cool. Here we go. Alright, the 4 people are back in that main chamber. No one has cleared this door, to my knowledge. So now it's up to wherever the wherever the group wants to go.
Boss said northeast. We're going northeast.
Northeast is where the dock is indicating, and northeast is where the main building is. So that's the one that can really take us by surprise. So.
Okay, so I'll draw on the map. Option 1, option 2, option 3, and then if whatever option, who's on point?
I think 1 and me and Bubblegum will. Me, Bubblegum, and Ajax will pull up the front. Not to on Super Templar, but he got the big gun.
Okay.
All right, so a Bubblegum will stay beside you, but he won't go in front, ominously.
I should probably take lead, Chief.
Yes.
Okay. Cool. So Ajax plus Sirius, either make a perception plus recon roll.
I finally got a good roll.
Okay. Okay, what do we wind up with?
2 successes on me, sir.
Okay, how about you? Okay, well you're on point, so I'll just use your roll. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
4 successes, but.
Okay. I don't think Rasmus is going to hit anything. Let's see if Mr. Ajax does. Okay, that is 3 successes.
We are still using target number 9, correct?
Yep.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
Uh-huh. That is Taki's reaction to everything from now on. Uh-huh.
Is that like your new catchphrase? Uh-huh.
Uh-huh.
Oh, shite.
Oh, for God's sake.
Contact.
Oh. Okay, so...
Oh, that's nice.
You got 2 seconds to surrender.
Rasmus, you beat the roll, you get first shot. You see them a split second before they see you, and they see Ajax a split second before Ajax sees them. And then we'll go to the other two characters. So, Rasmus, what are you doing?
Let's see. I'll fire at the lone guy.
Okay, cool. Dex plus pistol.
Target number 7 or
So, yeah, 6, and then it's
9
contested. Yep, it's always always 6.
say,
Unless whoa. There might be a thing for the pistol. A revolver large. So Dex plus pistol plus 1. Revolver large. Yeah, you have whatever that is plus 1 dice. But the target number should always be a 6.
Okay, then 4 successes.
Oh, because of the darkness? Yeah, don't worry about it. I'm just going to keep it simple. They're shooting back at you with a 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That was a good question. So his cover conceal, because he has stone walls for cover. Cover and conceal plus agility. Alright, cool. Alright, and then what was the result on your... Oops, wrong thing.
4.
4, 1, 2, 3, 4. You missed. So that's a tie. So 4 successes to 4 successes is a tie. Ties or misses. So now they're going to shoot at Mr. Brun or Mr. Ajax. Mr. Ajax, you have some stone down there you can use as cover and concealment. I can find the map again. Find the map again, please. Oh yeah. Yeah, these are like stalactites or whatever, like lumps of rock that are sitting in the middle of the floor. You will be able to use some kind of cover. So go ahead and please roll cover and concealment plus agility, please.
Three successes.
All right, 3 successes. Troop number 1. 2 successes, missed you. Troop number 2. 1, 2, 3 successes, barely missed you. Again, ties are always misses. Trooper number 3. 1, 2, 3 successes. Alright, so you were shot at 3 times, missed 3 times. You're drawing all the fire, Ajax. You're on point. Yeah, you're in a little bit of a crossfire. You are officially pinned the fuck down. But so far, nothing's actually hit you meaningfully. You may have like a little bit of superficial damage, like bullets bouncing off the rock, a little bit of like splinters in the face or whatever. Everybody has an earache for a while, that's for damn sure. That 44 Magnum just fired off inside a cavern. Yes, you are wearing hearing protection, but still. So, okay, enemies have taken their first
The real question
action.
is, are the enemies wearing ear protection?
Well, they live down here, and they're used to firing guns, so they've got something. Their hearing protection is probably a nice big mouthful of cot. They've been chewing drugs for the last 10 hours.
Ah,
So
yeah, there we go.
they may not give a damn. Okay, so now that we've done the 2 characters that were in front and the 3 enemies, now we'll go to Taki and Sirius. I'm sorry, Taki and Templar. Yeah, you see muzzle flashes, you see who these guys are, and then we'll come to both.
Can Bubblegum be released as well?
Yes, after the other 2 player characters go. So Bubblegum is technically an NPC. NPCs always go last unless, you know.
I just wanted to know.
Oh yeah, trust me, I haven't forgot about them. Yeah,
I'm going to open fire on the 2 over in the entrance.
All right, cool.
The doorway.
Here comes the saw. Sweet. I've missed the saw in these
As I
games
said.
the last couple times.
Taki's first reaction.
I'll say I'll miss the saw.
Hey, I missed the character.
Taki's first reaction was radio. You know, was a radio call. Contact.
All right, cool. So I'll do Templar versus these 2. Let's pull up Templar's character sheet. Sweet. So here we are. We have, oh god, all kinds of stuff going on here. Tactical attributes. Oh, machine gun. Sorry, Dex plus machine gun. All right, so you got a total of 5 dice. The light SMG is rating 0 because it's not that accurate. However, you have a bipod if you want to use the bipod. And that gives you an automatic success, and then you start splitting dice pools. So you want to take 1 shot? I mean, it's up to you how you want to do that. Do you want one shot at both of them, or?
No, I want to try and pin them down. So I need to take 2 shots. I would think 2 bursts.
Cool. So the way that would work is dexterity plus MG is our normal chance. That's a 5. You're taking 2 shots. That means you don't roll once at 5. You roll twice at 4. However, if you're using the bipod, you get 1 automatic success for every attack. So bipod plus machine gun rules equals holy shit, this is what a machine gun can do. That's kind of how the game is designed. It allows you to spray out a lot of fire and deny a lot of area. So 2 chances at 4 dice each.
Right.
However, you automatically have 1 success on each one of those because of your bipod.
Okay. All right.
That means that you're not moving for this entire turn.
And my target was a 6?
Yep.
I got 3 successes on the first one, plus the auto success makes 4.
Okay. And then on the other one, that was 1 success on him, so you hit him for 3. And the second one?
I got 2 successes, plus the 1 auto makes 3.
Oh, okay. The second guy you definitely missed, because he got 4 successes. All right, so you missed the first one. Sorry, you missed the second one, but you definitely hit the first one. You hit him pretty hard for 3. So that is going to be 3 plus the damage of 5 equals 8 total dice. Target number of 5. Non-armored, not terribly well-fed guys. Stamina 2. So yeah, your 3 successes plus, like I said, the damage code of the weapon, which is 5. So 8 total. Target 5. Again, refresher, and also for people in the chat, target number is always the target's stamina plus 3. So these are pretty much low-ranking guys that they're fighting, so their stamina is only 2, plus 3 is their target number of 5.
Templar got all the stamina.
That's 5 hits.
All right, cool. He has no armor, so he's down 5 levels. He's down to heavy bleeding. And he's taking more damage next turn from bleed out, because he's already down into the yellow. Also, he's at negative 2 dice for anything he tries to do going forward. Jenn's first action was to call in the radio. Got that. Now we go to Bubblegum. Bubblegum, what are you doing?
I think Bubblegum is...
What is Sirius telling Bubblegum to do?
I'm sending Bubblegum at the guy I shot at.
Alright.
Let's see what a 2 XP worth of a dog can actually do.
Alrighty. I had dice for this. How do I do them? Oh, there they are.
Well, Bubblegum isn't supposed to like take out units. They're supposed to incapacitate more, like, right? Like take them out of the fight.
Yep.
Alright, so Bubblegum is technically an NPC. Trained NPCs usually get a D8 against a D6. However, he is a dog, to be perfectly honest. He doesn't have a firearm. So I'm going to make it a D6 versus a D6, and we'll see how he does. So this is his attack against Insurgent number 1 up here. Show Mr. Dice box here. Okay, black dice is for Bubblegum, yellow is for the Insurgent. 4, tie and tie. So they're actually in a little bit of a tussle at the moment, but no one's done any damage to anyone else. Because they literally tied 4 to 4. So that battle is ongoing. Crunch, crunch, munch.
So he probably won't be able to shoot at anybody then.
Well, he's engaged in technically melee combat right now.
Right.
With a freaking dog. So
right.
He's probably not thinking about shooting at anybody at the moment. Okay,
right.
So
okay.
Back to the top of the order. Sirius, because now everyone's taking their first action. Sirius, what's your second action?
I'm gonna shoot at the guy that's still standing, not engaged with Bubblegum, not the bleeding guy.
Alright, so yeah, this guy is wounded. This guy's not hurt yet. So Sirius turns this way and fires at this clown. Epic. Alright.
3 successes.
Dex plus pistol plus 1 versus his 5. is
Oh yeah, +1.
Yeah.
4 successes.
Cool, that made a difference. Yeah, that pistol gives you a +1. 1, 2, 3. You hit him for
Reroll.
1. So you hit him for 1, and I don't remember what the damage code for the heavy revolver is. It's probably pretty big. +4. Oh my god. It's a 44 Magnum. It'll take your head clean off. So 1 + 4 against a 5, please. It wasn't a very good hit. You probably hit him in the shoulder or something.
4.
Okay. So he is down again to broken bone. Cool. Yeah, you probably broke his shoulder. Probably passed right through his shoulder, ball and socket joint. A nice injury that will totally not heal for a very long time. Okay. Next we go to Ajax. What are you doing for your second action, please?
Sorry, I was muted.
Ron, you're muted.
Yeah, I unmuted myself. I just looked up.
So
I'm going to assume
this guy's
that
strangled up with bubblegum. These 2 people are wounded.
I mean, you don't have a lot of time to think about it. I'm just going to assume real quick that bubblegum is really only trained with Sirius, correct?
Yep.
Okay, then I'm going to shoot at one of the guys. I'm going to turn flank Sirius. I'm going to turn and fire the other guy that's the guy at the top. He's already hurt.
Okay, give me 2 seconds.
Because I was going to run and body tackle that dude that was fighting bubblegum, but I might just end up interfering or getting bit. So, no.
Getting chomped.
Exactly. I was just going to.
I would think bubblegum have been around you enough.
I don't know. I mean, if we've done tactical scenarios with bubblegum and he would not attack us or not. So my initial reaction would just turn and fire. But now that I know, next time I'll make a different decision.
Seriously, got that pistol pointing now. All right, cool. Ajax, Go ahead and roll your dexterity plus. First of all, I forgot. We may have forgotten something last time. What are you carrying, Mr. Ajax? You're carrying the assault rifle medium?
Yes.
Okay. We may have missed this last time. You get a +1 rating on that.
Yes.
So some weapons are more accurate than others. So that rifle is pretty good. So whatever your dex plus rifle is, add 1 to that, and that's your dice pool. You get a 1 dice pool bonus for that weapon.
Target number 6, sir?
Yep. Oof.
5 successes.
Oh, shit. I'm re-rolling this because I forgot he's wounded. I have to take 2 dice off his pool. That's the whole point of being wounded. He got 2 successes. You got how many to hit?
5.
So you hit him for 3, plus damage code of the weapon is 6. 7.62 millimeter full metal jacket, medium class assault rifle. Ba-bam! Is there assault rifle? Hold on. Assault rifle small?
You have it on there.
Here's assault rifle small and carbine. Okay, yeah, so assault rifle medium would be like an AK. Or some kind of actual, 30 caliber sniper rifle, or 30 caliber assault rifle. Hence the larger number. Okay, cool. So you hit him for 3. The damage code is 6. So that's a total of 9 dice versus a 5 for damage.
Seven successes.
Oh my God, he was already at 5. So now he's down to 12. Yeah, he is. He is. Got a one-way ticket to Allah, cord right through the middle of his brain. He is done. All right, that's it for him. Okay, then we go down to Templar and Taki. So Taki, you want to go first since you kind of used up your turn last turn, making a radio call? Looks like you've got 2 targets left.
Jen muted herself.
And unmute yourself.
Sorry. Sure. Sorry. Realistically, I probably wouldn't be walking around with the new assault carbine. I'd probably only have my handgun.
Okay.
I mean, to be realistic, I was running down to drop off a claymore. I wasn't expecting to get into a firefight. So handgun, I will
understand
shoot
how you can come
at...
to that decision. You knew that Jim drew a map of the area. There's going to be a firefight there. Hint number 1.
I didn't know if there was going to be one right
you were
now.
carrying your carbine, but you know.
So we only have 2 targets.
Yep.
I will shoot at the target that bubblegum is gnawing on.
Okay, you have to take 2 dice off your pool because you have to avoid hitting bubblegum.
Absolutely.
You're shooting through a friendly unit. All right, cool.
Yep.
All right, so.
Yeah, I'll be very upset if you hit bubblegum.
If you shoot bubblegum, right? So we have dexterity plus SMG. That's a total of 5 dice. SMG is. You said you were not shooting the SMG?
Remember, I don't have it. I have the assault carbine.
Okay. Oh, the assault carbine is even bigger. The assault carbine is huge. So you're not bringing the assault carbine.
Well,
okay.
No, I had my pistol.
Cool. All right. Oh yeah. Sorry. It's -2 for the assault for the auto pistol small, because it's really small. That's like a belly gun. You literally put it in the guy's belly and then fire. So it's -2 for that. It's -2 for not shooting bubblegum. It's -4. You only have 5 dice, so you have to literally roll 1 dice.
Well, can I walk up to him and shoot him?
Yeah, sure. If you run up closer to him, you
Yeah.
can do that. And then what I'll do is take off that -2. I'll give you a point blank range bonus. So now you're down to 3.
Okay.
You're still trying to avoid hitting bubblegum.
Yep.
All right.
Spending a grit.
Oh, spend a grit.
Spend a grit.
That's our new.
Oh,
that's
nice.
our new mantra.
That's the catchphrase.
Yeah, that's our new catchphrase.
If my target is a 6, I got 3 successes.
The
4
target number is
with
always
the
same.
grit.
What's going to change? Because White Wolf system used to really piss people off with this. The target number is always the same. What's going to go up and down is the number of dice you roll. So by keeping all the modifiers on one side of the equation, we make things a little simpler. So.
Well, I got, only 3 successes, including the grit, not 4. 3, not 4.
Okay, now he is tangled up with bubblegum, so I'm taking 2 dice off of his cover and conceal plus agility. So he goes from 5 dice down to 3, because again he's got a friggin' dog hanging off one of his wrists probably. He only got 1 success to dodge, so you hit him for 2 net. So it's 2 plus, these are tiny pistols, 2 plus 2 is 4 dice of damage.
Okay. And his stamina makes it a what?
His stamina is always a 5.
A 5.
Yep.
So 3 successes.
Oh shit, that was a good shot. Cool, he's now down 3.
4, 8, 9, 10.
So he is at -1, because now we're... Oh no, I'm sorry, I skipped Templar. I was about to go straight to bubblegum. Sorry. Templar, your action, sir.
I'm going to try and take out the remaining guy over on the other side.
Epic. Cool. How many shots?
We'll go with 2 again.
Okay, cool. So 2 batches of 4.
Yep.
And he will roll not 5, 3, because he's wounded, and you get 1 automatic success for each of those because of your bipod.
Well, there's 4 successful roll.
Oh my god, I think this dude's a dude.
And 3 on the second roll.
Alright, so you hit the first one, he got 2, so you hit him for 2 on the first one. And you got 3 on the second one.
Uh-huh.
He got 2 successes, so you hit him for 1. And then it's 5 damage per hit. Hello, Saw. You have, for damage, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 dice against the 5. He caught a full round, at that range, a saw burst in the chest. 13 dice against the 5, and he's already at -4.
Cut him in half, baby. Cut him in half.
I'm pretty sure that's what's going to happen.
And the target's still 6?
Target's still 5. It's the stamina plus 2.
Oh, 5, okay.
Yep.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8.
8 plus the 4 he already had puts him at 12. Yeah, he is off with his 72 virgins. Okay, now we go to Bubblegum. I'm going to roll the same 2d6 as before, because it's like NPC shorthand combat. However, I'm going to subtract 1 from the insurgent roll, because he is now wounded, he's at -1. So the black dice is Bubblegum, the yellow dice is the insurgent. I'm going to subtract 1 from the yellow dice. Subtract 1 from the yellow dice gives him 3 versus 3. That battle is still ongoing. So, Jenn, you can hold this over Rasmus later.
Yep.
You technically just saved Bubblegum's life.
You're welcome.
Otherwise, that pistol would have gone right into Bubblegum's neck, and that would have been the end of that. If it wasn't for that -1 modifier from you wounding him with like the last impulse, that might have been it for Bubblegum. All right. So,
well, I like dogs more than people, so.
That battle's still ongoing. All right. He would run away if he could, but again, he's got a damn dog attached to him. He's now out of actions. You guys have 3 actions, so if you guys want to declare that you kill him or take him prisoner, call Taki off. Or, I'm sorry, call Taki off of him. Call Bubblegum and Taki off of him.
Come here, girl.
Bubblegum, Taki,
girl,
heal.
good
Come back
girl.
here, the 2 of you. I got a doggy treat for both of you. Come on
I'll
back.
heal you, motherfucker.
Hey,
All right, so yeah.
I'll
so
call out surrender.
There's no such thing as Taki treats.
Taki treats. That's going to be on Sitrep
Taki
store
treats?
next week. Dog
Like a
treats.
Scooby
Yes,
snack.
there are.
Yep.
Taki treats, they're absolutely Taki treats.
I was going to
It's
say,
called vodka.
I'm going to talk to.
I'll call
Gianna.
for him to surrender in my newly acquired Middle Eastern.
Oh, there you go. Cool. So,
I think
Just
there's
to be able
several of us
to-
that can
as
talk
crazy as
Middle
it
Eastern.
sounds, yeah, charm plus 1 dot in Middle East. Charm being
So-
charisma, force of personality, all that. And
So
with
a
these-
whole 2 dice. 1 success,
all right,
1 7.
He heard you, but he says something about this dog and get the fuck off of me. Can't quite make it out, but it's something along those lines.
Well, I've got 3 in Middle East, so I'm pretty sure
Oh, okay.
I could try if you want.
Yeah, he heard you and understood you, but again, the dog is still on him, so he's going to fight as long as the dog is on him.
The dog's
I'll
going to stay
call-
on him until he drops the gun.
So it'd be my 3 in Middle East, and then what else do I add to that?
Charisma or charm, actually.
Charm. Okay, so that'd be 1 more. So
I'll call the dog off. If,
I got 2 successes.
All right, cool. So Sirius calls Bubblegum off. Okay, by now Taki's pointing right at him. He's already wounded. Ajax is there as well, I'm assuming.
I got
And
3 successes in
he's
trying to
listening to
charm this guy to
Templar.
drop the gun.
Who also, okay, so now he's got like 6 successes. Yeah, a charm is probably, it's like, I should probably rename it to just like personality or something. You know, as presence, commanding presence. No one's like trying to charm him into surrendering. It's like the charm that you find here in the muzzle of this weapon.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, so now he surrenders.
Is
First
anybody
thing-
Is anybody coming down here? How's Bubblegum reacting at the moment?
Bubblegum's fired up. He knew somebody was down here, and he was kind of freaking out. He's also not very happy with this. He's not happy with this situation. He's not happy in the tunnel in general. And he knew
Yep.
somebody was down here, and hey, now he found him, and it's like, you know, tension release.
Yeah, man, getting a treat for finding the bad guys. And
By the way, Taki treat. I'll talk to Jenn. I'm gonna have that put up on the Sitrep store. I don't know what it's gonna be, cookies or something. We're gonna call it Taki treats.
Taki treats.
We'll buy
So-
some Girl Scout cookies and we'll make up a new bag for him or something. I don't know. We'll cook it.
is anybody coming down here to help us after we called it in?
All we heard, all Jenn had time for, again, these are like split-second turns, was, you know,
yeah.
enemies are down here. You know, there's a firefight going on
Basically,
down here.
contact.
So I think we'll fall back to a position where we only got one way in, and then we'll walk our prisoner upstairs.
Okay, cool. Alrighty.
So we're taking our prisoner with us?
Yeah, we'll take him upstairs.
Okay.
All right.
Any kind of interrogation, etc. I'll leave tonight. I'm not in overall command.
Okay. Just did I miss it? There are 2 people in the other room. Did we already take care of them, or are those ghosts on the map?
Those are the
those are
corpses.
the dead guys that I moved from here. Yeah, as I moved them, no, they're not down. They're ghosts.
Okay.
Yeah, they're dead.
Okay.
Ghosts.
Did anybody go into the room that the bad guys just came out of to make sure there were no more bad guys in the room?
Nope.
We did not.
All right, so first of
all... Do you think we might want to go check the bad guys?
Yeah, I think we need to continue.
There's a million things going on right now. All right, so Taki was here. Sirius just called off Bubblegum. Templar was here covering him and also trying to talk to him. Ajax was here covering him and trying to talk to him. So, again, we've never heard a reply back on that message. If we're going to take this prisoner, who's going to take the prisoner? Right now, he's dropped his weapon. Dropped his pistol.
I suggest 2 take the prisoner and 2 stay.
I'll mask the prisoner up.
He's injured too. Do we want to take care of his injuries?
I'll leave that
after we get him out.
-1, but not bleeding. He's still green. He's at
okay.
3.
Okay. I thought he was farther down. Sorry.
Nah, he can bleed for a while.
I'll let Knight handle all that. I'll just deliver her prisoner.
All right, cool. So Sirius goes to secure the prisoner. Taki is doing what exactly?
Sirius, you got this on your own?
I'm pretty sure me and Bubblegum can march him upstairs. He don't seem to like the dog too much, and the 44 in the lower part of his back should kind of convince him as well.
Okay.
All right, then I'll stay down here with these guys.
Okay, Ajax, what exactly are you doing at the moment?
Casing out the tunnel, which the one guy was standing in front of.
All right, so you're walking this way, like around the prisoner to kind of come out to explore this tunnel down this way?
Yes, checking for any tripwires.
Okay, Templar, what exactly are you doing at the moment?
I'll go to the other doorway where the 2 came through, and I'll stand and cover there.
Okay, now that I know what actually everybody is doing, it's time to make a very serious roll. Sirius and Ajax only. Make a perception plus tactics check, target number 10.
Wait.
Do we get to spend grit?
No, because you don't know this is coming. So you can't grit your teeth and prepare for something that you don't know is coming.
Battlefield instance of
Oh, there it is. First of all, Ajax, did you make the roll?
Well, I did, yes, but I did not make it.
Okay, you did not make it. Cool. So now it's up to Battlefield Instincts. If this roll fails, now Battlefield Instincts is a special roll, so the target number will be lower. Perception plus Battlefield Instincts, target number 8 instead of 10.
So 7 dice for 8s.
Yep.
4 8s.
Okay. Yeah, as you were securing the prisoner, and getting him ready for taking his weapons, checking him out for other stuff. Yeah, his other hand, he did pull out a Russian anti-tank grenade, and he just said Allahu Akbar.
Baboom.
3, 2.
Grab the grenade.
I'll shoot.
All right, boom. He's dead, and the grenade falls to the ground.
That's not going to keep the grenade from going off.
The grenade just fell at your feet.
Kick it.
Grab, throw.
All right, so he kicks it. Okay, dexterity plus I keep saying dexterity plus athletics like there's any such thing. So it fell here. Who wants to kick it? We got Taki, we got Sirius, we got Ajax. Actually, Sirius just made that. Okay. So, yeah, Sirius made the roll to see the grenade and shot the guy. That was his action. Taki or Ajax, those are the 2 people that can kick it in that split second that's left. So that's going to be agility plus...
dexterity maybe plus brawl?
It's got to be agility because it's
agility plus brawl.
Agility plus brawl.
Okay,
it
maybe
has to
a
be
brawl.
Yep, agility plus brawl.
Okay. Hey, I got 2 dots in brawl. I'll take it.
And you have 3 dots in agility.
That's 5 dice. Yep.
Maybe spend a grit on it. Just 2.
That's true. I'll spend a grit.
There you go.
Keeping the grenade from exploding in the enclosed cave. Let's see. With the grit, 3 successes. I'm glad I spent it.
All right, with the grit, 3 successes. So
Yep.
the grenade goes off.
It was not a good roll. There's the good roll.
We literally have the same roll on that, Jen.
I rolled a second time just for the hell of it and got 6 successes with the grit, but that doesn't count.
I guess we're not taking a prisoner.
Well, the prisoner's already dead. Rasmus brained, or Sirius brained him out. You don't get hit with a 44 at that range. Notice I didn't ask you to pick up any dice for that. You know, he's dead.
Yep.
Got toast.
Now, there's 3 people pretty much standing in equal distance to the explosion when the explosion goes off. So, agility plus cover conceal, because you guys have the benefit of rock. So you guys see the grenade, and everyone tries to flatten themselves up against these walls as quickly as they can. So you get cover and conceal. Agility plus
Hey, I
cover
have a
and
dot in
conceal.
that.
What's the target number?
A 6.
Always a 6.
Yeah, it's well, yeah, 6 unless I have to say it. If I don't say it, it's going to be 6.
Okay.
3
2
successes.
successes.
All right, so a grenade is normally 12. You got how many successes to kick it? It was 3, right?
I got 3 successes to kick it.
All right, so that's how far you managed to kick it. So I'm going to take 3 dice off the explosion. And the grenade goes off and throws shrapnel everywhere. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so what success did you get, Taki?
I only got 2.
2 levels of potential damage. How many successes did you get, Rasmus?
3.
1 level of potential damage. How many successes did you get, Ajax?
3.
3. 1 level of potential damage. So you take 2 levels, Taki. 1 for Sirius, 1 for Rasmus. Now is when you roll your 3 dice of armor. See how much of your flak, that actual flak jacket, absorbed.
2 successes.
Cool. So you're good. Took no damage.
I thought armor only gave me 2.
Armor's 3.
Oh, okay.
It weighs 2. It gives you 3.
I only soaked 1.
All right, so you actually took a little bit of damage from that. Okay.
Yep.
And then Ajax.
It makes sense. I kicked the damn grenade. I was closest to it.
How much did you get on your 3 dice of armor, Ajax?
2 successes.
All right, cool. So you took all the damage. All right, you absorbed. Your armor absorbed all the damage. Nothing for Sirius, nothing for Ajax, 1 for Taki.
Uh-huh. Welcome to fucking Syria.
Yep.
That's why I've been nothing but business since we got here.
Oh, it's too late. It's just too late. Let it go.
You guys have been bringing it up all game.
Accept the fact. Just accept the fact that we're gonna name you the team slut and just deal with it.
I totally accept it. Thank you for the award.
Thank you for the award. I'll take it, right? Oh my god. Yeah, right. Hey, you did it to yourself with the writing. It's not even, I don't say anything, but it's not even just Gabby, it's other characters as well. But here's who's
Taki
not
wants a Taki treat.
Here's who's not wearing hearing protection, and it was fine. I was willing to overlook it for the gunfire, but not for the grenade blast. The Bubblegum is not wearing hearing protection.
Oh, poor Bubblegum.
Bubblegum wants out of this tunnel now.
Yep.
No questions asked. He wants out.
I'll take Bubblegum out.
I'm very impressed Bubblegum hasn't outed himself.
Well, he's in all seriousness, I think Sirius has him as an actual background. It's like 2 dots in an actual background. So
yep.
Yeah, it's and then like 3 dots in animal handling. You know, Bubblegum is never going to do something, almost never, that Sirius doesn't want him to. But at the same time.
Oh, I know. I just think grenade going off might be an exception.
Okay, so while this was all going on, Mr. Templar, you were too far away. You weren't going to take any grenade damage. Do you want to make a perception plus engineering roll to check out the rest of this doorway?
Sure.
Okay.
Most definitely. Three.
Oh shit, good roll. Alright, I'll take off more than 1 bubble for that. My little black bubbles. Alright, so here is, this whole room you can see. It's larger than all the other ones. This room has had some recent habitation. You see like some not so much cots, but like blankets. You see like old crumpled up cigarette boxes. Stuff like that. Empty lighters.
Okay.
Jim, did that cave collapse?
Nope.
Okay.
Oh, this stuff is pretty much hewn out of living rock. Don't worry about collapses. Short of setting up actual composition B, a plastic explosive, and actually trying to collapse it, it's not going to collapse by accident. Like I said, some of these chambers are 1,800 years old. If they haven't collapsed by now. Syria's been through how many earthquakes since then? Yeah, don't worry about it. I mean, it's a good question, but yeah, that's not going to happen. Unless you guys want to collapse it. And even then, I don't know if you have the right kind of explosives with you. A claymore wouldn't do that.
I let the other folks know what I found and see in there.
Another big room, and that continues to lead up to the north shoulder of that ridge. And also this doorway off to the right.
Hmm.
It's me and Bubblegum dropping out of there.
Alright. So by now it's probably about midnight. So, I'll get rid of this for now. Yeah, so now
I like that ominous for now.
Now you've got radio traffic from top side. What the hell's going on there? We just heard an explosion. They heard gunfire, and of course, Taki's radio message.
We found bad guys sitting just under us.
You see who's actually damn it, I keep hitting the wrong button. Who's actually making this call? Gabrielle, Easton, Mathis. Mathis calls. Of all people. 220. The hell's going on down there?
We encountered bad guys.
Where? Where the hell are you?
In the old stone building.
There's enemies in the old stone building?
Under the whole thing. We're sitting on top of a bunch of
I can't remember the actual call sign. What was it? Oh, that's right, you're red team. I know, gold team. Say again, gold actual. This is red actual. Did you say there's a tunnel complex beneath our forward operating base?
There's a tunnel complex beneath our forwarding operating base with enemies in it.
Well, now we don't have to worry
Knight
about
was aware of this fact?
Knight was not aware of this fact. Well, not aware of it when...
She was aware there were a...
Tunnels.
Complex, but...
She was not aware of that the tunnel complex was here when she arrived here. She was aware a couple seconds ago, or not, a couple minutes ago when you guys called her. No, when you were in the office and talking to her, she's like, "Well, there is something else that wasn't in our mission briefing." She was, she was not aware of it when she arrived, when you all arrived. However, you guys did report this at least probably half an hour ago when you guys first came down here. She was aware of it then. The enemies down here, you guys just made that radio call probably 2 minutes ago.
Yep.
Okay. Now, what net you are talking on with her and what net 220 might have been on are two different things. This is why he's acting surprised. This is the first he's hearing of it.
We took down 3 bad guys.
All right, roger that. Gold actual, red actual out. He comes back. Gold actual, this is red actual. Do you need any help down there?
No, I don't think so. I hope we have taken out all resistance. My guys are looking through it. I'm coming topside myself.
Okay. And then what are Taki and Ajax doing now that they've survived the grenade blast? Technically, Taki's wounded, but it's down just one. You're not even at
one dot.
Yeah. So I don't know if you're doing first aid on yourself. If so, what's Ajax doing?
If Ajax sees that Taki's okay, he's going to take up the defensive position at the other end of to check out that room.
Okay, recon plus perception, target 9, please. And then Taki, wits plus wounds, please.
Wounds.
All right, target 6.
I like it. Everything that's important, I got 5 dice for. 3 successes.
All right, cool. You got it patched up. So for game purposes, you have no wounds.
1 success.
Okay. Alright, if there was anybody in there. Is there anybody in there? I actually don't remember. Okay, with only 1 success, you're not going to see very far, but you are clearly looking at a really large room. That's as far as your flashlight can penetrate for the moment.
I voice over to everyone. I see a large room. I can't see the whole room. It's too big for me to see from the entrance.
Okay, over to Templar.
Well, I can come back and assist you over there, or vice versa. I don't think we need to get too split up.
Yeah, you're starting to spread out a little bit down here.
Jim, do we have an idea of what direction is in compound? Like above us is the way Templar's going?
Templar is heading towards that northeast main building that Sirius was talking about earlier. Yes. How soon it's going to be before he finds it? You guys know which way is north. You guys aren't getting that lost.
Okay. I'm going to fall back to Taki.
But this map is to the same scale and dimensions as this map, so you can kind of use that as like your guide. So I'll zoom out so you can see the whole thing. Oh no! Did I zoom out too much? Oh, for God's sake. Satellite view again. Hold on. Alright, so there's the
Looks
whole
like
bridge.
my position might be about the parade ground area there.
Yeah, the little helicopter landing zone.
Yeah.
And if I get this map or this page to the same zoom out level. One more, hopefully don't overdo it this time. Yeah. So click, click.
Yeah.
You are literally, because you've already been there and you've got the engineering skills. You are literally there. You're right, right underneath that MRAP.
I'm going to fall back to Taki's position, and then hopefully we'll rendezvous with Templar.
Oops, wrong map.
Maybe I should have taken 1 or 2 of the corpses with me. Oh well.
Templar's practically.
They're not going anywhere.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
All right. So okay. So we've done everybody. Go back to Templar. I'm sorry. Go back to Rasmus. Oh, I'm sorry. We kind of skipped Templar's turn. All right. So Templar, are you gonna wait for? Are you spending your action to wait for to wait for Ajax or?
Yes. Okay. I'll wait for backup.
Cool. All right. So then we'll go over to Rasmus. As Rasmus comes up that ladder and enters the old building, Easton and Knight are waiting for him.
It's about time.
You're not there. Sorry, I was in the middle of a shot. Oh, damn. That does not go gently into that good night. Shit. Excuse me. That's
that was a good one.
When you try and talk and take a shot at the same time.
Yes, I'll nod at them.
Yeah, they're like, okay, so what the hell's going on down there?
So far I encountered 3 hostiles.
Okay, so you give them the breakdown: 3 hostiles, 2 entrances. The entrances are both been mined for claymores. 4 more claymores are down there. Cool. Any casualties? One technical casualty. Yes, Taki is technically a casualty, but she's still operational. 3 tangos down. Did you check them for intelligence? Can we identify these people? Do we know who they are? Anything like that?
One of them tried to blow us all to Kingdom Come with a grenade.
Okay, well, it's the Middle East, so that pretty much covers everybody.
Uh,
Do me a favor, talk to one of your people down there and have them check the corpses for intelligence or any kind of identifying documents. I won't ask you to drag a body up these stairs. I mean, the hell with it. Leave the bodies down there. They're already buried. But, yeah, we need to know who these people are.
I'll radio that down.
All right, cool. And then, yeah, seriously, Gabrielle asked, are you all right? Is the dog okay? The dog seems a little freaked out. Because, yeah, the dog's ears are as sensitive as a dog's ears are, yeah, he's already freaking out a little bit.
Oh, yeah. The dog just needs a rest. Grenade in an enclosed place ain't good for dog ears.
It's the nicest and the sweetest anyone's ever seen Gabrielle be, except for maybe Ajax.
Hey!
She's like, oh, poor doggy, you got your ears blew up. Are you okay? And, she likes the dog.
Fusses over the dog.
Yeah.
As well she should. As well she should.
She's not completely made of icy glacial, stone. She's just mostly.
Nope, she's not.
Yeah, you got there before I did. I was gonna say, yeah, I can name at least one person that chipped a little bit of ice off. Actually, 2. So, all right. But in all seriousness, there was also that moment back in Indonesia where it was like, I really don't know what the hell I'm doing here. I need help, for God's sake. She's toughened up a little bit since then. She knew she was going to come back out to the field again this time, so she's like, okay, no more of this babe in the woods routine. She's a little more tactical than she was, but again, she's still leaving most of the tactical decisions to you, Easton, and Mathis. In that order. No, I'm sorry. Easton, you, then Mathis, in that order.
Yes.
As far as seniority goes. On top of that, there's the idea that that Easton and Gabrielle are engaged to be married. That's another. How much weight you think that may or may not play in her deference to his suggestions in tactical doctrine, that's up to you guys. But it probably isn't nothing.
And he asked for me to be reassigned?
Yep. Well, that's probably why.
And I didn't hear anything about it, so you're not reassigned.
Oh no, she blocked it.
Oh yeah.
I forgot to do that scene. Oh, we'll come to it later. No worries. There are some scenes that I've skipped in the script because I was trying to hustle up. At that time, we were still at Mosul, and I hadn't even gotten Dennis in the party yet, so I was trying to kind of scrape things along a little bit. So the reason we had that special option, I don't want to go into it, but the special entrance for Donovan is Dennis is doing potentially some writing to explain where he's been this time, and we're trying to kind of connect the story threads a little bit.
Oh, excellent.
Yes.
All right, so radio's down to Templar, who was close. Well, he radioed down to everybody, but Templar's literally standing on the corpses right now to check the enemy tangos for intelligence. You're not going to get any intelligence off this guy because he blew himself up. He's painted all over the walls. These 2 guys, however, might actually have something on them.
To be honest, he's probably also on us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's probably sadly true.
Oh.
This is definitely not Taki Treats.
No, it's not.
Little pieces of brain matter all over the place.
Okay, so now we're back down to the tunnels. We are down to Taki. Speaking of Taki, yeah, Taki, your turn. What are you doing? Ajax is heading back to talk to Templar.
Okay, I am stealthily peeking into the next room.
Which next room? There are several.
The one I am in the tunnel in front of.
Alright, so you're going to head down this way?
Yeah, just like peek around the corner and see what I can see.
Alrighty. Oh no! Sometimes when I delete those little highlight marks, it like shows more of the map than I want. Which ain't cool, man.
That's okay. None of us.
Alright. It's just a display card thing. Okay, so that's pretty much what they already saw. Did you want to make a perception plus recon check to see if you can see further than... if you don't want to go in the room, you're not going to see very much more than...
No, I'll go in further, but I'm going to keep my back to a wall.
Okay. So... Alright. Like around
I will
this
go
way.
due north.
Option 1, option
Nope,
2.
due
so
north.
Due north. Okay, so option 3. Alright, cool. I like
Perception. Your little toys. You like to draw your pictures. Do I have any recon? Oh, I don't have any recon.
Okay, urban terrain at +1 difficulty.
Okay. Perception plus urban terrain at +1 difficulty, so 7. 1
7.
success.
You have how many dots do you have in urban terrain? You have
My
one.
target number. My target number is 7.
I thought you were saying like 7 dice.
No,
Well, you were a SWAT
I said
cop.
4.
I mean, they're gonna have like kick-ass urban.
4 dice at 7.
All right, cool. Yep, 4 dice against the 7.
I got 1 success.
I will get rid of 1 bubble. Make sure I don't reveal too much here. I'll push these back a little bit. Alright, so what you're looking at here is, like I was saying before, there are new chambers and old chambers. This one is hella old.
Okay.
Hence, it's like partially like collapsed and, screwed up or whatever. And it looks like there are large columns, 2 rows of large columns of living stone leading up to the roof of this chamber. It's not supernatural, but because we're not playing werewolf, but it's creepy.
Spooky.
Yeah.
Hey, guy into old things. You might want to see this.
There's Jenn trying to channel her Will Smith. Hey, old guys. Do those still work? Alright, meanwhile, Ajax has caught up with Templar. And you guys just got the radio call to check enemy for intelligence.
You want me to roll Middle East and perception, or?
Yeah, because you're going to have to read documents or whatever they got on them.
Okay. I got 2.
2
So
successes, so you can read everything in here. Yeah, apparently you both speak, I guess it's Farsi or Arabic that they speak in this part of the world. Now, so you got all the documentation and you're like, all the whatever they have on, which isn't much. But what's going to have to happen now is an international investigation check, or international or underworld. To actually okay, I've got a pamphlet and I can read the pamphlet, but the name on the top of this pamphlet, this organization, who is it, who's funding it, stuff like that. So it's one thing to read the information, and then it's another thing to actually interpret the information. So either international investigation plus perception, or underworld perception. Actually make that education. Education plus underworld, or education plus international.
Okay.
1 success. But I used international.
Okay.
I got 3 success.
Alright, so, yeah, you're reading some of these documents, and they're pretty much just like, I don't want to say prayer pamphlets, but they're like manifestos and, calls to action, calls to arms. And the reason for that second roll, yeah, you guys both read the documents fine, but there are names in the documents, certain muftis, certain Islam, holy leaders or whatever. The bottom line, long story short, take a shot. Yeah, these guys are ISIS.
Ah.
Straight out.
Oh, I don't feel so bad about braining them.
Oh yeah, these guys were the worst of the worst.
We radio that information.
Honestly, you guys might have guessed that already, but because again, target number of 5 to damage them, and no body armor. So they're not soldiers. These are insurgents.
Yeah.
If they're the only other real bad guys that you're going to run into in this region are probably going to be Syrian army. And they will at least wear some kind of protective gear, helmets if nothing else, and be carrying AKs. They'll at least be regular army. Syrian Arab army. That's going to be kind of tough for them to have penetrated that far north of the Euphrates, but this is Syria, you know. And if we look back at our main map, the Syrian army does still control some area way up here to the northeast. But again, you guys are pretty much right there where the tip of that arrow is. So, pretty much right here. Yeah, so ISIS is in these gray areas, and again, Syrian Arab army, actual Assad regime, you know, regular Syrian army troops, pretty much officially control the area up to the Euphrates River. So apparently, yeah, those would have been the only bad guys that you probably would run across. God forbid you run across some militant Kurds and you shot them, or even worse, Turkish regulars and shot them. Not out of the range of possibility, so be careful what you shoot at. But if you do actually shoot at somebody from this green or red area, that's going to cause a major international incident. So, you know, again,
No, it'll just mean that
you were definitely right this time. Yeah, you were definitely right this time, but just, you know, be careful what you shoot at if you don't know exactly who it is. Because if you shoot somebody from these areas, that shot is going to be heard back in the State Department, and yeah, there's going to be problems.
That's if we report it.
Yeah, that's true. If you actually shoot, you know, regulars from an actual standing NATO army, that's, yeah. And somebody finds out about it. They're just missing, sir. We never actually found them.
They got sick.
Okay. So you guys were busy doing that. We know what Tonki was doing. Rasmus, you're back topside, calming down the dog.
I'll relay that to tonight.
Okay, cool. All right, I'll let everybody know. She says, I appreciate it. Well, goddamn, now we almost have to clear the rest of those tunnels.
I'll do that with my people if you take a bubblegum to the main building.
Okay, do you want me to send down one of the other teams? Although they'd just be behind you, I guess. Where did you find this initial place? This initial place was in the friggin', well, you guys are still standing in this building, topside part of this building. I wonder if there are any other tunnels leading down from other buildings. You know what? I'm going to have Easton's people check the main building for any other tunnels that might lead down.
Just be careful. We don't want any blue on blue.
I heard that. That's for damn sure. Okay, cool. All right, I'll let him know. I'll have him be on. I'll have him on 2-minute comms checks with you guys, so that we all know exactly where each other are at the moment, or at every moment.
Yes.
All right, cool. She hustles off to do that. All right, back down to Jenn. Jenn, what are you doing?
And her toady follows her, I guess. So.
Well, yeah, Bubblegum follows her.
No.
Oh, that's right. Easton was there.
Michael.
Yeah, I forgot. Easton was already there. Yeah, Easton agrees. He's like, oh hell yeah, don't worry, we'll be on. You know what? This is actually kind of a moment. All this bickering and bullshit and who's banging who and who's in the sheets with who and who's going to control Team 220, all that shit kind of evaporated when you said the word ISIS. All that shit evaporated. It was like, oh, I don't feel like getting fucking beheaded today.
Yep.
Yeah, the fact that ISIS was right underneath where you guys landed and nobody knew about it, things got a lot more serious. And no one's worried about who's standing watch, because I'll be damned if anyone's getting any sleep tonight. You know, there's literally ISIS in the rock underneath us. They could come up through the floorboards and cut our friggin' throats. Yeah, so here's the deal. You guys are down here in this part of the complex. Team Sigma is going to see if there's a gateway or a tunnel entrance underneath the main administration building, while, because if there is more ISIS down here, they just called their friends. Because they obviously heard all that. Team 220 is on topside perimeter security. So they're going to take that 50 cal, they're going to set it up somewhere, and they're going to take the roofs of those buildings, and they're going to cover 4 points of the compass topside, while you and Sigma continue clearing out this tunnel complex down here. Alright, so they both head off to do that. Bubblegum is, going to whimper and whine for a while till his ears stop exploding. And Rasmus is coming back down the tunnel, I assume, to rejoin the rest of the group down here in the tunnels.
Exactly.
Epic.
Yep. That's what I'm waiting for. I don't think any of us should take a tunnel completely alone.
No, yeah. In fact, right now, Taki, you're probably the most vulnerable person right now.
Yep. That's why I'm pretty much staying where I am until Rasmus joins us.
I mean, Rasmus is by himself, but at least he's in an area that's already been cleared. All right. So,
Hey, I think we should come up with some kind of plan. If there's an area that we've checked, like leave a glow stick, so that we know if we come across it, we know somebody's either there or it's clear.
Okay.
So, sounds doable.
Okay, cool. So yeah, before
Just in case we have to backtrack.
Yeah, before Sirius comes down, he'll grab a bunch of extra illumination sources of some kind, extra flashlights, glow sticks, something. Yeah, we get super technical about it.
Do I have time to actually grab my assault rifle as well?
Sure. Yeah. I'll just wait. So we'll come back to you. You're going back to the main building, grabbing your assault rifle, coming back to the southwest building, coming down the ladder well. Meanwhile, Jenn is staying
and
put.
grabbing mine.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
So Jenn will stay, or Taki will stay put, waiting on that. We'll go back to Templar and Ajax. That way they're not just sitting there while all this other stuff's going on.
Well, I see we finally got the dick measuring contest finished.
Yeah, I won.
Good job, Taki. That's 2 treats for you.
I'm gonna recommend.
2 treats for
I'm
good
gonna.
girl.
I'm gonna recommend Templar. Did Templar place the second claymore at the external entrance we found?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
We've already got measurements for that.
So we've got 2 claymores placed at the 2 external entrances we found.
And 4 claymores left. Yep.
Okay, good. So what I'll do is I'll keep 2 and I'll jog back and I'll hand Templar 2.
Okay. Epic. So Templar's got 2 and Taki's got 2. So, alright, so Templar and Ajax, are you guys holding fast, or are you guys going to try some more exploration? Because all this other stuff that's been going on, that conversation, going back here, getting a weapon, going back in the building, going down, that's all going to take a while. At least.
Let's check this doorway to the right here, so we can eliminate what's behind us before we go forward, push forward north.
I agree.
So who's going through that doorway?
I'm always going through the doorway. He's got the bigger gun.
Alright. So,
kind of nice having a meat shield.
That meat shield, right? Perception.
That's what I signed up for. That's what I signed up for in recon.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, perception. I'll make the same rolls. Yeah, so perception plus, the same rolls always. Perception plus recon. Target number of 9. Perception plus engineering Templar, target number of 9. And what I'll do is I'll combine both of your successes to see if you detect any whatever might be in these doorways.
And Ajax, now is the time to shout, recon!
Yeah, recon!
We got 3.
3, and then what'd you get, Ajax?
I can't get more than 1 success. I'm just not being very successful.
So it's a total. Well, you're also rolling against a target number of 9. It's friggin' pitch dark down here. All right,
True.
so the ISIS engineers, now that that's been spoiled, previously rolled 1, 2, 3. So yes, this door was trapped. But between Templar's 3 and Ajax's 1, Templar's going to be the one who spotted it first. That door has another little pressure plate in it. Be careful. And it's another one of those stupid spike traps.
I grab him by the shoulder to give him a squeeze so he stops.
All right. Yep, don't step there. So all you gotta do is like brush. Yeah, is pretty much just remove the because obviously as you're walking through the darkness, you have your your flashlight up and down. So if you just like get rid of the dirt that's concealing the trap, no one who's following you. Once you clear, long story short, once you clear the door, you don't have to keep re-clearing it.
Okay.
Everyone, all friendlies are gonna know that door now has a trap in it.
Okay.
All right, so Ajax is through here. Shines his flashlight around. We still don't know what's coming through there, so I'm just trying to make sure I don't give away too much all at once. Alright. The rest of this door. Now this room's got some old equipment in it, including some radios.
Check them out, see if any of them are working.
Yep.
Yeah, they're operational. These people were talking to somebody.
Is there any kind of like logbook, frequency codes?
No, nothing here is encrypted. It's pretty much just, they're speaking, what they're using as whatever you want to call it, code. Well, you probably don't know this. But what these people are using as code is not so much passages from the Quran, but passages from some of the other leaders that they listen to or whatever, that their cultural and their religious leaders, and what that winds up being is kind of like a code. So they're like referencing certain manifestos that have been issued, certain speeches that have been issued, broadcasts that have been made on some of their other channels or whatever. They have their own little media network and all that stuff. They're former military leaders, living and dead, because they've taken, ISIS there's not a lot left of ISIS. I've actually made ISIS on this map back here a lot more powerful than they are even at the moment. Like I gave them some holdings up here, like all these are fake. Right now ISIS is barely half of that gray bubble. Just for purposes of the game, I actually made ISIS a little bit bigger than they are now. Our problems in Syria are mostly, sadly, with the Turks, the Kurds, and this al-Nusra front of that's been growing up out of the remnants of Al-Qaeda. Is what's really going on in Syria right now. ISIS, not to take them lightly, they're still embers, and embers can start back into open flame again, but ISIS is pretty well, smashed up.
We've seen that with Al-Qaeda.
Yeah, they'll just change shape and come back in a new form. In fact, what Al-Qaeda, again, this is that al-Nusra Front and the Syrian Salvation Government. So it's technically not even Al-Qaeda anymore. It's whatever Al-Qaeda has merged or has morphed into. The quote-unquote good news, and I'll put that in huge air quotes because it's not good news for the people who live here, is they've popped up in the area where they're up against the Syrian interim government and also the Russians. And again, even Hezbollah hates these guys. Because Hezbollah is Shiite, and Al-Qaeda and any of its sub-splinter groups would be Sunni. So that's why this part of the map looks as jagged as it does, because that's where the main, confusing, people are shooting at everybody, kind of area of the war is right now. But anyway, back to ISIS. So, boom. Yeah, there's no, I guess the point of that whole discussion, before I got off on a tangent there, is, all their codes are carried around in their heads. It's a very, very simple code, but it's a code that they know intrinsically well. It's like literally most of what they talk about. It would be like if we came up with a code based on gaming, it would be a simple code, but we would totally understand it. We wouldn't have to write anything down. We wouldn't have to have a code book. It's like literally our life. So no one's talking on the no one's talking on the radio right now because they're not like having a conversation because there's nobody here. But the radios are operational.
Do we want to jot down maybe? Do we want to jot down maybe the kind of frequency codes that we can find and then disable it?
You can jot down the frequencies.
How big is the radio?
It's like a well, it's bigger than a hand radio, but it's like sitting on a table. So it's not like a wall.
Could we just carry it out?
We can carry it out once we're done cleaning out, yeah.
Yeah, we can mark the room.
A couple people can do it, yeah. Because it's got batteries and power cables and all this other shit.
I'm going to disconnect the antenna right away, so in case somebody sneaks in behind us, they can't radio anything.
Okay, cool. All right, the radio is temporarily disabled. All right, so while you guys were doing that, Sirius is now down in the pit with everyone else. All right, so Taki, are you going to join Sirius, or are you going to join Templar and Ajax?
No, Sirius is going to join me, and we're going to have 2 teams of 2 to clear this place out so I can get some motherfucking sleep tonight.
Is that above or below board?
Oh, by the way,
who's really tired?
I figured out what Taki treats are. I did research on the top candy in South Africa, and there's this brand of candy called Fizzers, Fizzers, that's like a cross between Sweet Tarts and Pop Rocks.
Those are Taki treats. All right, now we have to call in and order a bunch of those things. Okay, so, all right, so we've been talking about these guys down here for a while, heading back up here. Okay, Sirius and Taki are now together up here in this room. What are you guys doing?
And probably armed again.
Oh, yeah. You want me to change your counter? Is that what you're saying?
I don't mind.
All right, so you guys go ahead and make the same roll. Perception plus... perception plus
recon.
Recon or urban terrain.
And it was 9, so 1 success.
All right, Taki.
Perception.
Hurry up, girlie.
Plus urban terrain. 2 successes.
All right, so 3 total. One total for the enemy. Okay. So walking down through here, yeah, you guys do spot a tripwire, and you defuse it. It's a very sloppily put together trip bomb. It was just strung pretty much right across two of these columns. All right, so
not nice. Rude, even, I would say.
Especially since
this room is freaking
we're getting
huge.
Towards something where we got shit on top.
On top here? Not really. Talking about what's directly above
got
your
the
heads?
cars.
Is that what you're talking about? What's directly above your head?
Yeah.
Some tents. You guys
I'd say the tents.
Yeah, you guys are right about here.
Oh, yeah.
Oy vey. This thing is huge.
Yep. This wasn't supposed to be the whole session, but hey. Alright, so while that's going on, I'll make a quick super fast roll.
Well, we could always have this be a split session. We could have 2 sessions.
Yeah, I think it's going to have to be, because I know Templar's got to take off at like 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
And I'm having fun. I'm not saying, I'm not complaining. I'm having fun doing this.
For the amount of work
Who thought we'd get a good old-fashioned dungeon crawl?
The storyteller did. Alright, here we go. It's pretty well hidden, so 9's up. Boom! 2 successes. Alright, Easton and Samantha Ramos have found the other entrance.
Oh, goody for them.
Oh, they radio that into us?
Yep.
So at least we know they're in. We don't know where they're at, but we at least know they're in the building or in the.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Mike. You might need to wait until the day after tomorrow to go attack people.
Well, yeah, we found the first enemies right here. Michael Easton, I got the wrong team. Okay, Dennis is back. No worry, Dennis. What time did you have to leave? Was it 5 or was it 6 or 7 that you had to take off today?
7 o'clock your time.
Okay, cool. So we got about an hour and a half left. Yeah, I think this is definitely going to be a 2-session thing. Alright, so they have reported, Team Sigma has reported that they are now down in the they have found the location of the whatchamacallit, of the trapdoor in the main building. Again, there's the shadow of the main building. It was literally copy pasted from the other Excel file or the other Photoshop file, and they went down the tunnel. They went down the trapdoor, down through the ladder well, and they are now in that first room. So yeah, they're calling out, like I said, every 2 minutes they do a quick comm check so that everyone knows where everyone else is, and this way there's no friendly fire or whatever, because people still moving around in the dark. We've already had one incident. Who knows what else is going to happen down here?
Yes.
Cool. So. All right. Meanwhile, these guys are finding an Dennis, you were away from the keyboard. These guys are finding an absolutely gigantic room down here. It looks like an old. Well, it's definitely old. This is the oldest chamber you guys have found so far, and it's got these large columns of living rock that are kind of holding it up. That's semi-collapsed. They did find a small explosive device, rather crudely, set up to a rather piss-poor tripwire mechanism. They only rolled one success on their engineering check. So there's, that place was booby-trapped. And
so we got booby-trapped.
Yeah, they're calling out to you that this is you specifically, this is a large room that's very, very old.
I'll have to check that out later.
There's probably writing on here that they can't read.
All right.
But
definitely of interest.
They've been there for 2 turns and they still haven't found the back end of the room yet.
Wow.
That's a pretty big room.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
So when it's our turn, guess what? We're pushing towards the back wall.
Actually, it is your turn now because these guys just cleared out this room with the radios, right? The radios was before this? Yeah, was after this.
Yes.
All right, cool. So, yeah, Taki and Sirius, same roll as before. I will roll for enemy explosives. / traps / enemy troops, cobras, snakes, huge rolling balls, traitorous Frenchmen, and all the other Indians.
2 successes.
Yep. Okay, cool. Jenn doesn't have to make a roll. Yeah, there's nothing here because you've already beat the enemy's roll with yourself. All right, because they're rolling against the same target number you are. Alrighty, that will go away. I don't know what the hell Excel is doing right now. There we go. Okay, so when you get to the end of the room, you do see like some rubble. Like it's basically just rocks at this point. Down here. I didn't really draw them all. I probably should have put more down here. But there's a little bit of rubble up here. It kind of clues in finally what it is, if it hasn't already. But to your characters, it finally kind of clicks in now. This is a insanely old church.
That's what I was going to guess.
Yeah.
Yep.
And now looking back at some of the inscriptions that are absolutely barely visible on the wall. I mean, it was put up there with, literally 1,800-year-old paint. And a lot of it's been defaced by the more recent occupants of the structure. Yeah, a lot of it either looks like, what would it be? It would be Aramaic or Latin, or a mixture of the two. Greek. That would probably be more Greek than anything else.
None of it anything that I would be fluent in.
That is Greek to me. Well, this would almost be like, okay, like we have our basic language schools. This would almost be like
yep.
You'd almost have to have like a special ability for this.
Yeah, ancient Hieratic or something.
Yeah.
Well, it's like the difference between speaking modern Egyptian and being able to read hieroglyphics.
All right. Or modern English or an old English. I mean, you might as well be speaking German by that point.
Old English.
We actually got exposed to Old English in German class back in high school, and it was literally we could understand more of it as a German than we could as trying to speak it as English. All right, so back here to Ajax and Templar.
I'd say we need to
I
push
am
into
taking
that.
pictures of the room.
Okay, so we have 2 basic choices. I just want to make sure we can go this way or we can go this way. So option 1, option 2.
I think we'll continue south.
Okay.
I would
Trying
say
to eliminate this.
Yep. Because we've got people behind us, so if someone comes up behind us, we at least have someone behind them.
All right, you guys know the roll. I will roll for the enemy.
Sirius and I will take that northern route.
Okay.
Yep.
Ooh, I hope you guys roll pretty well. If there is a
I got
bomb
none.
here, it's... Oh no.
Ooh. Big bada boom.
One success.
One success. They got 3 successes, so they got net 2.
I can't get any more than one. I'm just not rolling good enough.
No. Taki treats is pizza. I've changed my mind.
Now you're gonna make me hungry.
She's a pizza fiend.
So they need to be pizza bites.
Yeah, that's true. You know what? What are those things called? The little
Hot pockets.
Totino's pizza
no,
roll.
no. The little. Is it a pizza roll? What are they called, Jim?
Oh my
Pizza
god. That was all successes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Holy fuck balls. 6 dice.
Speaking
all
of
got
pizza
successes.
rolls.
Yeah.
Is that what Rasmus and Templar look like right now? Or is that what Ajax and Templar look like right now?
It's what Ajax's ankle looks like right now because he just stepped into a literal bear trap.
Oh, shit.
Ooh,
So that armor's not
that's
going to
gonna be
help against
fun.
that. That's 6 levels of damage.
Oof,
Alright,
oof.
so do me a favor, sir. Roll your stamina. Because this is technically brawling or melee damage. Roll your stamina against a target number of 6, please.
2 successes.
Alright, so did you want to spend a grit on that?
Absolutely.
Here you go. I will then take off 3. Alright, so you're down to 3 levels of damage. And the reason we're not counting armor for that is because it specifically hit the ankle. And you're not wearing any Kevlar on your ankle.
And I imagine we hear something quite loud over the comms.
Yeah, there's a little bit of profanity, I'm assuming. Alright, so you're down
So
to
this
3
is one of
levels.
the.
You're down to 3
This
levels.
was one of the floor traps.
Yeah, you're a moderate bleeding.
Yeah.
Okay.
-1 moderate bleeding. You can do a first aid check if you want. But for now, you're through the door, and you found the trap. That's the good news.
It is definitely found. No one else will be stepping in that trap. Good job, Ajax.
Well, the problem is I become a liability for the rest of the adventure.
Nah, we'll
You're
get you
just
fixed
limping
up.
a little.
Well, yeah, it
Just
depends
look,
on.
I'm just on the,
No, he's got a
Depends on what
snapped ankle.
It depends on what you do with that. Well, that's not. No, that's not snapped. I mean, come on. We just looked at his character sheet here. He took 3 levels of damage.
Yeah.
So Ajax, 3 levels of damage. He's not to broken bone. That's a snapped
Oh.
ankle. Yeah, 3 levels. You're at moderate
okay.
bleeding.
moderate bleeding.
Yeah, you probably want to put a first aid check on that because you're at -1 dice, and you're not to bleed out, but it's pretty bad.
We'd have to use Templar's first aid kit.
You get a
I
better
don't believe
roll on
Templar has a first aid kit.
I've got a kit.
that. You can make it without one. You
I
just don't
keep
get
it
the
in my-
bonus.
Oh, okay. Well, if I can do it
I've got
without
a
it.
kit.
Well, you can do. Okay,
okay.
real quick. First aid. You get 1 first aid check per roll. Or, I'm sorry, 1 first aid check per wound. You can't do multiple first aid checks on the same wound. So you want to give yourself the best possible chance. You can do a first aid check with a simple wits plus wounds check. However, with the first aid check, I think we all carry rating 3 first aid checks. You get 3 extra dice. Equipment.
So you might as well let us meet up and.
Yeah, we'll wait for her with
Yeah, 'cause
her kit.
It's not like, oh, I'll just roll.
I'm
I'll just try
hoping it.
again next turn. No, because you get one attempt per wound. All right. So meanwhile, these guys are doing. Okay, so you guys are through that.
Why didn't we pick path 2? Ah!
All right. Which way are these clowns going? Left or right? Odds for left. Evens for right. Okay. And shorthand, I will just roll a d10 on a 1, 2, or 3. Something terrible happens. 6. Nothing terrible happens. Holy shit, this is a long passageway. Alright, they come to that little Y junction there. And there's one guy.
Can we link to them on our comms?
Yeah, I told you. You're on 2-minute comms.
We're checking in every 2 minutes.
That's why you guys see what's on the map.
Okay, Okay. We warned them about the booby traps. Hey guys, we found several booby traps, tripwires, bear traps. Just keep your eye out.
Yep, and we've managed to find a few ourselves without stepping in them.
I just shoot that son of a bitch the next time I see him.
Shoot that son of a bitch.
I don't say that over the comms. It's just literally in my brain.
Yep. That was totally Easton. Yep. How you doing there, Limpy?
When I hear that over the comms, I look at Ajax and just smile because I know what's going through his brain.
Okay. Meanwhile, you guys can go a little bit faster because this is all cleared. You know where the traps are.
Yeah.
Okay, so are you heading up to this number 2 area, or are you heading down to the down to them?
I'm helping him do the first aid check.
Okay.
Yep,
I'm doing the first aid check on him.
All right, cool.
We better go to join Limpy.
Okay.
Great. Now I'll get it from my own damn commander.
Cool.
As they approach, I turn to Ajax and say, "Hey, you've been hurt worse when Knight kicked you to the curb. So suck it up."
True. That is true. That is true.
Hey guys, apparently Bubblegum and I are bunking together. So hey.
Why are you and Bubblegum bunking together?
Come here, girl. Taki treats.
Oh, right.
And because we're the group that is totally sarcastic.
Gotcha. All right, so Jen, if you're making that roll, go for it. Target number is 6.
Wits plus wounds.
Yep.
And then I get to add 3.
If you're carrying a first aid kit, are you carrying a first aid kit?
I am carrying a first aid kit.
Cool.
2.
Oh yeah, there it is.
Plus 3. It is in my toolkit that I always have on my person at all times. I will set down my gun before that kit gets set down.
What kit? You look
My
down, you don't
toolkit.
have your kit anymore.
What?
The toolkit's gone.
No.
Yes.
Uh-huh,
Deal with it later, but right now, yeah, you've got a first aid kit, but I'm not kidding, your toolkit is missing.
someone's dying.
Maybe he put it with his magnetron.
Oh, there will not even be words. We're talking total, the beginning of Get Shorty, Chili Palmer. Knock, 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 open the door, punch him in the head, take it back. That's all that's going to happen.
If I can't shoot Michael, then you can't shoot Tom Wilson.
Did I say shoot? Did I say shoot? By the way, Limpy, I just healed you 7 levels. Say thank you now. And I smack him upside the head.
Damn.
Oh, I definitely say thank you.
He heals the he takes 3 levels back from the bear trap and gets 1 level of smack damage after that. You can't win for losing.
Hey, I will always take a love tap from Taki. It's okay.
Oh, one more pelt on your belt, eh?
No,
Ajax, you
that's like a
couldn't
battle
handle
scar.
a love tap from Taki. I'm just going to
Oh,
say
shit.
that.
It's a battle scar.
It's a battle.
Yeah, it would be a battle scar, all right.
Earn my gird. Okay, so you were moving down that way. You were getting healed. Templar, were you doing anything by yourself, or were you just waiting until this first aid session got done with?
Waiting till the situation was taken care of.
All right, cool. So,
Strength
okay.
in numbers.
Odds north, evens south. Odds north. Odds north. They're heading north. And again, 1, 2, or 3. Make sure nothing terrible happens. Get that other dice out of there. Get that dice out of there.
They're going to end up in the ruins.
4. Oh, they found a bomb. Hey guys, all kidding aside, be careful. Just found about a freaking quarter block of C4 in here. Some of these booby traps are less friendly than others. And as they continue to head up that north passage, what they find is where that creek that I mentioned before leads actually into the leads into the ridge. So that water that comes from the north, it kind of comes down here, that opens up that initial channel, and then it drains down into the soil underneath these caves. And that's one of the entrances. So on our topside map, they are, well, it's pretty obvious, but this is what was drawn on the map, and this was the first hint that there was a subterranean complex here. Even if you guys didn't find those trapdoors, you guys literally saw it as you were flying in. There is a water channel and a water channel that leads into the ridge.
Right.
Can they restring that C4 bomb in a different spot to have it block that entrance?
Samantha replies, "I'll see what I can do." Samantha Ramos.
That would save us
Okay.
some supplies.
Yeah.
I mean, I know I know the bad guys laid that trap, but if we move it, then that's just the same as us putting in a new one.
Yeah, move it, Samantha says, and also do a little bit of a better job, setting it up. I mean, this was pretty obvious. And Josiah says, "Obvious for you. I almost stepped on that shit." And all right, Michael, Easton says, "Relax. Knock off the chatter. This is, we're in this fucking serious situation here." All right, boss. Whatever you say. God damn.
Prerequisite
Okay,
joining.
I suggest.
Samantha's like, "Is it too late to put in a transfer for teams?" Hey, if you want to transfer to a tier 3 team, Samantha, we can arrange that. Basically, they're having a little bit of their drama the same way you guys have a little bit of your drama.
Yeah, but ours is always in good fun.
Oh, there's
Yeah.
They might think theirs is too.
Yeah, it is to them, but again,
No.
inside jokes don't sound like inside jokes if you're not inside.
That's true.
Yeah.
All right, so now that you four are all together, do you want to split back up again, or do you want to stay together? All right, where are you guys headed? Again, you guys have basically, well, now you have 3 options. Option 1, option 2, option 3.
I would say go for 2 and see if that doesn't link up to the part under the main complex. Then we can go 1 and 2 afterwards.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll go 3.
I say do 2 and 3. I
Yeah.
say we split up into 2 teams of 2. Do 2 and 3.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right, so
Whatever Sirius wants.
Who's heading this way?
I am, and I don't know
I'll
who.
do it
who's
with Sirius.
All right, we seem to have
How
two.
Sirius and I will do it.
2 unofficial
2 fire
teams.
team.
Yeah, so we got Sirius and Taki, and then we got the Backstreet Boys heading down this way. All right. So first of all,
I've heard that about you guys.
not backdoor guys, Backstreet Boys.
Oh, my bad.
No love today at all.
Lots of love.
Sirius and Taki, make your
Love.
rolls, and Ajax and Templar, please make your rolls.
Perception.
Two
Plus
successes.
urban.
Okay.
Target a 9, right?
Yep.
2 10s.
1 success.
All right, so that's 3. You found the booby trap before you hit it. And now Ajax.
That's always good.
Yep, Templar. I'm sorry. Templar and Ajax also make your rolls, same as before. Remember, you're making engineering.
I got 1.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Engineering. I got to reroll it then because I didn't use engineering.
Yeah,
2
it's going to be
successes.
perception plus engineering. And okay, so 2 plus whatever Templar gets.
I got 2.
So 4 total. The enemy gets fuck all. There was nothing down here. You found a pack of cigarettes or something, All right, cool. So
The newly max that they're not allowed to have.
here you go. Yeah, what was that they found when they finally nailed Bin Laden? He had like freaking 3,000 pieces of porn in that building or whatever. I actually heard that from somebody.
Everybody's got to have a hobby.
And if you're trapped somewhere like that, without most of your wives.
There you go. Okay, as suspected, that does lead up to that other chamber that you guys were looking at before.
So yeah, we'll make absolutely sure to call out to Sigma.
Cool. All right, now you guys are definitely in one of those older passages I was talking about, because these walls are anything but straight. Obviously, this is an old tunnel. This is where there probably were actual catacombs, thousands of years ago. But again, this is not exactly a virgin archaeological site, so that's all been removed and either respectfully reburied or in a museum somewhere or something like that. And you come to another junction. Yeah, this is definitely the older, more original part of the complex. Oh no!
So Templar is the right person to send down there.
Yep.
Or maybe the wrong person. He might get distracted.
Yep. Did anyone see Templar? I don't know. We left him down there like 8 hours ago. He was, smiling. And he had a little notebook. He was writing things down, talking about the penitent man.
Right.
I don't know. Something about
Always carry a notebook.
the penitent man.
I don't know.
The penitent man will pass.
We find some priceless artifact, and we both walk away with this richer than King Solomon. And hey,
Well, those odds aren't great because, like I said, it's an archaeological site, but it has been combed through. So the odds of
I brought a
finding,
Templar with me.
You bought it. That's right. He might find something new. Okay. Let's see. Well, they already know they're not going north, so it's time because they figured out where the tunnel ends going north. So heading south, they're going to go odds east. Evens are heading west, so they're heading towards you. Com check. We are probably heading right for you guys, so watch out a little bit. And now we're going to roll a 1 through hopefully not roll a 1 through a 3 on a single D10 to see if something terrible happens. A 4. Wow, they found another bomb. Jesus Christ, they keep rolling 4s. Alright, so who's in front? Jason is in front. Alright, he's the little point guy. Yeah, so you can actually almost start to hear them over the radio. They are calling out comm checks. You and Sigma team might meet very, very soon. So yeah, muzzle discipline at max. Okay, so back up to Sirius and Taki. No, I'm sorry. That's Sirius and Taki. Sorry.
Yeah.
Looks like the only way to go is
there's only one way that haven't been explored. So
there you go. Cool. Do it! Are the same rolls as before?
3 successes.
Shit. Alright, Jenn, same roll.
Yeah, that is a 9.
Target number 9. Okay.
Well, I'm glad you got 3 because I got none. I got 4 8s.
I almost thought I had 4, but one of them was 6.
Alright, that is 2. A 9 and a 10. So close, but no cigar. Another relatively old chamber with rough walls. Is that the end of this? I think that's the end of this thing. Let me triple check that. Because that room's not very big. Yep, cool. Yeah, that's under the other wing of the main administration building.
Lovely to know that there were bombs sitting under where we were going to sleep.
Pretty much, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
There was a bomb here, and there was a bomb there. So none right under the admin building, but they totally could have moved them, and they were definitely, this was definitely, good that you guys found and cleared this area before, the main part of the battle or whatever. What's going on down here? Nothing much. Oh, you know what you find? You find a few microphones and tape recording equipment. So what was probably happening was these guys probably these guys were probably listening to the Army and Air Force when they were here, operating here a couple months ago.
Wilcox were a lucky fella.
That's true. He didn't get his throat cut or whatever. Okay, back down here to Ajax and Templar. You guys can go left or forward.
Left.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Left this time.
All right. So, yep. Rolls as always. I'll roll for the enemy. Target number 9.
Got 1.
Oh, man.
Finally, 3 successes.
The enemy got no successes. There used to be a well here way back in the day. I mean, it's all caved in now. But hundreds of years ago, this is where they actually, or a cistern maybe was a better expression. This is where they actually used to store, in ancient times, most of the water. Either collect it or store it, or both. Almost a little Masada type kind of a cistern.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. These guys are still heading down that. Well, they could technically go back this way or this way, but for now they're going to. Continue down this channel, or down this passageway. So here comes a dice. 9, no problems. They're like, holy hell, how big is this friggin' place? It's a goddamn football stadium down here.
This is what happens when the storyteller builds a map at 3 o'clock in the morning.
I was gonna say, this is what happens when you let ISIS, dig too many tunnels. But all right, if you want to go the other way with it, that works.
I love it. I'm serious. Oops, sorry.
But the other guy was serious.
Sure to tip your waitress. She'll be here all week. Enjoy the chicken.
Has anybody noticed that if you say, hey, seriously, your iPhone will respond like you're talking to it?
Nope, because I have that shit turned off on my iPhone.
Nope.
Oh, I have
That
mine
Android.
turned on. The kids love it.
Those
They laugh.
are just empty ground, right? Yeah. All right, cool. All right, we're getting there. All right, back up to, I think, Sirius and Taki up there at the top.
Okay.
Yeah, and I think we'll fall back and do the one northern path that nobody have taken.
This area up here to the northwest.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
So
Maybe we should rendezvous back with our team, Templar.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So you guys are going to head up this way as well?
Well, it looks like Sigma's ahead of us, so there's no reason to keep going forward where we're at.
Well, there's 2 ways for Sigma to go. Sigma's got north and south.
Oh, okay.
So.
Yeah, there's a little bit left
Oh,
to the northeast. So I'll tell you what, if you want to contact a Sigma actual and let him know, he'll suggest that he'll take his team back over to the northwest, and you guys clear out this little part down here to the south.
That makes sense.
All right, so he'll wait for you because he doesn't want to turn his back on a dark corridor that's unexplored or uncleared. So he waits for you guys to come around this way.
Okay.
And once that flank is clear, he'll take his guys out. Hey, what's going on, guys? We finally see each other.
Hey.
And he'll head back up that way.
It's good to see friendlies.
Yeah, right. Everyone was not very friendly half an hour ago. Suddenly everyone's like, hey, what's going on, comrade?
Hey, ISIS changes a lot of opinions.
There you go. All right. Meanwhile, we interrupted Taki and Sirius up here. So, Taki and Sirius, make your rolls, please.
Ooh, 2 successes.
Shoot, hold on. Drop dice.
Damn. Hold on.
Ooh. That's a 12-sider. I should not have been rolling a 12-sider.
That's cheating.
Ooh, 2 successes.
2 successes plus
I must be getting
Sirius's 2 successes is 4. We have 4 here. Jen, roll me 1d10, please.
Ooh.
In other words, we have to break a tie. 1d10.
All right. Hold on. And I rolled a 9 on my hot pink Taki dice.
Enemy rolls. Oh, that was a 5. Yeah, it's a 5. All right, cool. You see them a split second before they see you.
Wait, it's something that can see me.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Contact.
That's what you're about to hear. Thank you, Sirius, for bringing carbine.
All right, so you guys.
But at least we're bringing firepower this time.
Yeah, you guys barely won the roll. So go ahead and make your. Go ahead and take your first shot.
So.
And the rock means
dexterity.
Barely. Yeah.
Dexterity plus my new toy. I would normally lose a dice, but I wouldn't gain a dice.
The rating on the assault rifle is +1.
Good question. Rating on the large assault rifle is, yes, +1. Rating on Jenn's assault rifle is, or assault carbine, is +0. However, you have to add 1 to your target number. I know I said we never do that, but add 1 to your target number because you have SMG instead of rifle. You're using an assault carbine.
Yep.
Now, an assault carbine.
I'm also now.
We were talking about this earlier. Assault carbine could technically be considered an SMG, where you have to draw the line somewhere, and it's the ammunition type. So an assault carbine might be the same size and weight as a large submachine gun. However, the assault carbine fires rifle ammunition, not pistol. So it's a different thing. That's the reason for the higher.
So my target is a 7, not a 6.
Is a 7. Yeah, you lose 1 dice. Sorry.
Okay.
So it's the same number. Yeah, it's 5, but you lose 1 dice, so it goes down to a 4 dice.
4 dice,
yep.
But I don't lose the second dice for SMG.
Yeah, we were talking earlier. It kind of comes out in the wash. You are using less familiar gun that fires more accurate bullets, so it kind of cancels out.
Okay, so I roll 4 dice. Target number of 5.
Target number of 6.
6. Okay.
4 successes.
Okay.
I got 3 successes.
1, 2, 3, 4. Sirius barely missed.
I'll shoot the guy on the right.
Well, you shot at him, but you barely missed him because he got 4 on his evade. And then Jenn, you got 3 successes. God damn,
correct.
These enemies
3.
are fucking. These enemies also. He also rolled 3. Both shots missed.
Did I just get shot? Okay.
No.
All right.
Both your shots missed them. Now they're going to fire back.
Okay.
You guys roll agility plus cover concealment.
Agility plus cover and conceal.
Gunfire, gunfire, gunfire.
Contact. As I'm diving for the ground. 3 successes.
Okay, 3 was what he got against you, so again, he barely missed you, you barely missed him. And then we got 2 for...
4 successes.
He missed you by a mile. Alright, so far both guys have shot at each other, and there's been no one's actually hit each other yet. It's pretty much just like blind panic fire down that tiny passageway. Nobody hit anybody.
Everybody was surprised.
Pretty much. Okay, so,
let's do
it again. Second actions.
Alrighty. Spending a grit.
Okay. Go ahead, Jenn. Go ahead, Rasmus.
If I want to shoot twice.
Okay, we'll get back to you, Rasmus. Okay, Jenn, what'd you get?
We'll let you deal with that first.
5 successes with a grit.
So he only got 4. You hit him for 4. He only got 1, so you hit him for 4.
I hit him for...
You had 5 successes with the grit. He got 1 on his evasion. 1 minus 5 minus 1 is 4. So you hit him for 4.
4.
And I took off your grit. And what are we on? We're assault carbine now.
Damage to the weapon is...
That's 9 total dice. Because you finally decided to fire a real grown-up weapon. No more of this James Bond pistol, little baby SMG bullshit.
Hey, I was trying to play my character. I looked up what gun they used.
If I want to shoot twice instead, how many dice to go down?
You take 1 dice off for each additional shot you want to fire.
Stamina for these guys 5?
Yes. Up to the rate of fire of your weapon. So you're an assault rifle large. Where the hell is rate of fire? What? Rating 1. Rating. Oh, that's supposed to be rate of fire. Okay. So that's a typo there. It's supposed to say rate of fire. So assault rifle large has a maximum rate of fire of 3. You can take up to 3 shots a turn. You don't have to, obviously. But for every additional shot
I'll split it into 2.
Okay, so then what you're rolling then is assault rifle large +1, dexterity. Dexterity rifle is 6, 1 with the rifle, so that's 2 chances at 6, or 2 batches of 6, I should say.
Yes.
Instead of 1 batch at 7, 2 batches at 6. I'm sorry, Jen. How many successes did you get?
To damage, 6 successes.
Okay, I got it. He is down to internal injuries at -2.
Sweet.
4 successes and 3 successes.
Okay, he's going to roll his evasion now, or not, his cover and conceal twice. The first one is 3, so you hit him for 1. And the second one was 3 successes, you said?
Yes.
Okay, you missed him on the second one. So the first one hit him for 1, and then the damage rifle does 7, so 8 total dice.
Six successes.
That was against the 5, right?
Against the 5.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Right, so one's at 5 and one's at 6. They're both at -2 for shooting back purposes. So they're going to take their second action at -2. Go ahead and roll your cover and conceal, your agility plus cover and conceal each once, please. Ugh. Rasmus and Taki both, please.
Cover and conceal coming.
3 successes.
Alright, he missed you, Rasmus. He only rolled 2.
Cover and conceal. Oof. Only 2 successes.
He hit you for 1.
That was a crap roll. Alrighty. Now I get to roll my armor?
Yep, after I roll damage. Your stamina is 2. Oh, wait, that's the wrong character. Your stamina is 3, so your target number of damage is 6. 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, I'm the squeaky one.
Alright, cool. Yeah, roll your damage. Roll your armor, Jen.
Right, rolling 3 dice?
Yep, armor's always 3.
I got 2
Tactical
successes.
3. Yeah, it says right there, 3 save. That's the rating for the armor. 2 successes. You took 2 additional levels of damage. So he did 4. Your armor soaked 2. You took 2. Were you already down 1 for bruised? Oh no, because you.
I had 1 for the grenade, but I did a first aid check for it.
That's right. Oh, so for game purposes, you're 0. Okay.
Yeah.
Awesome. Sweet. So what that's gonna do is, yeah, you're down 2. You're now down to light bleeding again. All right. Cool. And now that's everyone's second action. Now you have a third action. They don't. So I'm assuming you're just gonna go ahead and finish them off.
Oh yes, there will be dead people.
That's the plan.
I see dead people.
What the hell?
Are we taking prisoners or no?
Well, we saw how well that worked out last time.
Good point.
All right, and you found another entrance to the cave.
It's hard to take a fanatic prisoner.
Well, yeah, well, now we know they're ISIS. What's the point?
Okay, I just realized there is no way I can set this claymore because I know which direction to place it because of what it says on the claymore. Other than that, I know nothing. Yes, that's what I know about a claymore.
4 tiny little metal legs fold out from underneath the M18A1 claymore, so you kind of can set it up, but hiding it, setting up the trigger.
I can get that good. Does Rasmus have any dots in that? If not, we're going to need Templar here.
Well, that's going to be later in the turn. Right now, we're going to go back over to, speaking of Templar, Templar and Ajax. Are you guys going to head to this bottom part of the...
Yeah, that's the plan.
Epic. So, yeah, the same roll that you're probably tired of making by now, but we're almost done.
Oh, nice.
Oh, cool.
I got 1.
4 successes.
Ooh.
Cool. Because the enemy rolled... Oh, I'm target number 9. The enemy only rolled 1. Okay, what's down here? A bloody room.
Ooh.
Oh.
So this is where they would take care of some of their wounded. So you see like cots and blankets with like bloody smears on them, some very crude medical equipment. And then this room over here is what was their media room. So they would actually do like video recordings and stuff like that in here. News, whatever they want,
Is there anything that we can
Booty
recover
night.
from? Yeah. Is there anything we can recover from any of these rooms to take back up to add to our own supplies?
I don't know if you'd want to. I mean, technically, yes, there's probably some field dressings and stuff like that, but as far as like IVs and drugs and medicine, there is a little bit down here, but I don't know if I would trust it if I were you. I mean, not that it's going to be booby-trapped or poisoned or anything like that, but would you really want to use an intravenous needle that somebody from ISIS was using?
No, I was, like I said, I was just checking to say, I mean, if stuff was sealed or whatever, I mean...
There's some relatively harmless stuff, like, there are some clean dressings down here, things like that haven't
Well, just, I mean, anything that helps us with our supplies, so, I mean...
Cool. Alright. Meanwhile, up north, what's going on up here? Where the hell are they? Alright, so they're gonna head south. Anything terrible happen? 1, 2, or 3? 7, no. Yet another entrance. This place is a sieve.
And they picked this as our main staging ground.
Hey, Army boys.
That the Army had a damn base up top. They probably didn't know about this tunnel complex.
That's what I was gonna say. Army recon, not so much.
They didn't call me.
Anything terrible here? 6, no. Go away. Okay, so they call back to you guys. Connor Pierce is in the lead. He's like, yeah, here's what I'm finding. I'm finding where there's apparently a basement or a subterranean level to those ruins that we saw earlier to the northwest. And that's what we're in now. So it looks like that's the last little area that is not cleared. So if you guys were cool with it, I was just going to have Michael Easton and Team Sigma clear out the rest of these, the rest of this dungeon, so to speak.
That's fine.
Right.
Yeah, that's...
Yep.
As long as Sirius is good with that.
Yep, as long as the chief is good.
Templar, we need you up here to set a claymore.
Roger that.
Do you want to set that claymore right north of us first? Or are we going to let Sigma do that?
Okay, so right now...
I think Sigma got those.
Right now you've got a charge here, a charge there, an improvised charge here. And that's it. So it looks like we want to seal off at least one more spot and two more spots.
Yep.
I just didn't know if we wanted Templar to do the 2 spots since we trusted him.
And at the ruins.
Hold on. Yeah, that's what I got, Jen. So Claymore 1 here, Claymore 2 here. They reuse ISIS's own explosive on this, their own IED. Basically, it's a friendly IED, if that's not too ironic of a term. Up here,
Yeah.
the 2 entrances that I can see that remain are number 2 and number 1.
Yeah.
You guys are already at number
And what
2.
about where those guys are?
There's nothing up there.
What about where those? No. Where
That's not.
where Sigma is standing right now.
I know there are no. Oh, you're talking about like the vertical.
Well, there's
shafts?
any entrance from the ruins.
If they can get down the ruins into that basement, that becomes an external entrance.
I see what you're saying. Yeah. So it's not a horizontal entrance, but technically there are, in addition to these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. In addition to these 5 horizontal entrances, technically there's a vertical entrance here, a vertical entrance here, and yeah, there's going to be a vertical entrance somewhere in there. So looking back at our topside map.
So what we could do would just be put a claymore just behind where Sigma is.
Somewhere in
They'll
here.
take care of the ruin and
that junction would cover it.
care of...
Okay, cool. If everyone's cool with that, we will go ahead and do that.
Yep.
All right, so now that everything's cleared out, I no longer have to hide my map from people. We already know that we have a quote-unquote 3-point bomb here, where he laid the first claymore. That is ditto on the southwest passage. Oh no, I moved the world. Come on, damn it. Are you serious, Excel? Come on, I just don't want to zoom in again. I'm being lazy. Okay, so, and then super fast. Oh, look at this. Education 3, demolition 4. Spending a grit. 1, 2, 3, 4 with the grit. That is what Samantha Ramos rolled on that IED to the north. Or I should say to the north,
Nice.
The northeast.
Cool.
And now it's up to you guys to go ahead and close the rest of these passages. So yeah, let me know which one you want to roll, Templar. It looks like you're a demolitions guy, and it looks like we got 3 spots left.
Yes.
Cool. So start with the north. I should say the northwest. Pretty much where Taki and Syria are standing right now.
Yeah, go up there.
All right. So yeah, what would we say? Education plus demolition.
Yeah.
Target
And
number 6.
I'll rifle through those 2 bodies just to make sure.
Yeah, pretty much more of the same. As we found on the other.
Any
guys.
grenades or?
I got 4 on that one.
Yes, there are. Yeah, there'll be some weapons and grenades. Oh my god.
It's one of those trapdoors.
Yeah, right.
I mean, I don't trust much from ISIS, but I'll take the grenade along.
Yeah, it's just it's a
Contact.
standard grenade. It's probably one of those Russian F1 anti-personnel fragmentation grenades. All right, so I got 4 successes on that northern passage.
Yep.
Okay, and then did you want to roll for this passageway here, or this passageway here?
Either one, whichever one that.
Actually, just after the T.
Just after the T. So
You could put it just after where they meet.
You want to put one big one right,
Right
here?
there.
Yeah, that would take care of both.
Okay.
Yep.
If we're cool with that.
Yeah.
No worries. All right, cool. So we just need one right there. Mr. Templar, at your convenience.
Three.
Awesome. Alright, so it looks like if ISIS wants to come back here,
Gonna know.
yeah, they're gonna be slowed down at least. Oh wait, it's over here now. They're gonna be slowed down at least, if not stopped, if not make a whole lot of noise. That's if they find those charges before they go off or not.
Jim, did the Army leave us any extra surveillance equipment?
Surveillance equipment, just what was already described at those 4 sites.
I just was wondering if we wanted to put some down here just as a precaution.
I mean, up top, there might be like some cameras. You know, anti-theft lights, stuff like that. But you'd have to take it off of the buildings that are already up there. There's not like a box of, spare surveillance cameras.
And
Also, what would the cameras see? There's no light. There's no infrared cameras up there, that's for sure. Because again, the Army didn't know this place was here.
Not with Wilson running around. And,
Yeah, right?
and we got Wilson running around, so...
yeah,
You guys
that's
get up
true. We
there,
don't want them
all-
coming down.
You guys get up top, all the hubcaps on the Humvees are gone. I didn't even know those damn things had hubcaps. The 50's gone, the windshield's gone, the tires are gone. The damn JTLV is up on up on cinder blocks. God damn
gotta
you,
go.
John Wilson!
He's got a yard sale going on over there on the top of the ruins.
Oh, don't think I haven't forgotten about Mr. Wilson.
All right. So it's 6:30. We got to quit in about half an hour here. So this part of the game took way longer than I thought. We are not even off like the first page of the script here. But that's okay.
I'm good. I had fun.
Yeah.
There's a lot left. There is a lot. We're literally like still on day one. Cool. So okay, let me know where the hell I'm at right now. But just to get to a stopping point, because Dennis has got to take off and I got to get some sleep. Before we completely run out of time, what is everyone's schedule like for either next Sunday or 2 Sundays out?
I should be good both
I'm
those
good
days.
for either.
Okay.
I can't do next Sunday.
Okay, so it might be the Sunday after that. Like, was that March 6th or something?
March 8th.
Okay, cool.
8.
Next Sunday is
fine.
the 1st.
I'm sorry, what now, Jen? Yes,
Next Sunday is the 1st, the 8th.
Okay. We know that we can't do the first because some people can't make it. So, it sounds like everyone's okay for the 8th. Does that sound right?
Yep, I'm good
Sounds
for
good
the
to
8th.
me.
All right, cool.
Yes.
Part
I'm
2
not saying,
on the 8th, and we'll hit the ground running.
Yeah, I'm not saying that we stop right now because we got at least half an hour left. But, and who knows, maybe we can even get Gianna in for that next one. Because
That'd be cool.
She kind of wanted to be in this one, but. Okay, so let's see, Dennis's entrance. Okay.
And it would kind of make sense. I mean, the fact that we found this tunnel complex under our base and yada yada. Maybe somebody new comes in to investigate it. Whatever. I mean, it would make sense. Somebody new comes.
Yeah, I mean, apparently this mission is okay. So here's Gabrielle's perspective. This mission is already. She's literally been here 6 hours.
But
this mission is way bigger than it was supposed to be. Number one, she already doesn't have enough people because Easton are trying to hijack Team 220 into doing this and assign tasks to Team 619. There's already problems there. So she's already having to split teams into different constituent units and send them around. So I don't know if she's going to be able to send them. She's not going to get a whole 4th team in here. But if other players, like perhaps Ash, can join us next time, or Jenn can join us next time, or who knows what, no worries. It's like I said, there's a 6-hour interval they're calling back to Mosul for updates. They might be able to send in some more people. So yeah, you're right, it would make total sense. And on top of that, the base that you gave us from which to start our mission happens to be on top of a fucking ISIS nexus point. Thanks.
That was maybe ISIS focus beneath us.
Yeah. I mean,
I almost would feel more comfortable in the middle of the desert. Just pick a new place and call it home.
Yeah, that almost at least because one thing's for sure, ISIS knows where this place is.
Yeah,
they have the address.
Well, they've got to have everything topside all mapped out too.
So Easton's philosophy that we could leave this place completely empty, no one knows about it.
Yeah, that didn't fly. So, in game terms, number one, in game terms, I mean, if other people want to play, and we have to go to the next night or whatever, or 2 weeks from now, number one, fine, the players come first, obviously, and then number two, there's totally a very easy justification for Gabrielle to get on the horn and say, Marcus, you need to send me some more people. This mission is not it's not as sold, it's not as advertised.
Which is becoming more and more apparent for Team 619.
Yeah, right. That's what they give you all the crappy ones. Alrighty.
Not that they're crappy, it's just sometimes the intel is not all that great.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Team Broadsword or Team Excalibur or Team Badass, tier 1 teams, they're probably getting all the James Bond missions. What? I have to go infiltrate a casino in Monaco or something? Okay, I guess we have to do it. Or whatever,
It's a dirty job, but somebody got to do it.
There's a spy ring passing information through a modeling team. Gee, I guess we can have...
Shit, okay. Look, I was the towel boy for the Hawaiian Tropic bikini team last time. I'm not doing it again. Oh, it's the Swedish bikini team? Okay, fine. Twist my arm, I'll do it.
Uh-huh.
All right.
Oh, Cabana boy.
You just stole Taki's line. Uh-huh.
I was just about to say that. Alrighty.
No stealing her line.
We played too long together.
Alright, that's true.
It took me too long to come up with that ingenious, witty line. You can't steal it.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I was channeling my inner Glades Runner.
Oh no. Okay, so everyone gets what sleep they can through the rest of night 1. And then day 2, we start our missions. Okay? So first of all, who has, even if you're back up to full power after first aid checks, who has wounds? We've got 2
Gee, I never actually did that first aid check.
You're fine. Don't worry about it.
Okay.
The point is that only bandages you up for game purposes. You still have a wound, and that takes weeks to heal.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I've always been wondering how
I have 2.
I know, but if you are wounded, and I've been wondering kind of how to track that. If you have a wound and you're still on op, that costs you a grit point. So here's how grit's going to work. The grit's going to work similar to the way it does in Storyteller System Willpower. Everyone gets a night's sleep. So everyone gets a grit point back. Jenn loses a grit point because, boom, she's wounded.
Wounded.
Yeah, so she's still in pain.
Twice, actually.
Well, don't worry
Do
about
I need to lose 2 since I was wounded twice? Okay.
I answered the question like twice before you asked it. Donovan's not wounded. Ajax was wounded. Ajax has spent no grit, so Ajax loses a grit, right?
I did spend a grit, so I lost. So I don't think I gain anything, do I?
No. You gain 1 and lose 1 because you are also carrying a wound.
Yep.
Yeah, this way the fact that you're carrying a wound on a more lengthy campaign mission actually makes sense. Yeah, you're not getting that full night of real sleep that everybody else is. Nobody else has spent grit, am I correct? Nobody else is wounded, that's for sure. Am I correct on both of those?
I didn't spend a grit, and I didn't get wounded yet.
Okay, same with you, Donovan?
Yeah, I'm good.
Cool. All right. So everyone is... Yeah, so people who are now carrying wounds are going to have to be careful for the rest of the campaign.
Because we don't get grit back, because it cancels out.
You basically don't get that grit back, yeah. In fact, you're going to lose a grit every day that you're carrying the wound. Now you get that back, assuming you get a full night's sleep. If you get, or even a partial night's sleep. If you're pulling like an all-nighter, which in the field sometimes you will, then you'll lose a grit and won't get it back. You'll just lose a grit from being wounded for a day. So, yeah. You have no actual wound penalties, but again, once you take a wound, it's a problem. Until you
if we elect to take drugs to sleep, would we get a...
No. And again, the reason I'm kind of instituting this rule is I'm trying to come up with a way that being wounded matters.
10-4.
Besides just, losing your, because right now it's wound, first aid kit, wound, first aid kit, wound, first aid kit. You might be back to 0, but you're still been shot 3 times, or stepped in 3 bear traps, or been stabbed 3 times, or whatever, and haven't been to a hospital. That's not healthy.
Yeah, we're not healed.
Yeah.
We're not supernaturally healed.
True. 10-4.
Yeah. First aid check is not mother's touch. We don't have Sam.
The good old days.
We don't have Sam.
Or Harmony's touch.
Oh God, you don't want Harmony's
touch.
Oh,
Sam.
Lick wounds. Lick wounds.
Oh God.
Sam the werebear. Hey, none of y'all better roll your eyes at lick wounds. That saved y'all's asses many a time.
Alrighty, so...
Yeah, but that's a werewolf.
Well, yeah, lick wounds
it is.
Lick wounds is were-cat, I'll have you know, thank you.
Yeah, yes. So we had like three female werecats in our party. So the guys used to joke around. Oh, that's right. It was only. That's true.
Male.
I'm sorry. So we used to stand between Debbie and Jenn and then punch ourselves in the crotch and be like, "Oh, I've been wounded. Lick wounds. Lick wounds." No, fuck you. We're not falling for that trick.
Yeah, heal yourself.
Here. And then, of course, Harmony was the opposite. Harmony, technically it was just mother's touch, but she was just like, "Oh, you got wounded, huh? Here, let me punch you in the other arm so you don't feel it so much." Oh, You forgot all about that wound in your shoulder, didn't you? Okay, so day 2, we sort out and we do our first patrols. We've sorted out willpower and grit for the turn. Alright, so Sigma hits its first target. Alright, so this is like pretty much going to be the day's operation. We're going to go through it super fast. Obviously, there's more than a couple days here, so I just want to get to at least the end of day 2. Map number 2, cool. Alright, so Sigma's heading out with 2 people of, as agreed, Team 220. So he'll take the 2 leaders of Team 220. That is going to be Eric and Claudine. So Claudine's not too happy about that, but quite frankly, it's time for her to, cowboy up and, be part of the mission. There's definitely a psychological problem there, so, that's a plot point going forward. But for now, that's Michael Easton's problem, because he's actually taken this part of the group off on his strike. Okay? Now, that leaves Sirius and Knight to decide how to A, do the surveys and defensive patrols that you guys were talking about in your 2 vehicles, and B, defend the base. So how do you guys want to split that up? And unfortunately, we do not have an Alex right now.
I'm gonna. What my theory was before we lost 220 is 2 vehicles, 2 teams. We could hit the sites in half the time that we had to inspect.
Well, the whole point of that argument, and it was a good argument, was that someone has to defend the forward operating base.
Yes.
Yep.
So,
especially now we know that Boogies know about it.
Yep.
And we do not feel the 2 members of 220 can do it?
Oh, no, I'm just saying,
Nope.
Now's the time to make that decision. But you were saying 2 teams to head out on defense. No, we have to leave at least some people.
No.
Okay.
No, I'm talking about splitting 619 into 2 fire teams of 2 to do our recon.
Sorry. I thought you meant like 2 teams, 619 and
No,
220.
and leave 220 at the forward base.
I was like, that's almost exactly what Michael Easton was talking about when you guys all jumped on. Sorry, I misunderstood. Okay, yeah, if that's how you guys want to do it. You guys got 2 vehicles. You leave.
That's just my suggestion.
So you've got 3 people here at forward operations base. Knight plus Josiah plus Don Wilson, who's going to steal everything while no one's looking.
Oh, no, wait. We forgot a scene.
Oh, we did. Okay.
Before sleep occurred last night,
Okay.
he got his face bashed in until I got my toolkit back.
Okay, dexterity plus brawl.
Done.
All right, I'm waiting. He will roll agility plus brawl to dodge. He's not gonna hang around for that shit.
I'm not even gonna say anything. I'm just gonna walk up to him and punch him.
The second he sees you coming, he's like, "Oh, here it comes."
Total chili Palmer.
All right. Oh man, here's his roll. Go ahead and make your roll, Jen. Hurry up, make your roll.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5 motherfucking successes.
Here's his roll. And I'm not kidding. I rolled that on camera. You dare serve me this grotesquerie of a roll. That roll is a stone cold atrocity. That roll is a stone cold atrocity. You got how many successes?
I'm sorry, 4, not 5. 4, not 5.
Okay, you got 4. He got 0.
4
you
successes.
Hit him for 4. So 4 plus your strength for damage.
Which is only 2, I think. 2. Okay, so
I'm
4 plus 2.
Yeah, fucking butt stroke his ass.
No, if I hit him with a butt stroke, he'd go unconscious and wouldn't feel it.
Oh, by the way,
I'd have a wrench in my hand, but the motherfucker stole them.
All right. Meanwhile, again, 6. You have 2 dots in strength. If you have 2 dots in strength, that's going to be 6 total against his strength of 6. I'm sorry, his stamina of 3 plus 3 is 6.
Of 6. I got 3 successes, 3 8s.
Alrighty. So that puts him again. Yeah, he's at light bleeding. Now this is not like lethal damage, so it doesn't get tracked the same way. It's not bullet damage or knife damage or whatever, but it's punching damage. But that's kind of how it feels. Yeah, he's moderate bleeding, and for the rest of the scene, he's at -1. I was like, God damn, you crazy bitch! What was that for?
Is it?
Where is what?
Shall I say it in another language?
Waiting.
Where is my tool kit?
I don't know. What are you talking about? I don't understand.
I haul back my fist again.
Okay, then the rest of Mathis and the rest of Team 220 kind of step between you guys. He's like, hey, enough of that. Okay. Now, NPC time. So yeah, Josiah is like between you and them. Claudine doesn't know what to do. Claudine's like, what? But Eric Matthews kind of grabs Don Wilson kind of like around the neck. He's like, come with me, Don. We got a couple things we need to talk about. I have 2 or 3 wise words to share with you. And he kind of like drags him into another room of the building. And a little bit later, Eric Mathis comes out with your toolkit. So here you go.
That son of a bitch really did take the toolkit.
Oh,
yes, he did.
The toolkit. Yeah, absolutely.
Of course he did.
Oh, Taki. Oh, I'm surprised.
That's why there was no discussion or question. It was walk up and give me the fucking thing.
Taki just walked up and cold cocked his ass. Ow.
I'm surprised he didn't shoot him.
Oh, if the kid hadn't been found, bullets would have been involved.
That'd have been a touch much. Yeah, actually shooting something.
That'll be when she find out things are missing in the toolkit.
Just the baby toe.
Yeah, open up the box. Yes, all the tools
Saying,
are actually
just the baby tool.
All in the tool. Yeah.
Shot off my pinky toe.
All the actual tools.
9 toe in his habitus.
Oh God, not that movie. Let's please not complete that entire line. Will be banned off Twitch.
Yeah, no, that's why I stopped.
Yeah, thank you. It's one thing to drop a F-bomb once in a while. That movie's got all kinds of language in it.
Oh, yeah.
Cool. All right, so the next morning, we've got a heavily bruised Don Wilson and Josiah back at base camp. And so that's going to be, if we're cool with this, I just want to make sure. We got Josiah, Don, and Knight. Well, apparently Knight's going to be keeping an eye on Don Wilson. And they are going to be back at base camp while we break into 2 teams. Oops. Yeah, 2 teams, because again, we don't have Alex today. So 2 teams to do surveys in the 2 vehicles. That's going to be the Humvee and the Sultan. And then these 6 are going out on the big Alpha strike somewhere out in the desert.
Or 2 Alpha strikes.
Sounds good.
All right. Cool.
Quick question.
Yep.
Who's going to be the other driver for our group? Who's got the most ops and drive?
Up to you guys.
I don't know what Templar has. Are we staying Templar Ajax, or because that would leave a reconnaissance guy for each team?
No, she's talking about who's driving the vehicle. So you need a 4-wheeled vehicle, which everyone has at least 1 dot in 4-wheeled vehicle. Everyone can drive.
Yeah. But this is going to be challenging drive. I've got 3 dots. Anybody got 2?
I got 1.
I'm looking. I don't see it. Looks like everybody's got 1 dot.
Yep, 1 dot.
Oi.
Have 2 in tracked vehicles.
Okay.
Yeah, 2 in tracked vehicles. So he at least knows how to drive tactical vehicles. He's got more drive experience than anyone else, except for maybe Taki.
Okay, so then it's going to be me and Templar driving.
Cool. So we have 2 vehicles.
I have 1 dot and chain gun, so I could actually take the turret. If somebody wants to drive the Humvee.
Yeah, so they took the. I don't think we have any chain guns, sadly. In fact, I'm pretty positive we don't.
Nope. You got 50s.
It's a difference. It's a difference between a machine gun and a chain gun. Yeah, chain gun is almost like a light cannon. So not Templars. God damn it. What was I gonna say?
Sigma.
Sigma took the JTLV. It's got a 50 caliber and a fully enclosed turret. Zoom in a little bit.
I'll drive the Sultan. It seems to be the most difficult vehicle to drive.
And the 2 vehicles that you're taking for your own self are going to be the Humvee for off-road.
And the Sultan.
And the Sultan. For off-road, I would almost say that the Humvee is more difficult.
Okay.
Because it's
Then I'll
not
take the
really
Humvee.
meant for that much off-roading. I mean, no, it's not a complete. I mean, yeah. I honestly don't know. I've been in plenty of Humvees. I'm sorry to say, but I've never been in a Sultan. So, also the Sultan is unarmed, whereas the Humvee has a 50 cal on the roof.
Well, that's sort of what I was thinking. I would take the unarmed vehicle because maybe my drive skills could help counterbalance if we were chased, whereas the Humvee can counterbalance drive mistakes with shooting people.
Okay, do you have any preference in the matter, Donovan, as you're going to be driving the other vehicle?
No, I'm flexible.
Okay, so it looks like Donovan Templar is going to be in the Humvee, and
me and Taki in the for the recon missions. I leave Bubblegum behind.
Cool. Yeah, that also kind of makes sense because you have the anti-materiel rifle. That way, both teams technically have a 50 caliber weapon.
There you go.
Yep.
That'll work.
That actually makes a perverted kind of sense. So there we go. He's up there in his little sunroof. He's like an impromptu turret. Taki is driving, and that leaves not Knight, leaves the other two. Oh my god.
I think you left us underground.
No, I left you over here by the building. And again, I have to put this to the back.
Oh, Templar got his saw as well, so.
Oh god, yeah, 2 machine guns in that. Well, he'll be driving, but if it really comes down to it, you've got 2 machine guns in that Humvee team.
Heck yeah.
That's some firepower right there. Not terribly accurate, but dude, who cares?
Yeah,
We'll mess up.
Belt
Yeah.
50 and a saw. That's some noise. Okay,
well,
so
I looked at all the.
do you have any
I looked
dots?
at all the skills.
Do you have any
no, I
dots in
don't.
MG?
Not machine gun.
Oh no. So you have dots in chain gun. What we'll let you do is you can use chain gun as a machine gun skill at just -1 dice. The same way Jenn does with her SMG and assault carbine. If the skill is related and it's close, yeah, a 50 cal is almost like a very, 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 very light chain gun. Technically, a chain gun is kind of like the stuff we mess with technicals in the past. Such as... Dun, dun, dun. Yes, like these kind of guns. 23mm automatic cannons that can knock down a helicopter or put a hole in a small tank, or at least an APC, stuff like that. That's a chain gun. That's what that skill is, like 23, that's automatic cannon. That's the difference between a machine gun and a chain gun.
Until that damn APC drives through your...
Oh god. It gets overrun by an Israeli Zelda. Don't remind me of that. It's one of the worst games I've ever had as far as points go. I lost that game, what was it, like 90-10 or something? I got the shit kicked out of me.
I can't remember, but what I remember is the APC going straight through my
literally
truck.
Tried to overrun one of his technicals. And that part worked, but then the crew got killed and I couldn't evacuate them, and it was bad. Alright, so... which way are the two teams going? Which way is the Humvee team going? Actually, we'll start with Taki. Which team is the Sultan team going? Sultan plus... I ask you because you've got the commander. So Sultan plus Taki plus Sirius. Which way are you headed?
I figure since our vehicle, you said it was slightly faster and better at off-road, we'll take Zulu, the one that's farthest away.
Alright, so make a drive roll,
Zulu
please.
X-ray.
Make a drive roll,
We can
please.
do Zulu and X-ray. Drive roll. Sure, check.
Or Zulu and a Yankee, maybe.
Alright, so let's just get to Zulu first.
Sorry.
Alright, go ahead and make your roll, Jen. Quickly, we have like 11 minutes.
Agility, excuse me, drive. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 successes.
Epic, no problem. Okay, you get to Zulu. It's a place in a desert. It's got some buildings in there that are mostly abandoned. There are some ground sensors there and some cameras, like we said. You're monitoring them back from forward operating base Eagle Nest. Parked inside one of the buildings where you can't really see it is a small Humvee, and on top of the Humvee is an air defense radar and relay station, or a relay system. It's basically the Humvee with the 4 Stinger missiles on it, without the Stinger missiles. So it's just the surveillance and the not air control. What's the word I'm looking for here? Surveillance, air surveillance, and radar installation. And it's mobile, so if it has to be evacuated, somebody just jumps in the Humvee and drives away.
Hey, can I do a conceal on the Humvee?
Yeah, it's already parked inside the building.
Okay, so.
Yeah, it's kind of parked inside the building. There's like a little hole cut in the roof, and that's pretty much what they got. Did you guys want to leave any? You have 1, 2, 3, 4. You have 16 remaining claymores. Did you want to leave any claymores here?
Yeah, I'd like to set some around the building.
Okay. Who's got that demolitions check?
Oi, I just realized none of us do.
Okay, meanwhile...
what is Templar?
Meanwhile, Templar, make your roll, and which way are you driving, please, in the Sultan?
Okay. Oh, okay. We're in the Humvee, aren't we?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. So it's the drive skill plus dexterity?
Agility, actually.
Oh, agility. Okay.
Use your whole body, your feet and your hands. Yep.
Okay. I got 1 success.
All right, cool. As long as you get at least some, you don't like break a axle or flatten a tire or anything like that. I mean, it might take you longer than you thought because you only got 1. To which station were you heading? Victor, Whiskey, X-Ray, or Yankee?
I would say Whiskey.
All right. Cool. That's the closest one. All right, you get there, and again, same general setup. One more thing I forgot to mention. There is a remote controlled demolition charge strapped to the bottom of the Humvee. Their Humvee, not yours. So that if this gets attacked and ISIS is overrunning the place, or the Syrian army is overrunning the place, from forward observation base Eagle's Nest, you can detonate the Humvee and prevent that radar from falling into enemy hands. I mean, who cares about the Humvee, but that air control radar is actually pretty serious.
Right.
While we're at the base, I'm checking all the electronics. I'm checking to make sure that demolitions wiring is still good, because that's wiring. I know wiring. I can look at wiring. And the ground sensors and the cameras, and I'm making sure they're all where they need to be.
And you guys can still make the roll. You just have to make it against a penalty because you don't have the skill. You have to make it at -2 dice because you have nothing that's even close to it. So it would be a good time to spend a grit point as well, if you want to set up any demo charges there around Zulu. So,
I'll set 1 up and spend a grit point on doing it.
Okay, so out of your 16 remaining charges, how many are setting up at Zulu?
2.
Okay.
Don't you have something? Oh no, you got rocket launcher.
So
Rasmus.
Where the hell is Rasmus's character sheet? There it is. All right, cool. So you got all the time in the world. So you can roll either wits or education. I would probably stick with wits. Plus demolitions, you have no. I'm trying to see if there's anything even close to it. Where the hell was that skill?
Over under
demolitions. Grenade. There's nothing else close.
Grenade.
Yeah, so you have to roll 3 dice minus 2 because you don't have the skill. So now you're down to pretty much 1 dice. 1 dice, and if you spend,
I'll spend a crit.
All right, so 1 dice against the 6.
A 10.
Cool. So now you got net 2 successes. All right, so you set up the two explosives with no problem.
Can I just interrupt for 1 second? Ajax. Does Ajax have traps or demolitions?
I have traps.
Okay, so next time, I need Ajax.
Okay, that way.
So 1 person on each team can do something.
All right. Meanwhile, are we setting up any claymores at Whiskey?
Like set up 2.
Okay. Same roll for you, but I think for you it's going to be a lot easier.
I got 5 on the first.
Oh yeah, you got it. Yeah, he only had to roll 1 to set up the 2, and that's no problem. So
Okay.
actually, so two bombs at a success rate of 5. We got over here 2 bombs success rate of 2. So the first number is how many's there. The second number is how well they're set up. Okay, so back to lead team. Back at Zulu. Which way are you headed now?
Let's do X-ray and then
X-ray.
we can.
Okay.
Yep.
Cool. You head over to X-ray. Jenn, make the drive check.
This is what I do. 5 successes.
No worries. Okay, you make it there in like record time. And then you make a whoever wants to set up any more. You guys do all the normal stuff. There's no work required for that. If you guys want to set up any claymores here, someone's got to make a roll.
So I'll set up 2, and I'll burn a grid on it. Okay. I can't burn more than 1 grid, can
I? You can't burn more than 1 grid on a roll. On 1 roll.
Oh yeah, I thought so.
Okay, yeah.
So it'll be with 2 successes because that's the 9.
Perfect. Yeah, you can't burn more than 1 grit on a single roll. You can burn all your grit in 1 turn, really. Yeah, but then you're just really tired.
I thought so. I just thought I'll double check.
Okay, back to the map. We're back to Mr. Drive on. Okay, we're at Whiskey. So Whiskey team, it's going to be Ajax and Templar. Where are we headed after that?
I would say Victor.
Sweet.
Yep.
All right, go ahead and make that roll. Whoever's driving, agility plus drive, target 6.
3 successes.
Sweet, much better. You probably caught this valley and was able to follow it up. And then you got into Vector that way. Okay, and then once you get there, do you set up any more claymores?
Yes, 2 more.
Okay, and then make that roll.
Four on that one.
Epic. No worries. Oh no, I moved the world again. Okay, and then last but not least, to kind of this is kind of taking all day because again these are long off-road drives.
Oh, of course.
Yeah. And then
we'll head over to Yankee.
Okay, cool.
Can both teams meet up at Yankee? Time-wise, would that kind of fit? Or
no, because
we can if you order it, boss.
Yeah, we can.
Yeah.
But you'll have to wait because you will definitely reach Yankee before Templar does. Number 1, your vehicle is better, and number 2, she's driving a heck of a lot faster. She's making 5 successes.
Yeah. So we'll just do Yankee ourselves.
Yeah. So technically, yes, you can, but you're just gonna have to wait. You'll get there way before they do. Also, they're driving from a further distance. They're way the hell out here right now.
Yeah.
I hit a rock. I only got 4 successes.
Oh no, only 4.
Only 4.
All right, cool. So now we're at Yankee, and
needless to say, Taki's enjoying herself. She's in a high-performance vehicle designed for this terrain. She's having fun.
Cool.
And I'll place another 2 claymores up there. Spend the grid.
Cool.
And that'll only be 1 success.
No worries. Hey, we at least that's the one to fail on because it's furthest back, and we have at least some defenses around all 5 places. Okay.
And we have 6 claymores left.
Right. 4 back at the base. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Plus 4, out of 20. 14 out of 20 are now placed. Alright, so, yep, Sigma has hit their first target. Let me get a little piece for it here.
Be interesting to see how they do.
Oh man, they nailed it. They hit their primary. They hit their toughest target with both teams, and lit it the fuck up. For damn sure. Oh, that's too big. God damn it, machine. It's not what I clicked on. Alright, boom. Okay, so they were having, they killed probably like 15 or 20 enemies. They blew up a base. They're coming back with all kinds of extra stuff. They actually had a really good day. And as they're like driving back to forward operating base, Eagle's Nest, they're calling you to ask you how you did. You guys find anything yet, 619? No, you spent all day driving around the desert setting up bombs? Well, here's what we did. Come on now, try to keep up. You're making us, we don't want to make you look bad.
Though I do know tomorrow we're going to be heading to X-Ray and the one just north of that, because that's going to be, if we're going to get a retaliatory strike, that's the closest one to what they just blew up. Whiskey and X-Ray.
X-Ray or Whiskey, right.
Yeah.
Cool.
Pretty much.
All
Send the
right,
drone
so
over.
that gets us to the end of day 2. It's now 7 o'clock.
On the dot?
Yeah. I guess we'll adjourn for now, and we'll talk about March 8th. We'll tentatively, pencil in. Yeah, so hopefully if everyone... first of all, what did you guys think of the session? Was that too much of a dungeon crawl, or was that...
Oh, no.
No, it was great.
Okay, cool.
We could have tanked that at any time. We could have said, yeah, we'll send 220 or Sigma down there to inspect it. We want to do this,
That's actually true.
We were having fun.
Okay, cool.
Several times you had Knight go, you want help down there? You want help down there? You want help down there? We're like, no, we got it. We got it. We got it.
I think it was just bigger than we ever imagined.
We're looking for cobalts. Yeah. All right.
It was just fun. Like I said, it's a dungeon crawl in a modern military role-playing game. I mean, it was just a neat little
that's
adventure.
Easier done than said. Like dungeon crawls are usually very fantasy focused, but you can do a dungeon crawl. Hello sewers. Any city has sewers in it. And, there's a lot of urban combat in sewers. So dungeon crawls. I mean, a dungeon crawl themed game in Modern Warfare is startlingly common and easy to do. I mean, never mind caves like this, never mind Viet Cong tunnels, never mind Al Qaeda caves. Used to any urban battle, and by the way, nowadays that's most battles. Any urban battle, boom, sewer system, you have a dungeon crawl. It's that simple.
Cool.
So.
Well, if nothing else, we reinforced our main compound.
Well, you're a lot less vulnerable than you were. I can promise you that.
Than having ISIS below us, yeah, that's a little.
That part was kind of already penciled in the script. It was like, okay, if somebody attacks this base, make this roll, and hey, look, there's enemies behind you now, as well as the enemies you're fighting in front, because they came up through those access tunnels. It's almost like the force-on-force hotspot mechanic. Enemies just
personally, I think they were just trying to use our Wi-Fi.
Yeah.
Entirely possible.
You know it.
They got a good porn on this network. Oh my god. They did have electronic listening devices right underneath your main little server room there, so that's actually pretty possible. All kidding aside. Cool. All right, guys. So, tell you what, I'll send out an email. I'll send out an email later or later this week. We'll go ahead and we'll award 6 XP so far. So if you want to spend XP in the course of the game, and then we will be back in 2 weeks. I'll be in touch with everybody again one more time, sometime in the next 2 weeks, just to confirm who can show up and who can't. Again, if you can't, no worries. There's helicopters coming in and out of this FOB, so characters can disappear. That's no worries. I'm also going to try and get 2 new characters possibly in this story, so we can have replacements in case anyone can't make it in 2 weeks. But for now, we are scheduled for March 8th. Same bat time, same bat channel, if that's cool with everybody. I know
act of God, I'm here.
Okay, I was going to say, I know things can change, but for the moment, we're cool for March 8th at 1 p.m., same as this time?
Yep.
Yes, sir.
Awesome, cool. For the amount of work that got put into this, I'd rather get 2 streams out of it than 1, so this actually works out to our advantage. Cool.
So 3 and 3 to spend?
Yes, that's correct. 3 in each, street and tactical. So
all right.
I'll be sure
Before
to
we
load
close
up.
out,
Go ahead.
I'm gonna spend 1 point in demolitions.
All right, cool.
So I've got 2 in that area now. There. It makes sense. I learned how to do it.
You
I sat down with Templar and went, what the motherfucker, Templar? Let's...
I can see
Explain
that.
this to me.
Never cut the green wire. Always cut the red wire.
And I'll spend all I get on bubble gum.
Oh, cool.
All the street.
All right, so hold on. 3. So I'll put 3 in tactical. 3 in street will remain where it is because bubblegum. Well, okay, yeah, that's going to be all 3. Awesome. All right, so then we have, just so I can keep track of it now, because now we've kind of stepped into it. Templar, you've got like 1,000,000 XP to spend. I don't think you've spent XP since you started this. I know you got to go, so we can come back and talk about it later. But I've got you with 12 XP in both categories.
Okay.
All right. So we can spend some now, or if you got to take off, or we can talk about it later in the week. But yeah, you're sitting on a big bank of XP that you can increase skills with.
I'll carefully think about that.
No worries.
Over the week.
And then Mr. Ajax, for now, I just got you having 3 and 3. You didn't want to spend any now, did you? Or do you?
No, sir.
Okay,
nope,
cool.
I'm good.
I will save the file, and we'll go ahead and stop the stream where we are. Thanks very much, everybody, and thanks very much, everybody who's supporting us on Sitrep. And, yeah, we'll be back on March 8th. So, cool. Good job, guys. I'm glad you guys had fun. And, yeah, I'll go ahead and close out the meeting.
Good job to you.
Oh, cool. Thanks very much. I appreciate it. All right, guys. I'm going to go ahead and play the Black Site ad and then close out Mr. Stream. So,
thanks for listening.
Everybody. Yep, thanks, everybody, and talk to you soon.
Are you looking to become a Tier 1 operator in the gaming world? Elevate your games with Black Site Studio Terrain.